Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1?
Ladies and gentlemen, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley. I think we actually have a quorum, and I'm anxious to get going if we do. Councillor Ainsley. We need you to sit. Good, thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't because I have to pay attention, but ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and I want to welcome you to this 8th meeting of the Executive Committee. And just for those who haven't been here before, the screen at the back of the room provides real-time updates as to where we are on the agenda and what's coming up next. And if you're online on computer, tablet, or smartphone, you can go to www.toronto.ca/council and follow where we are. I would like to welcome, of course, the members of the committee, because we didn't have a meeting in August, back to do our business today, but also welcome a number of other members of Toronto City Council who are here with us today to take part in our deliberations. I would like to make as well special note of the fact this is the first executive committee to be attended by our new city manager, Peter Wallace. So, Peter, welcome. And I'm sure it'll be an experience. And on that note, I think it's very fitting that I should acknowledge a proclamation that has been issued this week by me, which causes today to be the first day of Toronto Public Service Week. And I certainly said when I arrived here how much I valued and respected public service and public servants. And I think we've been trying very hard in the last period of time to acknowledge that role and to pay that respect as we go about doing our business. We couldn't run the city and carry out our responsibilities were it not for a very diligent public service. And I just want to read the proclamation, the wording of the proclamation. It's up on the screen as well. Because I think it's just a fitting way for us to start our meeting and start this week. It says, whereas Toronto Public Service Week recognizes the professionalism and commitment of the Toronto Public Service in providing a broad range of high-quality services to Toronto residents, each year the United Nations designates June 23rd as Public Service Day to highlight the value and virtue of public service to the community, recognize the work of public servants, and encourage young people to pursue careers in the public sector. This is the 3rd annual Toronto Public Service Week, designed to celebrate the contributions of the members of Toronto Public Service to assist Toronto residents with the services they need to live, work, and play in the City of Toronto. Now, therefore, I, Mayor John Tory, on behalf of the Toronto City Council, do hereby proclaim September 21st to 25th, 2015 as Toronto Public Service Week in the City of Toronto. And I just want to use this occasion again, I know, on behalf of all of my colleagues on the City Council to say thank you to the members of the Toronto Public Service across the city in many different functions. I don't think half the time that citizens even recognize all the different things that are done by people who work in our public service that have some impact on their lives in a positive way. And to say thank you for that, and to say that I look forward. I'm attending the Blue Jays game. I should point out, before anybody writes this up, that I am not subject to the ban on politicians that has been apparently issued in respect of federal leaders who caused the Blue Jays to leave. It's a self-imposed ban. I think they all said they wouldn't show up, but I've been to one game during this period of time when the Jays have been doing well, and they won. And so, as a result, I'm allowed to attend the game with the public servants on Friday night. Anybody who wishes to join us, we're sitting somewhere in the 500 section. I will be well behaved, and I'm sure all the other public servants will be too, and the Jays will win. So, let us begin the meeting. Any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and if you're going to declare one, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest.
Mr. Mayor.
Sir.
8.31, 3.2, sections of 22 and 23. My spouse works for Toronto Public Library, even though she's on long-term leave. Other references to TPL and other documents, my comments regarding those will be exclusive of TPL.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Other declarations of conflict of interest under the Act? Hearing none, we'll move forward with thanks. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes of the Executive Committee meeting of June 30th, 2015? Moved by Councillor Palacio, seconded by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. All right, we will now review the agenda. And if I could ask, of course, if you wish to hold an item, that you would just state your name and indicate there's a hold on that. And where do I have, there's my deputations there. So some of these, for those who aren't familiar with being here, are held by virtue of the fact we have deputations. 8.1, City of Toronto Act, held by Councillor McMahon. 8.2 is held for deputations. 8.3. 8. Move adoption. Councillor Palacio, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 8.4, Toronto Community Housing Mortgage Refinancing. No deputations there. May I have a motion to approve? All right, moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Starter Company Expansion Program, 8.5. Motion to adopt from Councillor Robinson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 8.6, Cost Sharing Underground Parking Garage, Bessarion Community Centre. Moved by Councillor Shiner. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Landmark Community Hub, Bloor and Dufferin, 8.7. Moved by Councillor Bylaw. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 8.8, Long-Term Care Funding for Healthy Kids Community Challenge. Moved by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 8.9, Moss Park Redevelopment Project. This is the Recreation and Centre and Assorted Matters. This is you're moving the item? Oh, holding it, okay. Councillor Pasternak. 389 Church Street, Modernization, 8.10. Moved by Councillor Bylaw. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Report on the donations activity for 2014. Motion to adopt. Moved by Councillor Robinson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Gardner Expressway Strategic Rehabilitation Plan. Councillor, Councillor, you're moving that or you're holding it? Oh,
Hold for presentation.
oh, is there held for presentation? Hold. Councillor Pasternak. Tunneling options, 8.13. Held by Councillor Palacio. Tolling options for the guard. Yes, and there are. That's right. There are deputants as well. Tolling options, the same thing. There's deputants. 505 Richmond Street West. Yeah, I have a technical amendment. Are there?
There's deputants.
Oh, so there are. Okay. Oh, very good. Deputants, private storm ownership transfer, 8.16. Yes. Held by Councillor Ainsley. Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment Assignment Agreements, 8.17. Held by, I didn't hear what that was. Councillor Thompson. Okay, thank you. 8.18, Update on Shared Services Project. Moved by Councillor Bardinetti. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Closing the housing gap, 8.19. May I have a motion to adopt? Moved by Councillor Bardinetti. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Affordable Housing Opportunities, Alexander Park. There's an amendment there, and is there? No, there's no deputations on it. You need to hold it. Councillor Bylaw needs to hold that. 8.21, 200 Madison, redevelopment opportunity. Moved by Councillor Bylaw. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. It is, well, if you hadn't, I would have. It's the first project under the open doors policy, and there was lots of interest in it, and there are hopefully lots more to come. Thank you, Councillor Bylaw. Operating variance report, June 30th, 2015. Moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Capital variance report, June 30th, 2015. Moved again by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Transfer of funds from the Eglinton Flats Maintenance Reserve Fund. Moved by Councillor DeGiorgio. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Budget adjustments for Shelter Support and Housing Administration for investment in affordable housing. Moved. You want that held or moved? Oh, moved by Councillor Palacio. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'm sorry. Again, I don't see it here. There is one, though, for sure, on 8.25. 25 is? It's okay, yeah, so it was moved, and I think I called, let me call for the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. 8.26, solid waste, there is a deputation on that. 8.27, Toronto Water, 2015 capital budget and capital plan adjustments. Moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 8.28, budget adjustments for Toronto Public Health. Moved by Councillor Crawford again. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Toronto Police Service, budget adjustments for 2015, operating budget variance report for March 2015. Moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 8.30, Toronto Police Service parking enforcement budget variance report. Moved by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Toronto Public Library capital budget adjustment for 2015, 8.31. Moved by Councillor Bardnetti. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Toronto Public Library 2015 budget adjustment for Northern Elms branch. Should we have noted? Oh, Councillor Pasternak left. Very good. You're way ahead of me. Thank you. 28.32 Northern Elms branch capital budget adjustment. Moved by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Director's Education Training for City Councillors on Corporate Boards, 8.33. Moved by Councillor Bardnetti. All those in favor? Do you want to hold that, Michael? Councillor Thompson? Okay, thank you. Tenant support programs and initiatives. Update on shelter support and housing administration programs, 8.34. Do I have a mover to adopt the item? I'm sorry. Oh, yes. That's the one, actually, because we have already I'm ruling it out of order because we have already made our recommendations to the province's long-term affordable housing strategy review. And the staff have assured me that in this case, the council's position on the Residential Tenancies Act was included in the submission, and as a result, as it having been ruled out of order by the chair, it will be withdrawn from the agenda. 8.34. 8.35. All right, that's held by the Deputy Mayor, Min Wong. 8.36, Toronto Community Housing Corporation response to financial statements and so on. Motion to approve.
There's nothing to approve. Somebody has to move something.
What's that again?
There is no recommendation. There's nothing to approve. Somebody has to move something.
Somebody has to move receipt of it, or?
Receive it.
Can we move receipt of that report? There's no recommendation in it. It's just a report moved by Councillor Min Wong that we receive the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Ticketing of vehicles during pickup and drop-off of persons with disabilities. So this is again a motion to receive for information in this report. 8.37. There it is. You're right. There's a deputation. I'm sorry. 8.38. There's also a deputation, so we'll hold that. And 8.39. There are deputations as well on that. And I think there's going to be one item of new business, I'm told. There it is. Was there someone who's going to help Deputy Mayor McConnell and move the introduction of this item? I've been told she'd spoken to somebody. You're going to put it on the table. This is to do with asking for a report on the IMET financial incentive program for condominiums. Have everybody seen this? Because it really is just a request for a report, and I think we could probably just put it through, approve it, and ask for the report in question. I think it's been discussed around the table with a number of people. I think Councillor Shiner, you know about it, do you? I think it's ending up in your doorstep eventually, so. Yeah, go ahead. That's fine. I just thought if everybody had seen it, but if they haven't, we'll hold on that.
All those in favor of adding? We didn't get to the
All those in favor of adding this item on the motion of Councillor Palacio? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we'll hold it down for the moment until people have had a chance to look at it. We can revisit that after lunch.
Great.
Okay. So that would bring us then to, where have I got? There we are. To 8.1, set here hold for deputations. Are there some that we have? That withdrew it. Okay, so we go straight to 8.2 then?
Let's go to 8.2 because Councillor McMahon has a motion on this and I need to work on it. So we have 8.2.
All right. 8.2 is the lobbying amendments to the Toronto Municipal Code, and we have speakers on that. And the first speaker, I'm sorry.
To number 1, 8.1.
Apparently, there's some work being done on a motion for
I see.
8.1, so we've just held that down for the moment. Are you working on that, Councillor McMahon? That's what I was told. Yeah, okay. So we'll come back to that.
I have a motion on that one, so.
So that would bring us to 8.2 and our deputations on that, and we would begin with Stephen Andrews, Vice President, Public Affairs Association of Canada. You have 5 minutes, sir, and you're most welcome.
Great. Good morning, Your Worship, and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Stephen Andrews.
Sorry, Mr. Andrews.
What?
There's the hubbub level on the right-hand side of the room is a little high, and if we could just keep that down, that would be great, so out of deference to our speakers and so we can all hear. Sorry, Mr. Andrews, go ahead.
I am the President and Treasurer of the Public Affairs Association of Canada, or the PAC.
Sorry, I'm just going to stop the clock. There is, excuse me, and that includes everybody over here. I can hear it too. We can't even hear the speaker, and one of the councillors couldn't either. So thank you. That's perfect. Let's just keep it that way. That's great. Right. Mr. Andrews, I'm going to start the clock again.
Thank you. I am the Vice President of the Public Affairs Association of Canada, or PAC, and I am also the Government Relations Advisor at the law firm of Borden Ladner Gervais. I am joined today by Michael Benetti, partner with Affleck, Green, and McMurtry LLP. Today we are here to outline the PAC's concerns with the proposed changes to the city's lobbyist bylaw being tabled by the lobbyist registrar. So who is PAC? We are a national not-for-profit organization founded in 1984. We have chapters in Ontario and BC. PAC's 185 members represent a cross-section of many disciplines involved in public affairs, including government relations, lobbying, public relations, policy analysis, and public opinion research. I should say, too, immediately that the PAC has a very good working relationship with the lobbyist registrar and her team. We often arrange workshops on lobbying law and compliance for our members, and the registrar has been a frequent guest speaker. The PAC fully supports the policy objective of ensuring lobbying activity is transparent and in the public interest. PAC is on the record for supporting federal, provincial, and municipal lobbying statutes and the need to ensure the highest level of transparency, predictability, and accountability for lobbying activity. PAC also has a voluntary ethics code that complements and supplements various federal, provincial, and municipal lobbyist codes of conduct. The Ethics Code directs compliance with the provisions of both the Federal Lobbying Act as well as the corresponding provincial statutes and the City of Toronto's Lobbyist Code of Conduct. In terms of amendments being tabled today, overall the PAC is concerned with the tone of the proposed recommendations. As noted in the report on this item, the vast majority of lobbyists at City Hall are in full compliance with the bylaw and the Lobbyist Code of Conduct. Those who tend to fall short do so because of the lack of awareness of the rules, and once informed, become fully compliant. The recommendations seem to focus on hypothetical cases and suggest harsh penalties without the benefit of due process of law for lobbyists. And this seems to be a violation of natural justice. There is no mention, for example, of the right to request reconsideration of a proposed penalty or a judicial review of a finding. However, such review mechanisms exist in both the Federal Lobbyist Act and the Ontario Lobbyist Registration Act. PAC also believes that if the registrar would like the authority to administer administrative and monetary penalties, then Council should consider a wholesale review of the lobbyist bylaw and make it more consistent with the province's Lobbyist Registration Act. Our specific comments. On the first proposed amendment that requires a consultant lobbyist to disclose his or her ultimate client, PAC takes no issue with this, since we are committed to transparency and the legitimacy of lobbying public office holders for the development of sound public policy. The second proposed amendment on mechanisms to achieve compliance with the lobbying bylaw. PAC does not support the proposed changes that would impose temporary bans on communications with public office holders. The penalty for a contravention of the bylaw, if convicted in a court of law, is $25,000 for the first offense and $100,000 for subsequent offenses. We think the specter of those penalties provides sufficient incentive to enforce compliance with the bylaw. The proposed communications ban with public office holders are penalties and not compliance mechanisms. Penalties can only be imposed or ought only be imposed by a court of law after a fair trial in public, consistent with procedural fairness and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. If the goal is compliance, then education and training of lobbyists are the most effective compliance tools. The third proposed amendment that would impose conditions on registration, continued registration, or renewal of a registration for a lobbyist. PAC does not support this proposed change as well. It gives too much power to the lobbyist registrar and allows the office to bypass City Council decision-making processes. As it stands now, the lobbyist registrar has to make recommendations to Council for their decision-making on conditions for lobbyist registration. This serves as a check on the powers of the registrar and preserves some form of democratic accountability. The proposed bylaw amendments on conditions of registration of lobbyists does not have any appeal mechanism and so is lacking in terms of basic fairness for lobbyists. Moreover, the proposal lacks any specificity because it permits the lobbyist registrar to impose, quote, any other condition that the lobbyist registrar determines appropriate, unquote. This gives no certainty or guidance required of an accountability officer. Quite the opposite. It vests unlimited discretion in the office to create any conditions it deems fit with any oversight by City Council. The fourth proposed amendment, the administrative sanctions to be included in the City of Toronto 5-year review. PAC does not believe that the City of Toronto bylaw governing lobbyists needs to include administrative and monetary penalties. This would again give the registrar too much power to investigate, judge, and rule on the alleged violations of the lobby bylaw and code of conduct. And without any substantive provision for appeal or judicial review of the registrar's decisions, this denies basic legal fairness for lobbyists.
I'd have to ask you to wrap up.
Right. In conclusion, the PAC believes that the proposed amendments will not achieve the goals for full compliance with the lobbyist bylaw and code of conduct. Education, awareness building and consultations are the key in this context. Harsh penalties, not subject to oversight by City Council or the courts, and an open-ended powers for the registrar will not encourage greater compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions from non-members of the committee first of this deputant? Okay. Questions by, I'm sorry. Questions by members of the committee. I had Councillor Shiner and I had Deputy Mayor and Wong. So, Councillor Shiner, you go ahead.
All right, thank you for coming today. So, have you had an opportunity to discuss the recommendations with the lobbyist register?
No, not at this time.
Do you know if anyone in the lobbying industry has had an opportunity to review these and discuss them as to the concerns that you may have?
The report was published last Friday, so there were no consultations until between last Friday, a week ago, and today. That's part of the.
So the only input that you have into the staff recommendations that are here of the lobbyists are to come to the committee and make a deputation.
That's correct.
Do you believe if you had an opportunity to meet with the lobbyist register, you could review these and possibly come to some consensus as to what was more appropriate in your mind?
I think it would be a helpful process to have more consultations on these matters, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. We had next Deputy Mayor Menon Wong. Hello there, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Going once. No problem.
So no consultations with the industry, yes?
No, no.
And do you think you could make these better if these were sent back? And
I think so. We've had a very good working relationship with the registrar's office for a number of years, and we have had meetings with her in the past on other proposed bylaw amendments and have come to compromise positions.
I did have two questions on Amendment 3. This is with regard to imposing conditions. Is this an arrangement that's in place in other jurisdictions?
Not at the present time. The Federal Lobbyist Commissioner and the Provincial Registrar have proposed amendments in statute to have these additional powers, but they're not in force as yet.
So not enforced, does that mean that they've gone through Parliament?
At the federal level, the government hasn't made a final decision yet on the changes. They've been requested. And at the provincial level, that statute was amended at the end of 2014, and it hasn't been declared in force. But temporary bans on lobbyists communicating to public office holders is provincial policy, yes.
So on Amendment 3, it says, without limiting the generality of 14036, is your interpretation that the conditions that the lobbyist registrar could impose are just open-ended?
Yes.
Oh. And number 2, this is on the temporary bans. You said that there's no appeal mechanism at all?
Just to circle back to your first question, on the conditions of registration, they have, the provincial registrar has those powers. The big issue with the proposed amendments before the committee is a request that the registrar be able to impose any other condition that the lobbyist registrar determines appropriate. That does not exist anywhere. It's usually set out. So
The
there.
provincial registrar, so whoever that person is, can impose conditions, but there's a list of those conditions that may be imposed.
Well, it hasn't been proclaimed into force, so there's no regulations on that point yet. So we don't know.
But there will be, if, yes?
They operate by regulation. Yes.
Okay, and the second, Amendment 2, about you mentioned, I think there was a mention about there's no appeal of any penalties that is imposed.
So the provincial, yet to be proclaimed into force, but passed legislation rather, has an appeal mechanism to seek judicial review. And it has interesting safeguards, for example, in both the request before the executive committee to publish the identity of those against whom a ban has been imposed.
Yeah.
That exists both provincially and in the proposed amendments before you. But the appeal mechanism provincially provides for judicial review and at the same time, clearly out of a sense of fairness, prevents any publication of the identities of bans while an appeal is pending. So not only is there no appeal mechanism in the Toronto requested amendments, there's no fairness even if one could fashion an appeal. Their names would be published and then they would appeal,
Right.
if they even could.
Okay. I'll speak.
Thank you, Councillor Menon Wong. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming in. I'm sure you've read the Bellamy report. Under lobbying recommendation 101, actually, it looks like you're in agreement under the recommendation of lobbyists should state clearly whom they are representing and why. I don't know why it's taken us 10 years to bring this forward, but that seems to be something that you do favor or support.
Yes, indeed.
Now, with the other two items, I have my concerns as well. Do you think that based on the existing enforcement powers, including investigation and charges and a $25,000 fine for violations, do you think that's sufficient?
Yes, we do.
And do you think that this overreach could impair the ability to seek important information regarding various issues before us, or what would be your kind of a synopsis of that?
Yes, I think that would have a negative impact on the inputs that the interest community and lobbyists could provide to City Council.
Do you think our accountability officers are going too far?
Well, I think in this context, it's premature for the registrar to seek additional powers at this time and additional penalties. I mean, if the problem is compliance, then we believe that education, training, which is the current strategy of the registrar, are more effective mechanisms. Additional harsh penalties will not achieve compliance. Most of the compliance challenges are just ignorance of the rules. And as the report itself recognizes, once people that are engaged in lobbying activity at City Hall understand the rules, they register and are in full compliance very, very quickly. I mean, in virtually every case. I mean, there's probably one or two cases where people are consistently oblivious, but we don't think it's appropriate to make these kinds of policy decisions based on one or two bad apples in the whole community.
Okay, thank you very much.
I had not seen Councillor Davis with her hand up on this in the preceding section, so if you have a question, Councillor Davis of the Deputant, please go ahead.
We've had a number of lobbyist firms that have been recidivists, if that's a way to describe it. So why would you not agree that there ought to be some sanctions? This is not a question of education for some of the largest lobbyist companies in the city that have had repeat offenses.
Yeah. I'll let Michael answer that one.
It's more an issue of process. So I don't think anyone can take issue with the point that you've made, Councillor. The issue that PAC is taking in this specific regard is right now there is a current penalty after a trial of $25,000 or a $100,000 penalty. That carries with it, and that's after a public trial before an impartial arbiter. So if sanctions are going to be imposed by the courts pursuant to the legislation that gives them the authority to make those sanctions, then who could argue with you?
Yeah.
The problem with the recommendations is there's no hearing, there's no appeal mechanism. It's one office exercising the powers of investigator, accuser, judge, jury, and executioner all in one.
So if there was a structured recommendation to council for both a temporary ban and conditions, would that be a problem? Would you support it then if there was an ability for these recommendations, a process where the lobbyist registrar makes recommendations to council, such as what the current process for the integrity commissioner?
I think after consultations, that's one of the possibilities. But you touched on something very important there, Councillor, which was that the lobbyist registrar would make recommendations to council. And even in these current amendment proposals, the lobbyist registrar is not asking for that. The
No, I
lobbyist-
understand that.
Yeah.
I'm saying if that were changed and it was structured with a process similar to the integrity commissioner, where she would make recommendations to council, you would not be opposed to that.
I think it's one of the options on the table. We've only seen this for a week, so I don't want to, after a consultation process, if that's what emanates from the consultation, and if that's what PAC is satisfied with, then that's certainly one of the possibilities.
Right. So we have to make recommendations to changes under CODA, and there are some timelines there. So I guess maybe I'll ask staff about those when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions, members of, Councillor Thompson? Yeah, wait, we're going to move to that in 1 sec. Just make sure we can excuse these deputants if there's no other questions for them from anybody. I don't hear any. I thank you both very much, and we will move on to questions of staff. And I have first on that list.
Thanks very much.
Okay, we have some members of Councillor Davis and Councillor Perks, and anybody else from not members of the committee? All right, Councillor Davis, please go ahead.
I just would ask about the timelines and quota and submission to the provincial government. Do we have some restrictions there in terms of time? Is
Your question on the code item or on the lobbying
No,
item?
it's on the lobbyists.
Okay, that's
registry.
fine.
Or do we need to make submissions? Can we just make our own amendments to the
I think this is amendment to the municipal code. I think it's our own domain.
Does it
correct?
require any?
There is also a recommendation for an amendment to CODA.
Yes.
And that's October 31st is our timeline for that.
Right, so a deferral, it seems like there's, it feels as though there's going to be some recommendation for a deferral for further consultation. So I want to understand, we'll be able to meet our timelines for submissions on CODA if it's deferred a month,
If it was done in that time frame, yes.
in 1 month,
By the end of October, yes.
by the end of October. I don't know how to do that. Also, I just wondered if you could comment on whether or not you considered structuring the process to, well, first of all, the lobbyist registrar herself made these recommendations. Is that correct? I see.
The lobbyist registrar made these recommendations in her last 3 annual reports to council, and council adopted them, and this is our report back.
Maybe Ms. Gerke, I just see her way at the back, would like to comment on the submission we've just heard.
Yes, as Ms. Murray just stated, these recommendations are not new. They were the subject of several annual reports, and they were adopted by council for report back by the city manager in consultation with me and in consultation with the city solicitor. So they aren't new recommendations. In terms of the PAC submission, I haven't had the opportunity to read it yet, but based on what I've heard, I agree the vast majority of lobbyists comply. However, best practice in the regulatory field these days is that you have a graduated spectrum of enforcement. We, of course, as PAC has pointed out, do engage in a large amount of training and education. We often request lobbyists to attend training if they have transgressed, and we do not impose the more strict sanctions. The point, unless they are absolutely necessary, when we do, we have a very rigorous compliance inquiry procedure, which affords a very high degree of procedural fairness, and it is posted on our website. So I disagree with respectfully with the submission that these are harsh penalties without procedural fairness. In addition, we do provide a high degree of procedural fairness procedurally in our inquiries. The Ontario, reconsideration or review is not currently part of the bylaw or of CODA. There is judicial review available of any of my decisions to impose a penalty. I'm an administrative decision maker, and I owe a high degree of procedural fairness, and we strive through our inquiry procedures to provide that. I believe there was a submission that PAC submitted that we should make our bylaw more consistent with the Ontario Act. I agree. In the revisions to the Ontario Act, which will come into effect in January, there will be the ability to impose bans on lobbyists, and in addition, there will be I'm not sure about conditions on registration. However, conditions on registration are provided under CODA without any restrictions. The city is authorized to empower its registrar to impose conditions on registrations. This is not new. This has been part of CODA since it was adopted in 2006. The City of Toronto's bylaw does presently include the administrative penalties of being able to close a registration, revoke or suspend, but does not permit administrative penalties such as bans on lobbyists, which are becoming common, will be part of the Ontario legislation, have been enacted by the City of Ottawa and the City of Hamilton in their lobbyist legislation. And administrative monetary penalties, which are not being requested at this time, but the possibility of including administrative penalties in the authority of the registrar are becoming very common across the country, again, in a number of jurisdictions. So we're not proposing things, the recommendations are not something that is new. And I do think that we do provide a very high degree of procedural fairness. Judicial review is available. The submission that the Provincial Offences Act sanctions are sufficient insofar as there is a 6-month timeline on laying Provincial Offences Act charges. We have found that this has not been an effective mechanism for enforcement. And in terms of how we view our regulation of lobbyists, we believe that administrative penalties are more appropriate than quasi-criminal penalties for a regulator such as ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. That time has expired for Councillor Davis, and that would bring us to Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good morning. Ms. Gerke, the reports that you brought in your annual reports to Council recommended both that you include these new mechanisms, but they also said that we, if I recall, you recommended that we, when we review the City of Toronto Act, include those changes. Did they not?
Yes.
And those reports to Council were approved by Council and were in public, were they not?
Yes.
So any person who follows lobbying in the City of Toronto would have known that this council has already decided that we wanted to see recommendations like this in time for the review of the City of Toronto Act. Is that correct?
Yes, in fact, that is in the summary to the report that is before you today.
So it would be less than fully accurate to say that there's been no opportunity for any person who follows lobbying in the City of Toronto to review these, to know that this decision was coming, and to know what was going to be before us. Is that correct?
I would leave that conclusion to others to make. Then.
Okay, I'll go ahead and conclude freely then. You were speaking about some of the powers associated with your office, administrative, the implementation of fair proceedings, the imposition of penalties. That's not unique to your office. Many administrative offices at this level of government and other orders of government have those kinds of powers. Is that correct?
That's correct. I would say the majority or almost all of them.
And so if you could just enumerate what kinds of powers come with an office like yours typically?
In the field of administrative administrative penalties, the power to close or suspend a registration, which we have, the power to impose administrative monetary penalties, which we do not have, the power to temporarily ban a lobbyist from lobbying, which we do not have. And the other is the power to commence a prosecution, which we do have.
And these other offices which do have those powers that we currently don't enjoy, is there any legal precedent saying that they've overreached, or is it broadly understood in the legal community that administrative offices such as a lobbyist registrar have the right to do an investigation, impose a penalty, and delist somebody?
There have been no legal challenges to these powers that I am aware of, in particular the City of Ottawa and City of Hamilton, although Hamilton is quite new, but Ottawa's bylaw has been in existence since 2012, and they have not had a challenge that I'm aware of. And the Supreme Court of Canada has recently, in the context of administrative monetary penalties, upheld a regulator, the Revenue Agency, which imposed a large monetary penalty on the basis that it was aimed at promoting compliance, promoting and ensuring compliance, not penalizing or criminalizing that activity.
Thank you. We have, I recall asking you questions, I think it was the June or July council when you brought a complaint about a lobbying firm which had, I think this would have been their third or fourth breach, and in previous breaches you had requested that employees of that firm be sent for education, and nevertheless breaches continued. Is that not the case, that we've had at least one firm that's been back multiple times after having their staff educated and trained?
We have had cases like that, and I think that is why in a system of regulation you want to have a graduated spectrum of appropriate penalties that can be imposed in order to deter non-compliance and ensure compliance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Those were the only questions I had from members outside the committee. I have a list from inside the committee, starting with myself, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, and I think now Councillor Robinson. And can I just start, Registrar, by asking you this? I'm glad to hear of the high level of compliance, and I agree with respect to the spectrum. You should always have a spectrum of penalties available to you, and the need for education. And I'm aware of the answers just come from the very excellent cross-examination from Councillor Perks about people being aware of these things coming and 3 annual reports. I have a very simple question. Has there, over all that time, most of which I was not here for, but has there over that time, all of that time, 3 annual reports, notices to council, all kinds of other things, has there been any opportunity for consultation? It's a difference between knowing something is coming and having an opportunity to be invited in to talk about it. Has your office or your predecessor's office had these people in for any process of consultation over all that time whatsoever? And if so, can you tell us about that?
No, we have not. We've relied on the opportunity that parties have to make deputations to committee and to make submissions in writing to council.
Thank you. That would bring us to Councillor Thompson.
I don't need to ask a question. You've just asked my question.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to whoever wants to answer, when I see the phraseology, temporary ban or imposed conditions, I think this is so elastic and so unwieldy that we could be setting a dangerous precedent here where we're putting way too much power into the lobbyist register, and it will paralyze the ability for us to get a free flow of information from various stakeholders.
The City of Toronto Act provides the authority to impose conditions on a registration without specifying anything further than that. I can tell you that the intent behind it is would be in cases where it would be assist with ensuring compliance, that a lobbyist, for example, who had failed to register initially and was permitted a late registration would be required to be timely in the future and perhaps to attend training, which we currently request but cannot require.
So how would you define, so you really haven't defined temporary, what temporary is? Is it a week? Is it 6 months?
A temporary ban, I'm sorry, Councillor, I thought you were talking about imposing conditions. With respect to a temporary ban, there are three. The first, and this is modeled on other legislation, the City of Ottawa's legislation particularly. For a first breach, the lobbyist would be banned from communicating with public office holders for 1 month. For a second breach, the lobbyist would be banned from communicating with public office holders for 3 months, and a third breach would be for a period up to, but not more than, 2 years. And in particular, the registrar shall have regard to whether the temporary ban will promote compliance with the lobbying bylaw in determining whether to impose a ban.
And when it comes to impose conditions for registration, are they governed in the same way, or is that discretionary?
I'm sorry, Councillor, could you?
The term impose conditions in recommendation C.
Yes, the term impose conditions doesn't have any particular criteria. That's correct, Councillor. It is essentially, but it does provide examples, and this is in the attachment 1 to the report, the proposed amendments. It may include a requirement to attend training or other educational courses, a requirement to respond to communications from the lobbyist registrar within a specified time period, a requirement to refrain from communication with specified public office holders on specified topics, or other conditions considered to be appropriate. So there are some guidelines in the proposed amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. I had Councillor Robinson to ask questions of staff.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I just wanted to get clarification. Maybe you've mentioned it, but I wanted to be crystal clear. So does the registry make a distinction between lobbyists who basically register to meet with city officials and councillors, or actually whether they actually meet with them? So that's what I'm looking for, that distinction. They might register, but maybe the councillor says no to the meeting. Is that somehow identified in the process?
Lobbyists register before they commence lobbying activities. So they register themselves and their subject matter. And once they have met with or communicated with a member of council, then they file a report. That report, it has to be filed within 3 business days, and it indicates the time, the date of communication, the method of communication, and the public office holder that they communicated with. And that appears in the public registry that anyone can access online.
But the first part of the first phase also would be public, in the public domain as well, correct? That they've
Yes.
just registered to speak with an official or a city councillor.
That's correct.
So, but not necessarily have met with.
That's correct.
Okay. And Councillor Shiner's whispering in my ear, he just wanted confirmation or clarification around the ban, whether it's for individuals or corporations. So it's the lobbying firm or the individual?
Okay, so the lobbyist would be in the case of a consultant lobbyist, it would be the consultant lobbyist who has registered, and that would be an individual. And in the case of an in-house lobbyist, again, it would be the individual who is registered as a lobbyist, because our system is a system where the individual is the registered lobbyist, not the corporation or the firm.
Okay, thank you very much.
Questions of staff, Councillor Palacio?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. In terms of very open, and we did have a couple meetings to clarify the reporting system in terms of meetings that have taken place between a member of council and lobbyists. So my question to you, for example, if you have a lobbyist who brings, let's say, 3 or 4 partners and meets with the city councilor and a member of his or her staff, very often it shows that there has been, for example, in this particular case, 8 meetings taking place at the same time on the same day, which should be somehow in the optics of the public. It seems that you have met with them multiple times when in essence there was one single meeting. My question to you is how that's going to be rectified, or how members of council are going to be advised of those inconsistencies.
So, Councillor, thank you for the question. What you were referring to is the fact that each communication with each public office holder by a registered lobbyist is reported. So if 2 registered lobbyists attend a meeting with 2 public office holders, then there will be 4 reports of that meeting because of the way our IT system works, the registration system works technically, and you'll see the same date, but you may not know it's the same meeting. This is an issue that we are working on with our IT renewal of the registry system, and we hope to have a solution for that so that we can better link those reports and indicate that there was one meeting rather than 4 meetings on one date between 2 registered lobbyists and 2 public office holders, for example.
Thanks so much. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. I had one more member of the committee wanting to ask questions of staff, Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Gerke, I just want some clarification on 1C, the recommendation in 1C. It essentially, you're saying that under Section 166 of CODA, you are looking for the opportunity to impose conditions for registration along with possible sanctions. My question is, does the registrant have the opportunity for appeal on those conditions?
There is currently in our bylaw not an appeal provision. What I can say is that we do provide an opportunity to respond to any proposed penalty to the registrant before we impose the penalty. So we provide a notice of the intended penalty, and we provide an opportunity to respond to the registrant before making that final determination on whether to impose a penalty.
But the reality is you're saying there is an opportunity for appeal to you. but not to an outside body.
I suppose there is, that would be correct, Councillor. There is always the opportunity to request to apply for judicial review to the courts.
All right, thank you.
All right. No, we've had questions from outside. Oh, to speak. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. We are moving now then to speakers on this matter and members of outside the committee, aside from Councillor Perks. Okay, your turn, Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This issue goes right to some of the key questions about the legitimacy of City Council as a governing body for this city. If we want to maintain public confidence in the work we do, we have to be able to demonstrate to the public that we have a transparent and clear and open decision-making process. If we don't do that, we lose legitimacy. So we have a couple of systems for doing that. One system is that when we debate an issue like this, we hold a public meeting and we allow any person to come and make a deputation so that we can hear what they think about it and consider it against the advice of staff. You just witnessed that take place. That's a form of consultation. This is actually, right now, us consulting the public and the lobbying industry on this matter. A safeguard we have to make sure that the public understands that this is a fair and transparent process is we have a set of rules to make sure that no person is peddling influence behind the scene, undermining the legitimacy of this process that we're part of right now. So the public can know when we debate an issue, that's actually how we make the decision. It's not being done behind closed doors. It's not being done out of public view. That's why we have a lobbyist bylaw. That's why we have a registrar. That's why the registrar is able to impose penalties when that rule is broken. Arguing that a very open and public conversation about amending this bylaw doesn't constitute consultation, but there should be some other process outside this room is in fact undermining the legitimacy of the process. The lobbyist industry is paid to do one very simple thing, to have people who don't follow City Hall closely, able to hire them so that they can translate and explain our very arcane and complex process to those clients. If the lobbyist industry is now making the claim that they didn't understand, they didn't know, they haven't been able to follow it, they haven't had an opportunity to speak, which they just had, by the way, they're effectively telling their clients they don't know what's going on at City Hall and they shouldn't be paying the lobbyist industry. Nonsense. Nonsense. The argument for delay, for further consultation, is not an argument that they haven't had an opportunity to express their views. It's merely a delaying tactic. And it's a delaying tactic up against a practical deadline we have if we want to make any amendments to the City of Toronto Act vis-a-vis our lobbyist registry. Now, I want to be clear. I have lobbyists come into my office with their clients quite frequently because I understand that many people who do business with the City of Toronto don't know all the ins and outs of the rules that we operate under and where we are in various decision-making processes. I call that work translation. And it's good. You bring a translator with you to help it work it out. But there are some firms I don't allow into my office because they're not about translating. They're about influence peddling and arm twisting. We need to persuade the members of the public and the City of Toronto that influence peddling and arm twisting have no place in our decision-making, that we're committed to transparency, to openness, and to traceable public process, like having committee meetings like this where people can make deputations. You've heard the concerns from the lobbyist industry, and you've heard the lobbyist registrar responding to those concerns. We're not asking for powers. This report doesn't ask for powers that other jurisdictions don't have. The issues of procedural fairness are covered, and they've been upheld in court. There is no reason not to proceed with this. In fact, there's an urgent reason, yes, to proceed, which is to maintain the public faith in the legitimacy and transparency of our decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Now, beg your pardon, from members of the committee, I at the moment have Councillor Menon Wong to speak. So I'm sorry. Councilor McConnell, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand earlier. There we are.
We're small and in the corner. That's all right. No problem, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. I just simply wanted to make a very quick point, and that is when Justice Bellamy made her decision, and I sat through much of those hearings, as did many of our councillors, she talked very much about accountability. Our accountability officers, except for the Auditor General who goes through our audit committee, all are directly responsible to council. This report has come 3 times. This idea has come 3 times, and we are running up against a deadline of the changes to the City of Toronto Act. But in addition to this, it seems to me that we have not seen onerous or vicious recommendations from our lobby registrar. We have seen thoughtful and systematic ideas and decisions. We also, this has been done in consultation with our own city solicitor. So we have, in fact, looked at both the policy framework from the city manager's office, but also the legality of where we need to go. And what I would say is very much there is an issue of making sure that our accountability officers are accountable to council and to our constituency in Toronto. That's something they have to be able to rely on. That's something that we can actually express very clearly through these mechanisms of what I would call progressive discipline. I would raise one other issue, and I hope one of the members of the executive does, and that is there is one flaw in all of this, and that is when we report when the lobby registrar reports, what she sees is a communication with councillors, specific councillors. What is not delineated, and I believe should be, is whether or not there was a follow-up actual meeting or a phone call, because sometimes the communication is simply an email that comes in and no meeting actually takes place. So I think that would be an additional thing that we might want to do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McConnell. Anybody else from not members of the committee who wishes to speak on this? If not, we'll move to the committee members who wish to speak, and I have Councillor Minnan-Wong.
Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, thank you.
I will move that the item be referred to the city manager for a report back. When's the date after October 20th? Executive committee, when is that? November? I'm going to change that. November 1st? I'm going to change that to December 1st, meeting of the Executive Committee with a request that stakeholder consultations be undertaken. I'll deal with the technical piece first. So October, the end of the month, as it applies to this particular report, only relates to the monetary penalties that are listed in the report, which we already approved in the CODA report that we just did. So it's already in there. We're not going to miss that deadline. If there is no other deadline, I say that we take a couple of months and take the necessary time to consult. One extra cycle is not going to change anything. I think we're in an unfortunate situation where we didn't consult. I don't agree with Councillor Perks. We actually consult a lot more usually than just inside this committee. If that were the case, we would just have statutory public meetings for every planning application if we wanted to meet the letter of the law. I believe that at first instance we don't look to vilify consultants and public affairs advisors. If we're going to get this right, we should look at them as our partners to try and get this transparency and accountability right at City Hall. For one reason or another, we did not consult. There, I think, are a lot of unanswered questions and conflicting information in terms of the implications and consequences of these particular amendments, and hopefully through the consultation process, if we advise everyone who is lobbying or on the lobbyist register, we can actually make it better. And so that's so we actually aren't losing any time. We can, as I spoke to staff, we aren't losing any time. The monetary penalties are still in our CODA request. So we actually have nothing to lose but to talk to people, which we do at the city all the time to try and make things better. So that's why I'm asking that this be brought back to the December meeting to go through a proper consultation process.
Thank you, Councilor Wong. If there are no others to speak, I wanted to, I'm sorry, we have Councilor Shiner, we have Councilor Robinson, and Councilor Pasternak to speak. All three, okay. Councilor Shiner. You all going to speak at the same time? That'd be exciting.
To be effective.
Okay, it's like a choir.
Everybody turn their...
Administration's supposed to be effective, so. Tenor.
Councilor Shiner.
I don't have a little thing to blow to start this with to get the notes right, so I'll have to speak alone.
Leaves you to be a soprano, by the way, based on all the offers that we had, but anyway.
No, I definitely don't think I'm a soprano.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a motion, Mayor Tory, to add it's an amendment to Councillor Wong's. It's just to ask for an analysis of comparable legislation, other municipal, provincial, and federal jurisdictions, and I'll speak to it. I really would like to know when we put our bylaw forward, how it compares to others, and I was hearing some information from the deputants, but I don't know the accuracy of that. I don't know what has been enacted or will be enacted, and I would like our bylaw to be as good as or better than other lobbying bylaws that are out there. That having been said, you have to remember that when it comes to lobbying, it's not just a matter of a major policy that the city may have or an issue of major importance like the airport on the waterfront. It can be anything, down to a small development application or anything and all that deals with our policies, programs, or services that the city delivers. And I think it's important to have a bylaw that works, one that people do register, they do come in, and there are penalties if they don't act properly. I don't want to see a bylaw that in a way forces people underground, because communication and speaking to people, you can tell them they have to register, you can insist that they report what they do, but how do you control those that don't want to follow the rules? And that's the important part of having anything in place, is knowing that you have a bylaw that works and that people are dealing with it. After all, I was taught a long time that a locked door stops an honest person, which means if you want to get around something, there might be ways. So I want to see a bylaw in place that's here, but when it comes to consultation, you know, the City of Toronto and municipal governments themselves are one that we always say are closest to the people. And there's never a reason why you shouldn't be able to hear someone's perspective or opinion on a matter. And I think the same goes for our divisions and our departments. It happens on an ongoing basis in almost all the policies and issues that we bring to council through the committees before they're at committee. And then when they come there, at least there's been an opportunity for the dialogue to go back and forth. That doesn't ever mean that staff will change their recommendations. It just means that they've had an opportunity to hear what others might say. And in this case, that's simply the issue that's being asked for by Councillor Wong, and I think the committee should support. Allow those that have concerns to look at and talk to our staff about it. You bring that information forward. If staff believe there should be a change in recommendation, they'll make it. If they don't, they'll ask us to determine it. Without that, and expecting that someone can come to a committee meeting like today and with a 5-minute limit can express all of their concerns is unreasonable and unjust and shouldn't force someone into that item, because it could end up with rules that we have in place that just don't work.
Thanks, Councillor Shiner. Councillor Robinson. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. No, I was asked to go next. Councillor Robinson is working on a motion. There is no doubt that our accountability offices provide an essential role at City Hall. And when you read through the findings of the Bellamy inquiry, which is now celebrating its 10th anniversary, you can see why these offices are needed. But at the same time, there must be a balance between the operations of a democratic institution, the ability to get information, the ability to meet with people without recrimination, and to understand all the issues. And if we bring in measures that are so draconian that we are not able to understand all points of views, to make educated decisions in our committee system and at council, then we are in fact paralyzing the democratic system. We are not thoughtfully representing constituents, and we are not thoughtfully representing stakeholders. I do support the deferral. This needs a lot more work. I mean, when you look under the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 140, lobbying, and I quote, "Look at the existing penalties that are here. Every person convicted in an offense under this chapter is liable on a first conviction of a fine of not more than $25,000 on each subsequent conviction to a fine of not more than $100,000. And then there's other sanctions as well built into the existing policy. I find it a reach at best to increase and give more powers so that we in fact may be cutting off much of the information that we need. The misnomer from some colleagues is that if a lobbyist meets with us and registers and follows all the rules, they're likely to change our minds or have us to buy in. But in fact, my experience is the opposite is often true. When some of these groups or individuals come in advocating a certain position, you get enlightened onto why you can't support it. And you can either tell them that or vote on the council table. So to create this mythology that there's influence peddling, there's arm twisting, and that elected officials will bend to every request is a mythology of the highest order. Therefore, I would not be supporting items B and C, but I would be supporting item A, which is a 10-year-old recommendation. We should actually know the ultimate client, but overall, I will be supporting Deputy Mayor Minna Wong's motion to refer it back for more consultation.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. And now I think it's Councillor Robinson's turn.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Mayor Tory. And I just have a quick motion, hopefully not overly controversial. I think it's important to look at this whole process, and I'm definitely supporting the referral of Deputy Mayor Denzil Minna Wong. I think you can never go wrong with more stakeholder consultation. So I think that's a great approach. And I would just like to add this motion so it's just crystal clear. So I tried to get at this through my questions, just we need to unpack this a little further, I think, as it currently stands. So a clear distinction between communication with councillors versus acting on that communication is really what I'm asking staff to look at. If they could just break that down a little further so it's very clear and there's a clear, as I said, distinction. So the motion before you reads that the report include clarifying whether the request for meetings resulted in actual meetings or phone calls with the councillor or their office staff. I think this is a better approach, and it just means revisiting the process to make sure that it's crystal clear how the follow-up unfolded. So I hope you'll support that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Any other speakers? I'm going to say a word if not. All right. May I just say briefly on this, first of all, I won't go so far as to agree with Councillor Robinson in her last remarks that you can never go wrong with more consultation, because I think we sometimes do consult ourselves into paralysis around here. However, and look, I will sit here as someone who can take no responsibility and just don't really have much knowledge of why we're sitting here, it seems, 3 years into this topic being discussed, and the affected industry, if I can call it that, has not been consulted. And I'll say respectfully to Councillor Perks that he used very carefully, and he's very articulate in his arguments, but he used the expressions like opportunity to speak, opportunity to express their views, and he used as the example the fact that he could come before this committee at what is undoubtedly the second to final stage of any decision-making process where there really isn't an opportunity for consultation here. I think if I described in many other contexts that you speak of very eloquently on behalf of your point of view and your constituents, this exercise here as consultation of the kind that I think we normally would say, where you ask a group, an industry, or whoever it is to have a dialogue with you about how you could make regulations better and more workable, you would be very upset that we would say this is consultation that happens in front of this committee. Normally, when things get here, there has been a process of real consultation with various groups affected, including industries and individual citizens. There have been all kinds of public hearings often held, not that I'm suggesting that needs to be the case here. And so I really just do fundamentally reject, without taking any responsibility for what did or didn't happen in the past, because I wasn't here, that this was consultation. And if I understood the answer given to me by the registrar correctly, she confirmed there indeed has been no consultation through all these years, with all these reports being written and all these recommendations being made. I very much regret the fact that there has been all these years of recommendations, and that there hasn't been the simple opportunity taken during that time to consult with the industry, but there's no time like the present. Councillor Perks sets up what I believe to be a false choice in front of us, which is that you either have this passed now without consultation, or you have secret deals and arm twisting where people's arms are coming out of the socket, and it's going on sort of willy-nilly as we sit here. And I think that is a false choice, as between a course of action that Councillor Menon Wong Deputy Mayor Menon Wong has suggested, which is to have a consultation that brings it back here as early as possible, and I think would then give, even if it's these very same recommendations, a more of a greater sense of legitimacy on our part as we pass them. I actually think stepping up the penalties for people who transgress in these things is a good idea. The more you can, really bring it to people's attention that this kind of conduct is unacceptable. And I was glad to hear the registrar saying that most people comply with these rules. And we know that's true. But for those who don't, if they continue, and there were, Councillor Perks made reference to people who do things repeatedly, then fine, we should step it up and make it more serious for them, and I agree with that. But I do also agree that it's fair and appropriate and transparent and all those other words that were used to consult the industry. I'll add only one last thing, which is that I hope Councillor Shiner's work that he asked for could be done within the same time frame, so it doesn't further delay us to compare these bylaws in effect elsewhere. And finally, that I will personally commit to asking for an indulgence on the part of the provincial government to make sure that any recommendations that emerge, because we all know the October 31st deadline doesn't mean they're going to be making hard and fast decisions on the City of Toronto Act at that time. I will personally ask them for an indulgence in respect of this one item, which won't make the October 31st deadline. And so those would be my comments, and I'll vote in support of the core motion that Councillor Menon Wong moved. I think we're ready then for the question, if there are no other speakers. We'll start then with the motion by, we're going to deal with them 2, 3, 1? Correct. Okay, Councillor, the first motion on the table then is moved by Councillor Shiner. The City Manager's report included an analysis of comparable legislation in other municipal, provincial and federal jurisdictions. All those in favour? Opposed, if any? It's carried. We then move to motion 3, moved by Councillor Robinson, that the City Manager's report include clarifying whether the request for meetings resulted in actual meetings or phone calls with the councillor or their office staff. All those in favour? Opposed? Did you get that? It's carried. And then we have, as amended, the motion that the item be referred, this item be referred back to the City Manager for report back to the meeting of the Executive Committee with the December 1st, 2015 meeting of the Executive Committee with the request that stakeholder consultation be undertaken. We'll call the question on that. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. Now, what I would propose to do with the agenda, out of deference in part to people who are waiting to be heard and so on, is we would deal with, are we ready to deal with 8.1? No. So we deal first then with 8.9, and then we will move back, if we can, to 8.1, where there's just a motion, I think a fairly routine motion from, maybe not, Councillor McMahon, and then that would bring us, with all the things that have been dealt with already, to the Gardner Expressway tunneling, tolling, where I'm sure there may be the odd person who wants to. Beg pardon, Councillor? Oh, did you have one that you could put release? Sure, go ahead.
Sorry, I had the page here a moment ago. It is the one about, Michelle, it's yours. 8.33.
8.33, Director's Education?
Yeah.
That was held by Councillor Bardinetti?
No, that was held by me.
Oh, held by Councillor Thompson? Okay.
Yeah, I can release that.
And everybody's content with that? All right, then, to adopt the item, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried in. That's fine. We're done. Thank you. So, That would bring us then to 8.9, and that was held by, who remembers holding it? That's the Moss Park Recreation Center redevelopment.
Councillor Pasternak.
Held by Councillor Pasternak. But by all means, we can move to that. Are there any questions of members outside the committee? Councillor McConnell first, then we'll do that.
Yes, I have questions. Thank you very much. My understanding is that the original of this proposal was to go into the West Donlands. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Great. And as part of that, excuse me, the donor, considerable donor, decided that there was a fair number of things going into the West Donlands, and it was more appropriate to put it into a park in an area that had no revitalization. Is that kind of correct?
Through the chair, yes, there was much more of a placemaking opportunity at the Moss Park site.
Yes, and so in the original idea it would be a leverage for other things, but since the Pan Am Village had happened there, the Athletes Village, there was now this other opportunity in poor old Moss Park. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. As part of this, this is a considerable donation, is it not?
The individual donor has committed up to $33 million, and to assist with raising a second $33 million, so in total a $70 million commitment.
So on the table today is the opportunity for us to approve a revitalization of the facilities in Moss Park, the park of Moss Park, not the apartments, which is really where kids in my area learn to skate. So there are a whole bunch of things that happen in there, John Innes and so on. But this $70 million really is on the table. $33 million that they are writing the check for, and $33 million that they are committing to help raise for this 519 facility. Is that correct?
That's correct, and the report is requesting authority to continue with the due diligence to ensure that the site is, can accommodate all of the uses proposed.
Correct. I believe that this is also closer to the 519's, what would you call that, their kind of anchor site, is that correct?
Yes.
And 519 is an AOC, correct?
Yes, it is.
So it is a city agency, but it is allowed to raise by its particular designation, it is allowed to and is encouraged to raise additional monies from the private sector.
That is the basic framework of the relationship framework, and in fact, the 519 at this point, I believe, is raising $3 to $1, not including the donation that's the subject of this report.
Great. And finally, am I correct that John Innes is a priority center, and that we would continue to have the kinds of outreach into the homeless community that we have being run in that facility? So this does not preclude any of that or the Moss Park Arena skating.
Through the chair, that's correct. We would incorporate all the components that are currently being offered at John Innes and in the Moss Park area into the new development.
Last question. Are you satisfied and supportive of this report?
We are.
And from the city managers, from the perspective of social development, you are supportive of moving forward to consummate this deal. Is that right?
Yes, we believe the report recommends the next appropriate steps in taking due diligence to determine if it's workable.
Wow. Thank you very much. It's fabulous.
Can I just, it's slightly unorthodox, but I just want to make a point. I mean, before we go through 6 rounds of questioning, I mean, I don't think there's anybody who doesn't want to proceed to the next step. We're asked to approve a feasibility study. So I think your questions were valuable to put all that information on the table, but I just hope we're not going to go through 6 rounds of that questioning when I don't think there's anybody here who, in light of the generosity of this proposed donor, wants to not go the next step. So I mean, we'll see. Councillor Pasternak held it, and we'll see what he's got to say, but I just hope that we're not going to sit here and spend an hour on something where I think it's likely, but maybe I'm wrong. I just am so concerned with how we spend our time here. So anyway, we've got next from outside council. I think we had somebody else that had their hand up, if I'm not mistaken. No? Outside membership of this committee? Okay. I beg pardon? No, in the committee, we have, I think, did you have questions first, Councillor Pasternak? So we'll go ahead with that, and I think Councillor Shiner and Councillor Menonroy. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at the 2015 Parks, Forestry, and Recreation Analyst Notes, there were 443,000 hours of leisure drop-in recreation programs with 4.9 million visits. I'm just wondering how many people were refused programs based on sexual orientation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't say any have been refused programs through sexual orientation.
So probably 0 is an accurate number?
Correct, to our knowledge.
Yeah. In the same statistics, 614,000 hours of instructional recreation programs with 4.5 million visits is also listed here. I'm just wondering how many potential registrants or users were refused access to our centers based on sexual orientation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the best of my knowledge, none.
0 would probably be an accurate number. There's a budget line item here of $1 million to $1.6 million. We're very tight in PFR. What's the source of those revenues to continue the work on this project?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're not requesting significant dollars through PFNR at this point to work on the project. The feasibility planning for the project will be funded through the donor.
These are private sector.
That's correct.
Private sector members. If the center is ever built, will 519 Church be doing the programming or contributing to it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the operational model hasn't been determined yet. That will be part of the feasibility planning that we look at moving forward.
5-1 Church has hosted seminars on how to eliminate the State of Israel. Is this the kind of programming that we can expect in the future, or will there be restrictions on that?
I'm not familiar with the specific event you're talking about. My understanding is that the 519 meets all of the city requirements in terms of anti-discrimination. There are many different religious groups who meet in the building, including all faiths, and there have been no specific complaints that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. I had next Councillor Shiner.
All right, so what is the total estimated budget for this project at this time?
The original estimated budget when we were looking at the West Don Land site was approximately $100 million. The Moss Park site will involve, because we're replacing all existing programming at that site, we've ballparked 100 to 125. But again, we haven't done the deep due diligence. That's what this report is recommending we undertake to establish a hard figure for the cost.
So when you come back, and that's why I appreciate this, how definitive will the costs be? Because it's all too often that whatever we start with doesn't end up at the end costs, and we've experienced it numerous times.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there will be some more advanced capital costing that will be done through this due diligence period with some architectural consultants on board to more adequately frame out what some of those capital cost components will be. When we report back, we can report on what percentage completion those estimates are on. I couldn't say at this point what that would be.
I'm more interested in how we're going to cap the city's contribution to this, as Councillor Cressy has worked very hard on an item that's here in front of us with the Y to cap the city's contribution, so we know where that is finite, and if there are cost overruns, to know that the property taxpayers won't be subject to it. So
one of the other elements of the due diligence is to determine the development governance model And one of the goals that city staff have in that work is to achieve exactly that, Councillor, that we minimize the risk through the construction to the city.
So will you come back with a hard number that will be the maximum amount that the city will be responsible?
The arena, the and all of the other items around that point, and where it feeds into that operating model.
So I have a project that could cost as much as $125 million. The first contribution, which is quite generous, I understand, is $33 million. That's a commitment.
That's correct.
And then there's a desire to assist in raising another $33 million. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So that's 66, not 70 million. Where are the other 4 million?
Sorry, Councillor, I was estimating.
Well, 33 and
I rounded
33 is
it up.
66, and that seems to be my problem, is that as soon as we're estimating, the 66 is already 70, and the estimates aren't accurate. So we're talking at this point in time at only 50% of the cost possibly being covered, depending on what the actual cost is?
Councillor, we will undertake the due diligence to both establish the firm as possible, the costs of the project, as well as the fundraising strategies and any support that can be secured from other orders of government.
So of the General Manager of Parks and Recreation, is this project going to take precedent in capital funding from other projects?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's not the intention of the capital funding approach that will move forward. We are looking at potential state of good repair that would have been done on the existing facilities as a contribution to this project, but we're not looking at any other debt-funded sources that would move forward to fund this project.
Will you be bringing us back to the number of what you would have put into the project and when?
That would be correct. So
we'll
we would do
know.
that. There would also be an analysis around whether there are any, various section funds that are specific.
Certainly would find favor with one member of the committee and the chair and others if you were to put some of that, because to me, a feasibility study has to include just about every answer to every question you ask, and it's not here. The government funding part is, but you might want to have a motion that speaking time.
Sorry, Mayor Tory, I asked the question so we have the official record from the staff that all this will be there. I know we have a new city manager who's heard it, and I expect if staff are telling me that it will be there, it'll be there without my having to put a motion to that effect. If it's not there when the report comes back, then I would be asking the consideration of this committee to send it back, because what we're told will be there should be there, and if it's not, then we wouldn't be
Just trying to avoid exactly that scenario you just set out, because if you don't ask, sometimes it's not in the writing. But I hear what you're saying. All right, we have. Thank you very much. That was useful. We have Councillor Min Wong next. Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Yes, I'm glad to see this report. I've been asking for this feasibility study for quite some time. So the cost previously was $100 million, yes? Is that correct?
That was the estimate of the cost on the West Donland site.
So now we're kind of, in the report, we're kind of gently moving up to $125 million.
With the change of site, there are additional considerations. We were very hesitant to put any number in the report for this very reason. We will undertake the due diligence over the next year to come forward with a solid number.
Does that mean it could be more than $125 million?
Councillor, we haven't undertaken that work yet. I don't want to guesstimate at another number at this point.
Okay, so I'll take that as a possibly. So is it what 2/3 is coming from? How much are we committing to?
The funding model, the reports that on this issue previously to council have identified a funding model of 1/3 from the donor, 1/3 from other private sources, and 1/3 from government, with the 1/3 from government being split 3 ways. On the basis of that model, on the Moss Park site, the city commitment, both through the site and the existing capital funding associated with the site in the 10-year plan, would meet the 1/3 commitment. So that was the original funding model.
So on the original funding model with the original number, so 1/3 from other governments, so that leaves us on 100 million with 33, and if we get a third, if we're on the hook for a third of that, that means we were in for $11 million. Is that unreasonable to say?
Approximately, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so is that amount of money identified in the capital budget?
Through the chair, that would be any city contribution on the capital side. We would be looking, as I said, through ward-based reserve funds to fund that contribution.
Ward-based reserve?
Section 37, above 5%, those other sources of funding that are, specific to that particular area of the city.
So there's no money, we haven't earmarked any money in our capital budget for this project.
The only money that's earmarked in our capital budget is towards state of good repair for the existing John Ennis Community Center.
Okay.
And that's, I think, approximately $2 million in 2017. So if this project were to move forward, we would contribute what we would have to the state of good repair at John Ennis. It would actually be cost avoidance around, having to do those repairs by replacing it with a new facility.
All right. And so the feasibility study is going to take how long?
As the report indicates, it's an 18-month period.
Uh-huh. And we would see, that would increase the project, yes? The time, inflation, cost of building, yeah?
All of those things will be considered in the feasibility.
All right. Okay, thank you.
That was the end of the list I presently have for questions of staff. So I could move to speakers, on which I presently have nobody on the list to speak. I'm going to say a word or two. Would you want to speak, please, Deputy Mayor?
I think that all members of council are supportive of the project, but there are caveats and buts. And the buts are that, first of all, what we which is habitual here at City Hall, which we need to stop, is scope creep. So you see the 100 go to 125, and then it's going to go to 150, and who knows where it's going to go. Number one. Number two is, I think all members of council are concerned that this is going to bump other projects that might be in their wards, and that we're going to be on the hook. Right now, there's no money in there, and we've been told by staff that they're not going to take any money out of the capital budget. So I think there's a level of concern that staff stay by that commitment and move forward that way, and we don't want to see a big bill come in or a big ask to come in. And within that context, I'm happy to support the report, and I think we should carefully monitor this because finding 100, the thing about this is it looks like finding $125 million is really easy, but it's not. And so I think we have to watch this file very carefully.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think Toronto's record when it comes to inclusion and respect and tolerance is exemplary, and it's example throughout the world. Of the $4.9 million visits to our leisure drop-in recreation programs, there isn't one case of someone who was turned down by sexual orientation. Of the 4.5 million visits of instructional recreation programs across the city of Toronto, there isn't one case of a person being declined registration or use of our facilities by sexual orientation. We should be proud of this city and the great record we have in inclusion. The statistics show. Therefore, it's a little puzzling on why this is here. This seems to send a signal that we, in fact, need a safe space, that we are not getting the job done, and that we are not a city as a model for others, and I worry about that. I will echo some of the other concerns about scope creep. There are enormous pressures on our recreation capital budget and operating budgets, and it is extremely important that we be fair across the city. This catchment area, a little distance from where we're talking here, recently in the last 18 months opened a $17 million aquatic center, and it's really time to start sharing the wealth. And The other point I would make is while this $1 to $1.6 million is privately raised for a feasibility study, the report itself allocates city staff to help manage the project and to guide it. Now, when you go and try and get your projects moved forward, and there's a strain on our ability to scope, to cost, to issue RFPs, I'm not going to specifically, blame this project, but this is a contributing factor on why we can't move recreation programs for recreation projects forward, and why in fact, underserviced areas, which need these kinds of resources far more than this one, are not getting their fair share. I'm not going to be supporting this. I think this thing is going to turn into, it's already increased by $25 million. We don't know, I don't know what kind of guarantees are secured about private capital. I'm very concerned about the history of the 519 Church Group and some of the programming that they've run. So that is my position on that.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Any other speakers? Otherwise, I'll just say a word, and I think we'll move to the question. First of all, I certainly in the process of preparing for this meeting was the first to ask about what someone has referred to as scope creep, because I'd seen various reports on this written over time, and the numbers were starting to escalate. But to me, it just underlines the need to do exactly what this recommendation is proposing. And sometimes the speeches kind of, almost imply that we're approving it today or approving anything to do with it today. I don't think we're approving a penny. I will take your point about staff time. I think that's a fair point, but we're not approving a penny because even the feasibility study is being funded by the donor. And so I think that's good news for the city, but that feasibility study is urgent, and I will take pardon me, the advice of my learned friend, Councillor Shiner, that it is not necessary to put all the very valid questions he answered, which to me are to be the subject of the feasibility study, among other things, and I'm trusting that the answers to his questions will find their way into the report, because I, for one, would send it back if those questions were not answered. And I'm hoping it comes back and answers precisely some of the questions that Deputy Mayor Min-Wong and Councillor Shiner and others put, which is, how big is big and how big is enough, and how much is too much. And I would hope they could explore the question, for example, since we're counting on the other governments to come forward with some money to make this work to the $11 million type number, find out, are they interested in this project? And we can get a pretty hard indication from those governments, I think, if we start in an 18-month period, if we start now. But I'm going to support this because we're not committing to anything at this stage. And I'm certainly committing to take a positive look at a project that I think will be positive for the downtown. With respect to the question of inclusion, Councillor Pasternak, I will only say that I believe that this project we should look at as a project that's going to be good for the city, and that if it is something that is spearheaded by the LGBTQ community, I'm assuming that there will be no people more committed to inclusion at that project and making sure it's for everybody, albeit that they've spearheaded it, than they will be for obvious reasons. So I'm not at this moment in time at all concerned about that. In fact, I'm delighted at the fact that that community and one member of that community has come forward and offered the city $33 million, and I can assure you, knowing who that person is, it's a hard commitment. It is something that the person can honor and intends to honor and is hugely enthusiastic. So to me, what we're doing here by having a feasibility study and answering all of these questions, especially with regard to our own contribution and what the limits are on that and what we get for our money and so on, is the least we should do when someone comes forward and offers us $33 million for a facility that will be helpful to the whole community. So I will support this because I just think it's responsible, exactly what's being done here. And I'm taking it that all the stuff that Councillor Shiner talked about is by virtue of this osmosis that he referred to included in what people understand to be a feasibility study, and all those questions will be answered as best the staff can. Did you want to speak, Councillor Shiner?
Briefly. So, Mayor Tory, I did have a sidebar conversation with the General Manager of Parks and Recreation, who understands his interest in those questions and says they will be answered as it goes forward, which I appreciate. I think it's necessary to know what the city's commitment is in this. The other issue that still is here, and I understand Councillor Pasternak raising it, is when do you take a public facility and change what the use of it might have been? Because this was going to be a new facility, standalone, and not an existing facility, and the Moss Park was going to be refurbished to some extent anyways through the taxpayer? And that is, to me, another very important question. Because today we'll be dealing, as I said, with one where the YMCA wishes to go into a building that the city is selling the property of, but that's new. That doesn't exist. That's not the taking over of an existing facility and possibly changing the management of it. And then what if we continue to get requests, which I've had from members of my community, for a women's only or a men's only or a religious or faith-based organization facility? It's not dissimilar to doing it for the LGBTQ community as well. So I think we have to be very careful as we go forward with this to make sure that if we are going to allow this to be as part of a city facility, not only do we know the full cost implications, but we know the other implications of those that may come to us and said, well, you did it there, so now I'm going to give you some money and pay a portion of the funding to change another existing facility. And I think what Councillor Pasternak is raising is the fact that everyone should be able to access and feel comfortable in all the facilities that the city operates right across the city of Toronto, and not feel that one is designated for one religious type or one particular type of person, that they're city-owned facilities and everyone's welcome. And I would like to hear that resolved and some questions to that when that final report or more information comes forward.
Well, just because we're at the stage where people are speaking, can I take it as notice, and maybe Ms. Romoff or Mr. Brillinger, that question again that you just put will be under the same process as osmosis addressed in the report? Because you mentioned governance earlier on. I've got at least that head nod over there, so I'll take that by virtue of that mystical process you referred to, that it will be answered.
I'm trusting of our staff. They do mean to do well.
Thank you.
And I appreciate all the hard work that they do.
Are there any further speakers? All right. Well, then I'll put the question. The recommendations are for they're as written, and I'll ask all those in favor. Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Still not ready on 8.1, so we are. Well, somebody's not. All right. 8.1, we had there, I guess we'll start. There are no deputations. I'll start with questions of staff. This is on the 5-year review of the City of Toronto Act, which many of the councillors have been involved in with our staff. Are there any questions of staff from members outside of the committee? Councillor Deputy Mayor McConnell. No, you don't have one? You do? Oh, not to worry.
So it's on the revenue tools.
Oh, okay,
Can
go
I
ahead.
ask a question on the revenue tools? Is that right? Who am I asking of it? Okay. So one of the things that I thought was glossed over a little bit, and I'd like to hear why, is the hotel tax, which has up to now been a tax that is discretionary and that goes directly to Tourism Toronto. And whether or not there's a different way of managing that so that Tourism Toronto would still have access to tourism money, but that the city, like all other big cities, would have a hotel tax that goes to support our economic development as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe Mr. Hatton and Mr. Fry are going to speak to that issue.
Great.
Sure. Under the current act, the hotel tax, Councillor, is specifically prohibited.
Correct.
So we formulated our report on that basis.
So perhaps you misunderstood what I was asking. What I was asking was, why are we accepting that it's prohibited, and we are not actively going after a tax that all other large cities have, and which would enable us to bring in considerable amount of money, because currently it is a discretionary tax. It is not an imposed tax. So most hotels do not charge it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did hear significant input through our review process about the hotel tax or lodging tax, and we noted that in the report. However, all of the revenue tools we have suggested in the report be referred to the long-term financial plan, the development of the long-term financial plan, so all of the revenue tools can be considered in context. That will come back to council later in the fall. And then that will be able to be submitted to the province in time for the CODA review.
Great. So in fact, the hotel tax is still in play, if I could put it that way, and will be reported back through council in time
Yes.
for us to make submissions on COTA. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor. I don't need to speak. That's good.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Other questions from members not on the committee? All right, then we can move to questions of staff on 8.1 from members of the committee. Are there any? Councillor Pasternak?
Just very briefly, maybe it's more of a technical question. I'm reading the report on page 8. I understand revenue tools are not before us. And I quote, "Council decisions related to revenue tools will be forwarded to the province of Ontario as an addendum to the city's submission following council's consideration of the long-term fiscal plan." When is that coming, and when will we?
The long-term financial plan is expected in November, and we have spoken with the province about the ability to submit the council decisions on the revenue tools at that time to the process. Even though it's after the October 31st deadline, as the mayor noted earlier, there will still be opportunity to submit further comments.
So that won't, so currently, policy but not revenue tools are for us, and we have not, the ship has not sailed on revenue tools. We will be able to deal with that at a future date.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Other questions of staff with respect to this matter? All right, then, that would bring us to speakers from outside of the committee. Seeing none, Councillor McConnell, Deputy Member McConnell said she didn't need to speak. Councillors inside the committee. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Pasternak.
Great, so I have a motion. All right, so the first two items deal with leveling the playing field, and the third item deals with engaging our youth. So number one should come as no surprise to anyone here. So I'm a big believer in term limits, as are many Torontonians. Number two, this one is a little tricky. So what happens is sometimes people declare at the last minute, the last day, and others who were running, candidates, would have bowed out had they known that person was going to declare, and they couldn't because it's the same day. So it's just logistics just to have the withdrawal period or final date 1 week after the date to declare. All right? And the last one is to deal with the proxy schmozzle, colossal schmozzle. So if you have any, for those of you my vintage who maybe have kids heading off to university or already there, or away at school or away traveling, it is a complete schmozzle to get your kids to vote. So unless, so first of all, the proxy forms do not come out till after the kids have gone away to school. The advanced polls are usually, one is on the weekend after Thanksgiving weekend when the kids come home at Thanksgiving. So unless you're going to schlep yourself down to City Hall or a civic center to pick up a proxy form, then fire it off in the mail to your university student, college student, student living abroad, and in hopes that they send it back to you with a copy of some photo ID. Then you schlep yourself back down to City Hall or a civic center to get it notarized by clerks, and then you take it to the polling station to vote. Who's going to do that? Anyone in this room? Because I'm not. And so that's just cleaning up the proxy system, looking for a review on that. All right, so those are mine. I'd love support, especially on number one.
Thank you very much, Councillor McMahon. We had Councillor Pasternak next, and then Councillor Palacio on the speaker's list. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the clerk could put my motion. It is related primarily, or if not entirely, to the Municipal Elections Act. I think we have to make some essential revisions to the legislation as we go forward. I would ask staff to include this in their submissions, that only residents whose principal residence is located in the City of Toronto are eligible as a candidate for municipal elections in the 2010 election. A third of the 12 candidates who ran in Ward 10 did not live in Toronto. That only donors whose principal residence is located in the City of Toronto are eligible for the donation rebate program. They are free to donate across Ontario, but the rebate program be restricted to the taxpayers of Toronto. That the harmonized sales tax does not count as a candidate's campaign spending limit, and that the fourth one refers to the ability to deal with the expenses of compliance audit requests. If someone makes a request to the compliance audit committee, retaining legal counsel is probably about $10,000. If they proceed with a complete audit, it's about $45,000. I've seen a number of these requests. They are vindictive, they're petty, they're political, and the system is flawed. So from that point of view, I would simply ask that these recommendations go forward to the province, and hopefully we can get the kind of legislative changes that we desperately need. Regarding the City of Toronto Act, the key area that I'm most interested in is revenue tools, but that is not before us, and that'll be coming at another time. It is time that the non-residents who come in on our roads, into our facilities and so forth, help us, the taxpayers of Toronto, pay for these remarkable facilities in one way or another. The residents of Toronto are at their limit when it comes to taxation, and we must build a revenue stream that encourages visitors to pay their fair share. I would simply say with Councillor McMahon's motion, it all looks great except for term limits, which have proven to be undemocratic, which have not worked in many jurisdictions, and have in areas where you have a state assembly, for instance, and a municipal government that in fact have term limits. The elected representatives switch positions at the end of their term limits, and then take a new position in an elected body. I think it's a flawed system that doesn't lend itself to the open democratic process that we want here in Toronto. In 2010 election, we had 14 new councillors that came on board. In the 2014 election, we had 6 new councillors that came on board, and a new mayor. I think the system rejuvenates ideas, brings on new people, and we have to let the people decide, not the laws of the land.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. We have next to speak Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the following, that City Council requests the City Manager to include the following comments in the submission made to the Province of Ontario related to the Municipal Elections Act. Number 1, that the resolution passed by Council in June 2013 to allow permanent residents the right to vote in municipal elections be further explored, where the necessary legislation applies to provincial elections as well. Number 2, that the province consider the resolution passed in July 2010 by City Council to initiate electoral reform to institute a permanent municipal voters list, comply and maintained by an organization such as Elections Ontario. Mr. Mayor and members of the committee, I believe that with regards to one of the recommendations is that to amend the necessary legislation to allow permanent residents to vote and to have the right to vote, I think that's it's extremely important. But and also with regards to the voters list, and that was a resolution passed by City Council in July 2010, is in terms of to initiate an electoral reform to provide the City of Toronto with a permanent municipal voters list that's compiled and maintained by an organization such as Elections Ontario. I think we all know how inaccurate the voters list at the municipal level is, and we have gone through that, and that creates a lot of confusion. It's too outdated, so it's important to have the same kind of information that the other levels have. Now, one of the things that I wanted to mention is, as we know, we are going through the boundary changes review, which is underway, and that's going to alter the current boundary systems, and that's going to create further I think that discontent or content at whatever level within council. As with regards to my recommendations there, as an immigrant myself, Mr. Mayor and members of council, I know how important it is and how important it is for taxpayers to be part of the decision making. But I also understand the importance of Canadian citizenship and the rights and freedoms that come along with it. We have a Charter of Rights and Freedoms that's very clear, where we have freedoms, but we also have obligations. I, for one, have done 17 Canadian citizenship classes within my work and 12 throughout the city of Toronto. It doesn't benefit me personally, but I think that's how important it is. If we're serious about Canadian citizenship, let's do what's right. So it's not that I'm against that, and I understand that people want to have that sense of freedom and to vote, but also I'm concerned that in the absence of citizenship, when it comes to the voting process, there will be some level of manipulation and corruption as it has happened in the past. And that's going to be a real challenge to control that. So that's, we all know that even with Canadian citizens, people have to produce 2 pieces of personal information to be allowed to vote. So from that perspective, I think that's going to create another challenge to us. And with regards to the ranked ballot that's within the report, just one simple comment. I believe that it's important and critical that before the implementation of the ranked ballot in Toronto, that the same kind of principle be implemented at the provincial level. Let them do it as well, so we have one system for all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. That would bring us to the end of the speakers list that I have at present. I'm sorry, Councillor Thompson.
I just wanted to
Councillor DeGiorgio, sorry.
Thank you. I don't have any motions to move because I wanted simply to thank the staff, actually, for the work that they've actually done in terms of bringing this report forward. I know that there were a tremendous amount of consultation that took place, and I gave, like many others, the staff some ideas in terms of some of the issues that I was concerned with, and I see that some of them are contained in the document that's actually here. I was very pleased with respect to their specific interest in terms of listening to the concerns that we had, and I simply wanted to thank them for a really good document that's in front of us. This is a work in progress. Every 5 years we'll have reviews. There'll be all manner of change and amendments coming forward and so on, but I just wanted to say I thank the staff for actually listening because many of the items are actually contained in the report here. So.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Then we had Councillor DeGiorgio to speak, and Deputy Mayor Wong after that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to make a couple of quick comments because, to be honest, I've always had trouble with the City of Toronto Act and when it was introduced and the reasons it was introduced, but I won't go into great detail. The public service bylaw is going to be enacted at the end of this year. And the public service bylaw that we adopted last year essentially says that we should strengthen the separation between the administrative component and the political component. And I've always said that we don't need to strengthen, we need to find an appropriate balance. And I think that's what's being proposed here, to ask the province to find an appropriate balance. But I think it's within our power to amend the public service bylaw that we adopted last year to accomplish that balance prior to it becoming enacted at the end of this year, December 31st. one of the problems I've had in my area, Mr. Mayor, and it really is a direct function of what happened in North York when I was chair of planning at the end of the 1990s. We actually adopted at the beginning of 2000, I wasn't here for the first 3 years of the amalgamated council. We actually approved up in the North York area a permit development system. And that it puts councillors really at a huge disadvantage. We are currently, as a matter of fact, last year we adopted citywide a permit development system. And what it did for me in the last 15 years is that people establish a use on a property, and it's not legal at the time they establish it, but it becomes sort of accepted as an actual use. And then they make an application to essentially say, look, I've been doing this thing for quite a while. Let me permanentize that use. And so I find myself that we permanentized a number of illegal uses in my ward. And what happens when you have an application that permanentizes illegal uses is that you don't get any Section 37 benefits. So for the last 15 years in my area, I had an accumulative total of $75,000 for Section 37 benefits. And so I have huge concerns with that. Lastly, let me finish on this note. For me, it's very important that I know what my legal rights are as a councillor when I appear before the Ontario Municipal Board. I've appeared on many occasions. Very rarely have I lost, notwithstanding. Now, I'm going to be, just recently, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Mayor, 2 years ago, I was at the board, and a decision was made by the board. About 2 weeks later, after I got the decision, I went to Community Council and I said, adopt this decision by the board, let the applicant get a building permit. Lo and behold, no building permit. 2 years later, there's a new application that proceeds to the board. I know nothing about it. And the board and the city get together, city staff, not council. Now it's totally in the hands of city staff. They've issued a conditional building permit. And why would you have to issue a conditional building permit when I offered to give you a permanent building permit 2 years ago? The reason is that the zoning application is a bit different. They will argue it's not. But I can tell you there's a section in the City of Toronto Act, and I'll give you directly, Section 113.1, that basically says that you can rezone a property by merely referring to it in a different way, by giving it, although it's the same address. For example, in my case, Mr. Mayor, one application says this refers to the properties at 2522 to 2542 Keele Street. The second application, approved by the board, the most recent one, refers to the same property as 2522. That constitutes a zoning amendment. It's not evident, but I can tell you from my experience, I know that it constitutes a zoning amendment. So I have these huge problems. Bottom line, what they're entitled to is a density of 2.2. They'll end up at 2.8. That's not evident. All I need to do, Mr. Mayor, is to see the zoning that was approved by the board. And I don't have a copy, no information. So I've had about 4 of those over the last little while. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think I can do anything to prevent the province from continuing to do this, by the way. They're not going to change the development definition.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. We have Deputy Mayor Menon-Wong to speak.
Not so much to speak. I just want a clarification on Councillor Palazzio's motion number 1. I didn't quite understand. I don't understand what he's looking for. This is that the resolution passed by Council in June 2013 to allow permanent residents the right to vote in municipal elections be further explored. I think there's a D missing. Where the necessary legislation applies to provincial. I don't understand what that means.
If you think, Councillor, if you refer to attachment number 4 and the last paragraph of the page where it refers to voters list, City Council decision July 6, 7, 8, 10, and 2010 to initiate electoral reform to institute the permanent municipal voters list compiled and maintained by an organization such as Elections Ontario. and there you have the link. So it went to City Council, but we never had a response from the province on this. So it was a request put by City Council, and so this is the time maybe to remind them that's important to City Council. It's attachment 4 of the report. And that's page number 1, at the bottom of the page.
All right. Okay. I think what the councillor is seeking, and it might be useful for all the members of the committee, Councillor Palazzo, is just, so we have that in front of us, attachment 4, the third item down here, allow permanent residents to write the vote, and you are seeking what? Because it's just, I'm not sure it's entirely clear from the wording.
Well, the only thing that I'm adding onto it is that if that legislation is going to be allowed at the municipal level, and I believe that should apply also at the provincial level, we're dealing with the same taxpayers. And that would be more consistent and less confusing when we go to the doors and when we're talking to our constituents.
So is it, I just suggest, is it going to clarify it a bit for people who are asking, including myself, whether it says further explored as to whether the necessary legislation should also apply or necessary change should also apply to provincial elections?
So
that's really what
that's a request to them, yes, Mr. Mayor.
So I don't know whether you want to just change the wording a little.
You're not doing anything to apply to the arranged, so City Council decided that they wanted to ask the province for the right to allow permanent residents to vote, yes?
Either we can go along with what's here, what was approved by council, if they adopt it, or simply we want to be a little bit more proactive and to have the same system that applies to all. It doesn't hurt to ask them to explore the possibility to apply the same rules to them as well.
Oh, so you want them to give the right to vote to permit, so you basically say, so the seniors, comments, well, you know what? Well, so you want the city manager to say that if it applies to us, it should apply to you?
You should explore that.
You should explore that. That's all you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. What's good for one is good for all.
Thank you.
All right. All right. I think we have exhausted the speakers list on this, if I'm not mistaken, and we're ready to deal with the different questions in front of us. And the first motion is the motion put by Councillor McMahon. And we'll vote then on each of the three parts separately. You have the motion there in front of you.
Can I have a recorded vote on number 1, please?
All right. So we have motion 1, section 1, term limits for all municipal elected officials be considered, and this is to be part of our submission to the province of Ontario. All those in favor? Recorded vote. Oh, yes, recorded vote. Right.
All those in favor of part 1 of the motion by Councillor McMahon? Councillor Bylaw, Councillor McMahon, Mayor Tory, Councillor Robinson. All those opposed? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Palazzo, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Thompson. The motion, part 1 of the motion by Councillor McMahon fails.
No comment. Okay. Then that brings us to clause 2, the registration date for candidates as part of the motion from Councillor McMahon.
I think we could probably take 2 and 3 together, I think, right?
You want that one recorded too?
No.
All right. Well, I'm happy then if we just, on clauses 2 and 3 taken together. Oh, you did. Oh, fine. Then we'll deal with all 3 then. But we don't need a recorded vote, or we want one on 2 and 3? No. I don't think we need one. So let's just say all in favor of 2. Opposed? Carried. And then 3, the proxy voting procedure review. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, that's motion 1, and that brings us then to motion 2, which comes from Councillor Pasternak. Do we want these dealt with together? People are all right? We deal with all as one? All right, I'm ready to call the question then. All those in favor of the motion by Councillor Pasternak? You want it separated? Oh, all right. Then that would bring us to clause 1, residents, principal residents in Toronto be allowed to be candidates. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Donors, principal residents, clause 2. All those in favor? Opposed? So do you want, can we just have that one more time to count, because it's going to, I think, did you? No. Happy to do that. Recorded vote on Clause 2.
On Part 2 of the motion by Councillor Pasternak, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor McMahon, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson. All those opposed? Councillor Bylaw, Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Thompson. 6-6. Loses on a tie. Part 2 of the motion.
All right, yes, indeed.
Sorry, part 2 of the motion by Councillor Pasternak loses on a tie, 6-6.
All right, then that brings us to Clause 3, harmonized sales tax on spending limits. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. And then we have the reopening of campaigns to cover fees for compliance audits, number 4. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. All right. Then we come to motion number 3, Councillor Palazzo's motion. I'd like to ask these be split if I can do that. I think I can from the chair. We have all those in favor of Clause 1 to do with the exploration of provincial voting rights. Opposed? Nobody wants to vote.
We need to vote.
Sorry, all right, in favor? There was only one. I saw one. Okay, 2. There we are. Okay. This is in favor. Yes, all right, that's fine. In favor? All right. Opposed? Not sure. Did you get a count? Okay, and we'll try it one more time. In favor? In favor. Put your hands up if you're in favor of Clause 1 that has to do with provincial voting rights and consideration of that for non-residents. See, I'm not happy. I tried to hint at the wording being approved, but it is here and it's as is, so. All right, it's pretty clear you're either in favor of this or not. It's not clear what the wording is, but I think it's clear the intent. And we can either have it amended now or not. But I mean, we're calling the question right now, so. Let's do it one more time. This is the last time. All those in favor of Councillor Palazzio's Clause 1 of his motion number 3. I'm not in favor, so all right. There we go. What? You want it now recorded? All right. All right, go ahead.
All those in favor of Part 1 of the motion by Councillor Palacio? Councillor Bylaw, Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Thompson. All those opposed? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Crawford, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Robinson. Motion carries.
All right, and then we have the permanent voters list, Clause 2 of Councillor Palazzio's motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. So that would bring us then to the item as amended, and I will ask, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. So that brings us to 8.12, the Gardner Expressway Strategic Rehabilitation Plan Procurement Strategy. We have a staff presentation first, I believe.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of Executive Committee and visiting councillors. I'm Joe Farag, the Director of Corporate Finance, and joining me to my immediate left is Michael DeAndrea. He's the Executive Director of Engineering and Construction Services. And my immediate right is Mr. Rob Hatton. He's the Director of Strategic Initiatives, and he's been working on this project for about a year now. As you know, Mr. Mayor, your committee has 3 separate reports dealing with the Gardiner. Our presentation deals with item EX 8.12, the rehab plan and procurement strategy. We have some 30-some-odd slides, and I know that you have a very busy agenda, so we'll try to go through it as quickly as possible. Mr. DeAndre will take you through the background and project details. I'll discuss the procurement options and provide an overview of the financial implications. And then Mr. DeAndre will close by providing an overview of the project governance and next steps. Over to you, Mike.
Okay, thanks very much, Joe, and good morning to the committee and Mr. Mayor. Just as Joe mentioned, I'll take you through a bit of background in terms of the strategic rehabilitation plan that was approved by council last year, just to provide some context in terms of what you have before you as far as the procurement strategy is concerned. So the strategy, the overarching strategic plan, took a look at the entire Gardiner, and that's 18 kilometers extending from 427 over to the DVP. It's important to make a distinction from the standpoint that we have an at-grade section, which is 11 kilometers long, extending from 427 over to about Dufferin Street, and then from there we go elevated right over to the DVP. Also, frame of reference, there are 32 structures that are often forgotten about, and they consist of bridges, retaining walls, and culverts, even at the at-grade section. And then on the elevated, the 7-kilometer stretch includes 335 spans, so consider them to be mini bridges, if you will. The strategic plan took us to 25 years, over the 25 years, basically to identify what the rehabilitation needs that we would foresee based on comprehensive condition assessment data that we had at that time. So the typical cross-section of one of the elevated, through the elevated section. I just want to highlight the fact that key points of reference. We have a steel reinforced concrete deck with steel reinforced parapet wall or concrete barrier wall on the sides, resting on top of steel girders for most of the expressway, and all of that then resting on top of what we call bents, and the bents are formed by having a steel reinforced concrete pier cap over top of a series of columns. So that's a typical cross-section. So in terms of the condition assessment key findings, again, going back to our report last year, for the elevated section, a key point here is the fact that the concrete deck and the barrier walls are in poor condition and nearing the end of their service life. Some of the bents require extensive concrete repair, and the steel girders are in good condition but will need to be recoated within the next 25 years. Other elements of the structure, including T-beams and concrete box girders, are in good to moderate shape, but they only represent about 20% of the structure. So far as the at-grade section is concerned, concrete repair work is required on various bridge structures, pavement resurfacing and reconstruction is required, and various road safety improvements such as median replacements is required. We also incorporated recommendations from recently completed environmental assessments from Kipling Avenue to Park Lawn, the Kipling Avenue-Islington Avenue interchange, and the York Bay Young Ramp. In terms of our plan last year, we proposed 2 options. One is the conventional construction, which is taking place right now on the west deck just by Exhibition Place, versus an accelerated approach. Key advantages here using prefabricated units is the fact that the construction is less weather dependent. You can pretty much run the construction for most of the year, mitigates noise, dust, and vibrations. You construct with the highest quality end product because the product is manufactured in a prefabrication facility, quality controlled environment with the best products. Traffic delays and public inconvenience are minimized because it is an accelerated approach. On the flip side, you're paying an upfront cost premium because of this type of construction. And there are unforeseen risks because this is inherently a new approach that hasn't been utilized through a downtown core as we have with the Gardiner. Schematically, this is what it looks like up in the top right-hand section. You basically saw cut out sections of the deck complete with the girders, and you hoist them, you remove them off off of the Gardner, and you replace them with prefabricated sections, deck as well as girder. The prefabricated sections are manufactured in a prefabrication facility. And they're hoisted on site, delivered to site and hoisted back into place to replace the section that was removed. In terms of a cost analysis, this shows the overall cost impacts. If you take a look at the blue is the upfront capital cost, and you'll note that the conventional, the accelerated is about $100 million more than the conventional over the 25-year implementation of the strategic plan. What we've shown in orange is the traffic impact. That was assessed on the assumption that taking 2 lanes out of traffic is going to introduce an additional 30-minute queue or additional queue time for the commuters coming in and out of the downtown core. Factored at a $20 per hour in terms of an assessment of loss of productivity, that translates to an estimate, and so looking at constructing via the accelerated within 12 years versus conventional in 20 years, the traffic impact was assessed to be $3 billion less for the accelerated in comparison to the conventional. So council decision last year was they approved the accelerated construction approach. They asked us to report back with the procurement approach and project delivery schedule, as well as a multi-year cash flow requirements and financing strategy, which is really the basis of today's report. We also directed us to update the strategic rehabilitation plan to account for the Gardner East EA preferred option and proceed with the conventional construction, as I noted, for this first section, which is the westerly down by the exhibition grounds. In addition to that, just to pick up where I left off with respect to the Gardner East EA, as you know that study is underway. The limits of the project are from Jarvis over to the DVP, about 2.4 kilometers of the 7-kilometer elevated section, i.e. about 1/3 of the entire length of the elevated section. The EA was begun in 2009. And I need to highlight the fact that given the condition of the deck and the parapet walls, we undertook interim repairs to extend the service life of that section of the Expressway to the year 2020, at which point we were expecting to implement whatever the outcome of the environmental assessment. We spent $9 million in interim repairs. It's foreseen that come this fall, we'll probably have another procurement for an additional $5 million. And again, it's just to make sure that that section of the Gardner Expressway remains safe. In terms of the EA, there are 3 hybrid design alternatives that are being under consideration. It'll be the subject of a report before Public Works and Infrastructure Committee tomorrow. But the bottom line, Council in June of 2015 approved the hybrid option, which basically preserves the existing continuous connection to the DVP, maintains the elevated section as is west of Cherry Street, and the Gardner East traffic would descend to grade at Cherry Street. As well, what this is going to require is a complete redecking of the existing elevated expressway east of Jarvis Street and the addition of 2 new ramps, and then the realignment of Lakeshore Boulevard from Cherry Street to the Don River. In terms of the revised strategic rehabilitation plan, it incorporates the hybrid option for the elevated section, just to make this now complete as one complete project from 427 over to the DVP. And it's important to note that for the purposes of our procurement analysis, we used the base case hybrid option that was presented to Council in June of 2015. The hybrid design alternatives may incur higher capital costs over the base cost, but procurement option is not expected to be affected by the choice of the hybrid option design. In terms of procurement options from engineering and engineering construction services, most of the construction projects that we let are typically design, bid, build. That's basically 2 phases to the project: the front-end engineering design, followed by procurement for the construction, and basically it's a 2-step process. The 12-year implementation schedule that I highlighted in our strategic rehabilitation plan considered the design, bid, build approach, the very conventional, into a series or packets of construction projects with that front-end engineering design followed by construction. There is another alternative which we used in some projects, and that's design build. And in this particular case, one competitive procurement is used to hire a private sector firm to undertake the engineering design as well as the construction at a fixed fee. This could provide an opportunity for further compression of the schedule. And with that, I'll turn it over to Joe, who will walk you through the alternative financing and procurement options that were considered.
Thank you, Michael. So AFP is another term for public-private partnerships, or P3s. It's extensively used across Ontario on large, complex projects. It is really important, however, to note that AFP is not privatization. The Expressway will always remain in the city's ownership, and we will have full control with respect to all aspects of the roadway. AFP is also not a funding tool. We'll continue to be responsible for funding the costs of the rehab, as well as the ongoing operations and maintenance. AFP simply is a way of combining different stages of infrastructure development costs onto one company that will work as one team to complete the project. AFP is also a way of transferring project risks to the party that is best able to manage those risks. We've looked at two AFP models, design, build, finance, and design, build, finance, operate, and maintain, often referred to as DBFOM. The design, build, finance approach places responsibilities for project financing, as well as the engineering, design, and construction with the contractor. The city is not required to make any payments until construction is substantially completed. In this way, the contractor has an incentive to complete the project as expeditiously as possible. This can achieve further schedule compression. The DBFOM, on the other hand, adds to that approach the operations and maintenance component, and that is typically done by way of contract, and there will be ongoing financing costs that will have to be paid over the concession term of the contract, which is typically over a 30-year period. The next slide illustrates the roles and responsibilities of the contractors under different procurement options. As you can see, under the AFP approach, we ensure that there's tight integration of all project delivery work, so that we have the designers, the engineers, the constructors, the operations and maintenance groups, as well as, most importantly, the lenders, are all part of one team. And as a result, many, if not most, of the interface challenges and coordination risk that's associated with a traditional DBB approach are eliminated by the use of AFP. The next slide highlights some of the benefits of the design, bid, finance, operate, and maintain approach. These include potential for acceleration of the construction, and we've had a number of meetings with industry participants, and there was general consensus that a DBFOM approach may in fact accelerate construction by as much as six additional years. Other benefits would include improved schedule certainty, potential for greater innovation and design, and better long-term warranty post-completion. These benefits principally arise because the contractor's money, in effect, as well as the contractor's lender's money, is at risk. Insofar as the city makes absolutely no payments during the construction, there's a powerful incentive for the contractor, or often referred to as Project Co, to complete the work on time and on budget. Finally, the most important reason for recommending this approach is that it is in fact a requirement for federal funding. P3 Canada has indicated to us and have made it abundantly clear that their funding contribution, which is estimated at $800 million, is a condition, is only going to be forthcoming if we elect to proceed with this approach. Another requirement of P3 Canada is that we conduct a value for money analysis. And this value for money analysis is a decision-making tool that effectively compares different project delivery options. We have now received the value for money analysis that was prepared by IO in consultation with EY and a number of other consulting firms. And that value for money analysis indicates that we are better off in the order of, to the tune of $500 million expressed in present value terms if we proceed with this approach as compared to a traditional approach. Now, I know that the methodology sometimes is viewed as suspect because it relies on a number of factors, including some subjective factors. Nonetheless, IO has indicated that this is the best tool that they have at their disposal today, and this is in fact a requirement of P3 Canada, again, as a condition of their funding approval. I should also note that the provincial auditor conducted a review of IO's AFP projects. That was done in December of 2014. The AG at that time, the provincial AG at that time, reviewed some 74 projects and concluded that the province, in effect, paid almost $8 billion more than would have been the case under the traditional procurement approach. IO doesn't deny that. In fact, they agree with the AG's conclusions. However, they have asserted that across the same 74 projects, IO was able to shift more than $15 billion of project risks to the public sector, or sorry, to the private sector, away from the public sector. In effect, the province has paid $8 billion to shift $15 billion in risks, and therefore, according to IO, provincial taxpayers are $7 billion better off for it. The provincial AG also acknowledged in her report that the AFP projects were, for the most part, on time and on budget, but there were issues with IO's methodology, and IO has subsequently acknowledged those deficiencies, which have led to improvements in the approach, the value for money approach. The following chart illustrates for you, Mr. Mayor, provides a summary, I should say, of the established or the estimated capital costs of the Gardner rehab. The total costs are expressed in nominal dollars, as spent dollars. They amount to approximately $2.6 billion. And when you factor in the expected contributions from the federal government, our estimated net cost to the city is in the order of $1.7 billion. These are preliminary estimated capital costs, and they are based on Class C estimates. With respect to our 10-year capital program, we expect to require $1.4 billion over the next 10 years. The bulk of that capital requirement will come in 2023, 2024, when a substantial completion payment estimated at $1.2 billion will be required. This next slide illustrates for you the overall estimated contract value with a 30-year concession. Again, the bulk of the capital requirement will come in 2023, 2024, when a substantial payment representing 85% of the capital cost is to be made. The remainder of the contract value is amortized over a 30-year period and will commence in 2024. We're recommending that IO be retained as our procurement lead. IO has significant success with AFP procurement processes and the preparation of project contracts. Also, bidders across the province are now familiar with IO and its processes and documents, which should lead to much better outcomes. I should note that IO is a nonprofit entity, and its fees represent the recovery of its costs, and there is no built-in profit margin that's added to the fee. We estimate that the upset limit of that fee will be sufficient to cover their services, and that amount is relatively, we think, is reasonable relative to the $3 billion plus overall contract amount. In fact, if we had to replicate IO services in-house or acquire those services from another third party, the cost would be substantially higher than those estimated. Finally, Mr. Mayor, we are also recommending that additional advisors be retained for technical support with an upwards or cost estimate of about $40 million. We're recommending all of these costs, as well as the financial estimates that I've highlighted, be referred to Budget Committee for its consideration as part of the 2016 budget approval process.
We did undertake public consultation as directed by council, and the public consultation was really to provide some input in terms of the implementation of our strategic plan and the potential use of a P3 model for its implementation. So the consultation also included an Ipsos Reid survey of 1,000 residents across the city, an online survey of over 230 respondents, and 2 public consultation sessions. highlighted on this slide are some of the feedback that we received. By and large, the general feeling from the public was that they wanted to ensure that the rehabilitation of the Gardner was completed on time and on budget, and that the project delivery was indifferent so far as the public was concerned, whether it be delivered through conventional procurement or via P3. Also wanted to make sure that the construction work is undertaken is of high quality and to minimize traffic congestion. In terms of a project procurement governance structure, this is what we propose. So at the bottom, basically the 3 series of boxes represent the project team, representing city staff, Infrastructure Ontario, and the external advisors that Joe mentioned. That project team would be reporting to 3 division heads, myself as the Executive Director, Engineering Construction Services, Steve Buckley as the General Manager of Transportation Services, and Joe Frag as the Executive Director of Corporate Finance, who would then be reporting to our City Manager, Deputy City Manager Cluster B, and the Deputy City Manager and CFO, who ultimately would be reporting to this committee and then Council. Project timelines. From the standpoint of where we are now, we'd be looking at preparing the procurement documents this year. Then we would then proceed to the procurement of the preferred consortia in 2016, with a recommendation of a contract award to Council in 2017. Construction could begin as early as 2018, with a completion schedule somewhere between 2023 and 2024. So the recommendation just in the report summarized on this slide. First and foremost, implement the strategic rehabilitation plan using a design, build, finance, operate, and maintain procurement approach. Submit the business case to P3 Canada and Infrastructure Canada requesting 1/3 funding. Make a formal submission to the province seeking 1/3 funding from the province. Enter an agreement with Infrastructure Ontario for assistance with the procurement approach. And then submit our proposed cash flows and funding sources as part of the 2016 budget process. And then ultimately report back to this committee and Council on the results of the procurement process and to seek authority to award the contract before we proceed to design and construction. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our group of public servants for that presentation. And so we'll begin then with questions of staff by people who are not members of the committee. And I see, not surprisingly, Councillor Perks with his hand up. And so please go ahead.
I just love talking procurement, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. And I see that there's a bunch of information in this presentation that wasn't in the staff report, and I thank you for that. Particularly slides 18 and 19 having to do with the value for money analysis. Now, I want to make sure that we understand each other. This transfer of risk isn't actually a dollar amount that changes hands. This is more a notional amount that if the project were to go off the rails, be over budget or late, it would cost this, and then you do some sort of risk calculation and come up with a number. But it's not an actual bank account that we transfer money into or anything like that.
No, absolutely. That's just a notional amount.
Notional amount.
Added to compare the 2 delivery options.
Okay, good. Now, when the Auditor General wrote about the problems with the IO methodology of calculating this, one of the statements she made was that there wasn't objective evidence, there wasn't a calculation provided, it was just best professional judgment, and that's really hard to assess. Is that fair?
Yes, I think in my earlier comments, I noted that that type of analysis is based on some subjectivity. However, there is a great deal of reliance on professional experience and empirical evidence.
Okay, and for this particular calculation, I asked you if you could provide me with empirical evidence, and what you were able to provide me was that there was a very good and robust group of people who reviewed it, but there wasn't work you could show me. There wasn't a calculation based on evidence that you could show me. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's a fair characterization of what I did provide.
Good. Moving along, one thing that is not shown in your bar graphs here, if I'm a private sector guy and I'm having risk transferred to me by someone I have a contract with, I tend to price that in, right? I would, just like I was buying an insurance policy, I have to pay. I don't get paid. Do your bar graphs show the likelihood of the bid cost going up when they price that in? I don't believe they do. I think they just show the interest cost and project management, but they don't show the pricing in of risk, if you will.
No, the pricing in of risk has been identified.
Can you tell me where on the bar graph it's identified?
It's actually the pricing of risk, because the proponent's funds are at risk, they're reflected in the interest that the proponent requires to mitigate that risk. So the interest that the private sector provides for this reflects a higher risk profile, and it's embedded in the interest cost.
Now, I'm curious, when you say that, I know that the public sector borrows more cheaply than the private sector, and my understanding in all previous conversations is the part of the bar graph you show here called financing costs is a calculation of them increasing, you know, the fact that they have to pay a bigger interest rate. Is that not what this shows here?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm asking about something different, which is, are they not going to increase the bid price over what they would have given us as a bid price if we had retained the risk?
So, Councillor, there are two things to note.
Just about the bid price, if you could.
The bid price
That's
includes...
the second time you've asked him a question and he started to answer it and you interrupted him. If I could ask him not to do that. Thank you.
The bid price includes a risk factor that's contained in the cost of capital for the private sector, as well as a premium that is paid for the risk profile of assuming those risks.
So I shouldn't be looking to see that the base cost is higher because you're going to pay a higher contract price. It's not the interest on the contract price I'm curious about. It's whether or not the contract price, and I think this is what the Auditor General found. It wasn't the financing that went up, it was the contract price. And I don't see that reflected here.
Well, it's in fact estimated in the financing costs.
Okay. Do you think maybe before council you could show me some numbers so I can understand that better?
We can do that.
Okay, thank you. What happens if BIDCO goes broke?
Well, if BIDCO goes broke, we don't pay anything until substantial completion.
We just don't have a road.
On the off chance that BIDCO goes bankrupt, we will have services that have been provided for which no payment will have been made. And so we would have to procure a replacement contractor.
Okay. And if 10 or 15 years from now we're not happy as a city with the standards we're clearing our roads to or maintaining our roads at, and we want to make a change citywide, we would have to go back and change our contractual arrangement with this firm, and there would be a price for that, which we wouldn't have to do if we didn't structure it this way. Is that correct?
I think that's a fair comment, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Other members not on the committee to ask questions of staff? Okay, then that would bring us to members of the committee who want to ask questions, and I have Councillor Bylaw first.
You mentioned that there could be a further reduction of construction time from the 20 years to 12 years. So what would that be?
Through Mr. Mayor, the construction time based on market soundings, and as Joe mentioned, with broad industry consultation, the feeling is that we could reduce the construction time from 12 to perhaps as short as 6 years. We won't know until such time that our procurement document is in place, but that's the initial feedback that we've received from the industry.
Okay. And can you explain between the two methods how, and if there is a difference, how they would impact our debt to ratio, if there is a difference between the two financing methods?
Yes, that's an excellent question. So under the traditional approach, we would be paying the contractor progress payments. And so the likelihood is that our debt targets would be impacted because, as you know, we're reaching that 15% limit sooner than later.
Yep.
However, with the AFP approach, we're not paying any progress payments. We only make the payment at substantial completion, which we estimate to be at about 2023, 2024.
So this gives us more space for other projects, and with the low interest rates, we can actually...
Yes, it helps us with our debt targets.
Okay. And what is is there a difference on the impact that we can have with either or on our credit rating? Because we are not taking as much risk. Does it have an impact on our credit rating or not really?
To be honest, I think it would be minimal. The credit rating agencies look at our total debt load as well as our obligations under long-term contracts. And so whether we proceed by an AFP approach, which commits us to issuing debt in 2024 to fund the progress payment, as well as the concession payments, or whether we proceed under the design bid build approach. The two would have the same type of credit rating impacts.
On page 21 of the report as well, there's the first paragraph. You mentioned that this P3 approach could have at least 16% less costly than the traditional project, so over a 30-year, a $500 million saving. Can you just explain a little bit how that would work?
Sure. I mean, this is simply an estimate using the IO value for money methodology that Councillor Perks spoke about earlier. It's simply an estimate weighing the relative risks of having them shifted over to the private sector and what the probability of those risks occurring might be in terms of costs versus the traditional approach. And it's simply an estimate of the value expressed in present value terms of having that type of a contract in place. What really we should be making note of is not so much data analysis as it is the federal government will not provide any funding unless we embark on a P3 approach. And so really that $800 million that we would otherwise not receive would be foregone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bylaw. Other questions of staff? I had somebody else down. Let me just find my sheet here if I can. Who was it now? It was Councillor Ainsley. And then I have Councillor Platts, who may not, and Robinson. Okay, we probably won't have time, obviously, for all that, but we'll go to Councillor Ainsley next.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory. I wanted to first ask about why we're going to the federal government for the P3. And the reason I ask that is that I keep seeing references in the news and different financial articles, the big four pension plans like the Caisse de Depot, Canadian Pension Plan Board, Ontario Teachers Pension Plan, OMERS. They repeatedly make comments about they don't have enough infrastructure projects in Canada that they can invest in, and they end up going overseas to Europe. OMERS just completed a big project in New York City. Have we looked at anything like that?
Well, so the distinction is really largely that P3 Canada's funding is a subsidy. It's not required to be paid back. If we were to pursue pension funds, obviously their financing requires a payback. So that's principally the reason. P3 Canada is a crown corporation of the federal government, and the $800 million would be a contribution without any expectation of a return, whereas a pension fund would require a return.
All right. Okay. And then I want to ask about just some clarification on the report. The first page in the second paragraph, it talks about, in the middle, it says recommended approach involves a 30-year operation. Concession period, this is going to add significantly to the amount of the contract. And then the next paragraph, very next paragraph down, it says the city can save at least 16% of an estimated $500 million over the life of a 30-year contract rehabilitation. So are those two not conflicting with each other?
No. So the design, build, finance, operate, maintain approach requires that the contractor or project co maintain the asset over a long period of time, a concession period of about 30 years. And so what we'd like to do, rather than pay everything at substantial completion, we'd like to have them incentivized to perform post-completion. And so what we do is we only pay 85% of the cost, we withhold 15%, and we pay that out over a 30-year period, ensuring that they actually perform according to the contract with respect to operations and maintenance. And so that's a technique, if you will, to ensure that there's a proper warranty in place for that asset to perform well post-completion.
Right. Okay. And then, so following that logic on the other side of the table, because is that an industry standard? Like you're talking about, where page 5, it says, so if you follow at the very top, DBFOM contract, 85% of the construction costs will be paid upon project completion. The balance of the 15% will be amortized over a 30-year concession period.
That is in fact an industry standard for roads and expressways. IO has delivered or is delivering Highway 427, Highway 407, the Herb Gray Expressway, and in each one of those instances, the industry standard is 85% to be paid upon substantial completion, with the balance paid over a concession period.
Okay, and that's,
Can I just, sorry, Councillor Ainsley, can I get a motion to agree to extend by the 2 minutes to allow Councillor Ainsley to finish his questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
okay, and then, and I guess, so that's assuming that you're going to have a company large enough that can bear the brunt of a 30-year concession.
Yes, I mean, that's not, from an industry perspective, a $3 billion contract is not considered that onerous on companies that do that kind of work.
Okay, all right. And then the total contract value, I guess that's the same question I had kind of previously. The last paragraph on this page, it says the contract value is expected to be approximately $3.8 billion. But on page 4, it refers to a $2.4 billion contract.
Yes, the capital costs are actually $2.4 billion, but the value of the contract...
Or 2.6.
2.6 billion. The value of the contract itself, because there will be payments over a 30-year period, increases to 3.8. Less the expected federal contribution of $800 million would result in a net city cost, if you will, of $3 billion. Now, again, those are nominal dollars. Those are to be paid over close to a 40-year time horizon. We're factoring the 6 years of construction plus 30 years of a concession payment, so 36 years. So these are nominal dollars, but we wanted to give committee and council an appreciation of the magnitude of the contract once they see it 2 years from now, once we proceed with the RFP and the award.
Okay, and then just my last question. So you're expecting there's a reference, that losing bidders will probably have to pay them close to $10 million for their work.
So the industry norm is that the winning bid compensates the losing bidders. We expect that we will shortlist 3 or 4, and that's again built into the price of the bid, the winning bid. So yes, $10 million is an industry norm to compensate losing bidders. And the rationale behind that is that these bidders incur considerable costs in coming up with the design and the due diligence before they make the bids. And so we want to attract, relatively robust bidders. And the way to do that is to compensate them in the event that they lose.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley, and thank you to our staff team. We will pick up with questions to staff at 1:30, and we'll recess until that time. Thank you.
Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1?
We have a quorum present. I guess if our officials would like to resume their seats, I think we were in the middle, weren't we, of the questioning of on the Gardner item.
They want to know if they can answer from the side.
Beg pardon?
They'd like to answer from their...
Oh, they want to answer from over there. That's fine. If you're happy over there, that's fine with me. Were there any things that we could just get off the agenda quickly that were held this morning at all? We've got two possibly. Okay, Councillor Bylaw.
I believe it's 8.20, the Alexander Park. I think staff is ready with the amendment. So we're just
There you see it?
Yep, we're just asking that recommendation 17 be referred to the Director of Affordable Housing Office. We need further research on this.
All right. So I guess on that basis then, is there anybody who's got this amendment on the floor, and if it's going to be dealt with quickly, we can just vote on the amendment and then vote on the main item. Seeing no one taking any objection to that, we'll ask for a vote on the amendment then, as shown on the screen at the moment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then on the main item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Ainslie, did you have one as well?
Yes, I do. Number 16, transfer of ownership, maintenance, and repair private storm drainage systems and catch basins to the city. I had some questions staff answered about larviciding catch basins on residential property. I need to go to the Department of Public Health.
So you're saying you're going to do that and release it, or what are you?
Yes, I'm going to do that. I'll release this and go to the Health Department.
So all those in favor of...
No,
I'm sorry.
like to hold that.
You want to hold that?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Yes.
Deputations on 38. Yeah, we have deputations on both.
Yeah. All right. Okay, then. So we'll revert back to our discussions on 8.12. And we were in the middle of questions of staff, and I had, we'd heard from the questions from Councillor Bylaw and Councillor Ainsley, and that brought us next, I believe, to Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question would be to Mr. De Andrea. Oh, here we are. Great. It's on your presentation on page 20. The estimated construction capital cost would be $2.46 billion. And the preliminary estimated federal contribution will be 1/3 of it, which will be 820. Have we had any commitment or any discussion with the province in terms of them coming forward? Not yet. Okay. Now, my next question is, so in terms of the infrastructure, Ontario, the province is willing to put forward $12 million in assistance for that will be mainly to cover the HST, that aspect, right?
Through the chair, Councillor, insofar as Infrastructure Ontario is concerned, Infrastructure Ontario would be supporting the city, but the $12 million that are referenced in the staff report would be a payment from the city. We would enter into a contractual arrangement with Infrastructure Ontario at a cost of $12 million is what we estimate.
In terms of overruns, hidden costs, perhaps in terms of construction acceleration programs and or premiums to do the work as fast as possible, is there any allocation in terms of percentages of capital costs, and is there some allocation in overall?
Through the chair, the approach that we are recommending, this alternative financing and procurement approach, the P3, as a design, build, operate, and maintain and finance approach, was really trying to get at the fact that this is a very large, complex, and high-risk project. Entering into an agreement with ProjectCo, which would be the consortia, the project is at a fixed price. So any unforeseen risk, unforeseen circumstances out in the field would have to be borne by the company, not the city. So that's one of the advantages of going this route with the approach that we're recommending for this particular type of project.
But we still have the $1.75 billion that would be part of the capital cost to the city. That would be our contribution to it.
Through the
Just
chair.
one little bit of clarification.
Through the chair, absolutely correct. It's forecast at this point that the actual physical construction aspect of the project is in the order of $2.6 billion. If we're successful in securing 1/3 funding from the federal government at $820 million, the net cost to the city to undertake the construction is in the order of about $1.8 billion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. That brings us next to Councillor Robinson.
Yeah, I just noticed that originally it was meant to, I think, take about 20 years, and now you're saying close to 6. That's very impressive. How is that possible?
Through the chair, if you recall when we submitted our report last year on the strategic rehabilitation plan, using conventional construction approaches as we are currently for the West Deck, it was envisioned that it would take us 20 years of traffic impacts to undertake all that was necessary for the elevated and the at-grade section. When we recommended using the accelerated approach, one of the advantages in using that approach was not only was it a quicker construction period for the elevated section, but what we would effectively be doing is marrying the needs of the elevated section with that at the at-grade. So one set of traffic restrictions would be supporting 2 sets of construction projects, and hence the acceleration to 12 years. Speaking to the industry, as we noted earlier on, the industry feels that by bundling the full scope of the project from 427 over to the DVP, they feel that there's further efficiencies that could be derived by undertaking this from start to finish as a 6-year project with no breaks in between.
Wow, that's great. And then there's a bit of sticker shock with the price, but at the end of the day, we're looking like we're saving about $500 million. How is that possible? Or how does that work, I guess?
So, through you, Mr. Chair, that's the product of the value for money analysis that was conducted by IO and Ernst & Young. And it suggests that by bundling the project, by having the private sector's money at risk, there is a built-in incentive for them to deliver the project on budget and ahead of schedule. And the difference between that approach versus the conventional approach, the value for money analysis suggests that there could potentially be a savings of upwards of $500 million.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. That brings us to Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, there's unless I missed it, there's really just a passing reference to tolling on page 7. Was thought given to having the vendor or the final builder of what's before us execute a licensing agreement, maybe a 30-year licensing agreement on the tolling, and that's how they would be compensated, not from us.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Right now, we've not got any kind of firm indication on tolling, Councillor. We do not have the ability to include in any of the recommendations that we have here the idea of tolls. We simply indicated the connection between the tolling report that we have before you today and this project in passing.
Well, I mean, there is a tolling report before us, and 3Ps have a proven record of not only do they build it, but then they get their money back through this licensing agreement that I'm referring to, let's say a 30-year, although I'm just pulling that number as an example. Is that in the cards going forward, or unless we direct staff, it's just not happening?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it would rely on a direction from council on the principle of tolling and the means to which we would use to place those tolls. And at that point, if that decision came in a timely way, we could include it in the PSOS documents, but it really depends on a direction from council.
Now, it's been the position of many of us that both the Don Valley Parkway is really an extension of the 404, and that the Gardiner Expressway is really an extension of the Queen Elizabeth Way. Dozens of municipalities between Fort Erie and the Municipal Board of Toronto get a fully paid for 400 series highway, or QEW. And then going north from the 401, those municipalities, Richmond Hill, I guess Newmarket, and so forth, get a fully paid for. If you turn south on the 401, you're on the DVP, which is our responsibility. And of course, you go a little further east, past the 427, and then it becomes our responsibility. If and council has looked at a motion, if at any time that this is finally uploaded, how would we manage a project in process if they agreed to take it on, or once we go down this road, uploading is really a non-starter?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the outstanding request that we have to report back on that issue is still outstanding. The history of the provincial highway network is one that has been actually downloaded to municipalities over the years. So many of the old highways, Highway 27, parts of Highway 11, numerous highways right across the province have actually been downloaded to local municipalities. So that's been the direction. If we were in the middle of something and somehow the province thought that they wanted to take back those things, that they would take back the obligation and the asset, and we'd have a negotiation on the terms of that transfer, and any other related items that they might want to download to us in exchange.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. That's the end at the moment of we have Councillor Thompson for questions of staff. Okay, Councillors Crawford and Deputy Mayor Wong. Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I guess my line of questions around the material to be utilized for this, for the gardener. I note that in our streets in Toronto, the asphalt seems to crumble a lot more frequently. Concrete seems to deteriorate a little bit more frequently. And I say that in comparison to other cities that I've been to. I was in Boston recently, looked at some of their, as part of their big dig and some of the materials and some of the construction. They seem to have similar weather that we do, but it seems that in our street, my experience, our road surfaces and our concrete tends to deteriorate much more frequently. Is there any new technology, new type of chemical mix and or composition of the materials that you're looking at utilizing for this Gardner development?
Through the chair, as you can appreciate, when we constructed the current Gardner, it was cast in place. And so under varying climate conditions, from hot summer days when concrete curing would be accelerated to perhaps into the fall and spring where we would run into some cold conditions. The advantage of the approach that we've recommended, this accelerated bridge construction approach, really basically takes those external factors out of the picture. We would have a prefabrication facility, quality-controlled environment, a climate-controlled environment with the best of materials. So as an example, where the current structure is used steel reinforcing bars, the new structure, the new elements would be using stainless steel, for example, so that we're not prone to the rusting action that the current structure has. So it would be the best of materials in a climate-controlled facility, a real advantage over current practice.
Okay, so I get that in terms of developments, construction, et cetera, but about the sustainability of the material, will we see a benefit associated with that with respect to the prefabrication?
Through the chair, we're expecting at least an 80-year service life, and it could perhaps be even longer than that, so much longer than what we currently have. And again, the facilities and the materials that we are envisioning, it would be a service life much longer than what we've seen with our conventional structures.
So you may have already explained this already, and I apologize I wasn't in the room, but you're recommending, in terms of going forward, we would be looking at IO versus another company, and if so, what are the rationale for that? Is there a savings with respect to IO? Is it more expensive with another third party?
I'll start, and then Joe Frack perhaps fill in some of the gaps. IO would be procured really to support the city in its procurement approach. The IO, just as the point that was raised earlier on in Joe's presentation, has undertaken a number of these AFP or P3 projects across the province. And so we're drawing on their expertise and having done this before. This would be the first stop for the city, and they're helping us through to the procurement process, right to financial close and the selection of the project co, if you will, to undertake this project.
Okay. I don't know if Mr. Frag wanted to add anything, but I do have another question, so I'd like to get it in.
Well, only insofar as IO is a non-for-profit entity, and so the fee would be strictly cost recovery. There would be no profit margin in there.
Right. The narrative around tolls, is it intended, and I realize you haven't expressed a desire for tolls, but is it intended to reduce the number of vehicles on the street, or is it simply that if you can afford it, you can use it, and thirdly, a way simply to obviously generate revenues to assist in either the maintenance and or the development of more roadway maintenance and so on, and finally, investment in transit. And I guess the final part of my four-part or five-part question is, will we see the elimination of congestion with all of these road improvement and Gardner expansion, et cetera, that will take place?
Mr. Mayor, it's the latter, Councillor. We would expect to recover the costs of the facility and its operating costs. That would be the principal object. We note in this report and mostly in the tolling report that it would obviously have some advantages if council decided subsequently to use some of those tolling revenues for something like transit. But we have not recommended nor concluded on that part. And yes, it does have a collateral impact on congestion, marginally so. You saw the report says 3 to 5 minutes, but that's not the principal object. We're going to have congestion as the city grows and prospers. We hope to have congestion in the sense that we hope we have a very attractive place that people want to get to and have to incur the delays inherent in competing with a whole bunch of people.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Crawford.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, a couple questions. The $870 million from the federal contribution, if we go with a P3, what if we didn't go with a P3? What's the likelihood of receiving this money from the feds?
So the estimated federal contribution is $820 million, and the federal government through P3 Canada has indicated that that money would only be forthcoming if we pursue an AFP approach to the delivery of this project.
So if we don't do a P3, we're basically adding $120 million on what we have to provide?
We would be adding $820 million, yes.
Okay. So have you done a cost analysis on from 12 years going down to 6 years of the construction time? Is there any sort of economic cost benefit you've done on that at all that could give a dollar amount?
Through the chair, if you refer back to slide 8, where we did the user impact assessment comparing conventional to accelerated, if all were to hold based on the industry feedback we received, where we could accelerate the construction down to 6 years, you would essentially have the traffic impact that we've identified for 12 years. So it would be something in the order of $2.3 billion in terms of reduced user impact costs. So the net saving would be something in the order of $5 billion from conventional construction to this ultra-accelerated approach.
Okay, thank you. So really what we're looking at, we're going to have a big upfront cost to be able to do the P3 model, but the savings will be spread out over the life of the contract of approximately 30 years. Was that correct?
So the savings will accrue, if you look at it from a present value perspective, yes, there is a savings, and I think we indicated that savings could potentially be up to $500 million. And that is really the differentiation between the AFP approach and the traditional approach.
Okay, and I'm looking on page 27, the project timeline. So if we begin this process, the construction will take place, could be done by 2023, 2024. So we don't make any payments for those first 6 years, and then on that 6th year, we'll have a very large capital payment to make, which I believe is at 85%. Was that correct?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. The payment would be made upon substantial completion. It would be approximately 85% of the capital costs. That would be made roughly in 2023, 2024.
Okay. And how much of and I know the numbers there, I looked at it, but on our 10-year capital plan for the Gardiner, how much was that, and how much is the difference if we went with the DBFOM? So the bottom line, how much more is this actually going to cost us that we'll have to finance in 2024?
So the capital program presently contains a cash flow of $960 million over the next 10 years. We project that if you proceed with an AFP, for that same time period, the number would be $1.43 billion. But it's layered towards the end of the 10-year capital program, and so it doesn't really impact our debt thresholds, the 15% debt threshold that you, Councillor, I'm sure is aware of.
Yeah, so, and I guess the question is, you know, we can do this, we won't have an impact for about 6 years, but what, have you looked at what the 6-year outlook will be? I haven't seen the figures or anything myself, but what are we looking at in 6 years to be able to achieve this, especially on the capital, well, definitely on the capital side?
So all of that analysis will be sent to the Budget Committee, but one can assume that by not proceeding with a DBB approach, where you're making progress payments between now and 6 years from now, then you're freeing up room in the capital budget over that time period. However, you're going to be bound to pay something more in the latter part of the 10-year capital plan.
Okay, and do you, I don't know if you know this figure, but when you're looking at the cost overruns of the Spadina Extension subway, do you have any, do you ballpark on what our cost overruns are presently for that large project?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the TTC CEO reported earlier this year that on a preliminary basis, the TYSSC is facing a $150 million presently cost overrun and a 2-year delay.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Crawford, thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor and Wong.
The risk assigned, how much risk are we, what is the private sector assuming in terms of risk? Is it about 300 million? Is that the risk?
So we've identified the premium that one would have to pay.
300 million.
Is about 315 million.
350 million. So the cost of that, that's what they take, and it's kind of, what we're doing here is we're getting on-time delivery, on-budget delivery, and so they are saying they're going to assume that risk, and that price is $350 million on a total price of the project is
3.8 billion.
3.8. So that's the price they're charging, and so they could end up being winners or they could end up being losers on that piece. But that really is the arrangement for getting something built on time and on budget. Yes.
In effect, one is paying a premium to ensure that delivery of the project is on time and on budget.
And this is actually going back to, part of it is kind of answering one of the concerns that Councillor Thompson raised with regard to, the types of asphalt and how the thing's being built. They take it on for 30 years, so they have actually an incentive because they have to fix it. So they're going to build something pretty good because they know if it breaks, they're going to be out there fixing for it and paying for it, yes?
Through the chair, that is correct, absolutely.
And so just on the delay, during construction, the average during the AM or PM peak, what's the average delay during construction on a one-way trip? Or let's take morning and evening rush hour, let's take them both. What would be the average delay during construction?
Through the mayor, the earliest indications when we did a study on this last year was that we would expect a probably 20 to 30 minute delay, 20 minutes eastbound in the AM on the Gardner, 20 to 30 minutes westbound in the PM.
So you're pretty much adding, during construction, you're adding 45 minutes delay. For someone who has to take the Gardner round trip, home and back.
That's what we were expecting, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That brings us to the end of the questioners that I have from members of the committee. Hearing, you want to speak, Councillor Perks? Okay, I have speakers. Deputy Mayor Manning Wong's on the list from the membership of the committee, but from the other members of council, I have Councillor Perks, others, Councillor McConnell, and I had Councillors Pasternak and Robinson from council, from the committee rather, and so that will take us first to Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I do want to thank the staff for doing this. This is work in an area where we have very little understanding, and I know it's been a really onerous task, and they put a lot of thought into it. My concern with this report is not so much that work has been done, but rather how we talk about this work and what meaning we take from the report that's in front of us. A moment ago, the Deputy Mayor Min Wong was asking what's the value of people not getting stuck in rush hour traffic, and we've got this claim here that it's $2.3 billion. So clearly, if we spend money, we save money because people aren't stuck in traffic, right? That actually, no, is not true. If that were true, every time we put a bus on the street, every time we bought a TTC bus, the City of Toronto would show a profit, right? Because we're saving all this money in our economy. and because people are getting to work faster. There's a difference between actual money that we spend and notional money that we use to try to value costs to our economy and risks. And there's a problem in the way we talk about this PPP stuff and about this accelerated construction stuff, where we equate notional money with actual money that we spend. And you heard it in one of the questions from a member of Executive Committee saying, oh, if we do this, we have more room on our capital program. No, we don't have more room in our capital program if we do this. We have less room in our capital program if we do this. We spend more actual dollars to reduce the risk of the project being late. You're paying lateness insurance when you do it this way. And yes, the company that does the construction will have to eat the cost if the project is late, because we don't pay them until it's done. They have to eat that extra cost. But they know they're going to have to eat that extra cost, so they charge us more. Just as an insurance company charges you for insurance. No one pays you to have an insurance policy. You pay them. So be clear what we're voting on here. We're voting on a proposal to increase the cost of doing this work in order to get it done faster and in order to have someone else carry some financial burden if the project is late. That's what you're getting. You're not saving money, you're spending more. Now, I do want to say the federal government is absolutely brilliant. I know that they're ideologically committed to the idea that the private sector is faster and cheaper than the public sector, and they've managed to set up a program where we have to give them a piece of paper saying we agree PPPs are faster and cheaper in order to get their funding. It's genius. I wish I were that sneaky in my politics. Now, the other thing that we need to keep our eye on with this as we go forward is we have a federal election pending. In 1 month, this might not be the federal government's policy. So I would like you to spend a little bit of time thinking before this gets to council. Do you want to spend extra money, which is what we are doing, based on a project that might not even exist in a month? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Perks. I had Councillor McConnell next to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just simply wanted to report to members of Executive a discussion that happened last week at the at FCM with regards to the matter of the federal government requiring P3s. This was of concern to the whole board of directors from coast to coast to coast. Many of them have ended up in a similar situation to ourselves, where the monies for their infrastructure project have not been available because in some cases the P3 was unavailable for them to do, or the P3 was more costly. And so the Federation have called on the parties to address this question. As you know, in the election planning update, there is a toolkit that evaluates each of the parties' commitments to cities and municipalities, and this was one of the issues that there's a differential between parties on this matter. So I would just suggest to you that although it had been hard before, it may not be hard as a result of the October 19th election. So you might want to think about that, and also think about the fact that although we add zeros and use the word billion instead of millions, every municipality across the country is facing these same problems because this particular fund has been allocated as only P3. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Does that bring us to members of the committee, I believe now? Just checking. Okay, so it does. And I had first Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move the report. This could be the single most important report we approve on this council, I think, or for sure this committee meeting. When can we reduce traffic and congestion for families 45 minutes a day? Now, certainly, we've made a lot of progress on this, Council, with regard to congestion in the core. That's carving off like 5 minutes here, 3 minutes there. Very important, very significant. But so without this report and this work that was actually started in the last term of council, we would have been looking at a construction project that was going to last 2 decades. And now we're actually hearing today that we could compress it to 6 years, which is still a lot of time of work that has to get done. But we are taking 14 years off a capital project, which is remarkable in terms of progress. So just simply in terms of doing that alone, that is something that we actually really need to do, get through council, and it will be a significant accomplishment for all of us. With regard to the alternative financing proposal, I think we need to move forward with it. It's a multi-billion-dollar project. The great thing about this is that we mitigate our risk. The number of times we hear a huge, one of our large capital projects going over budget is, well, it's done on a regular basis. We can approve this project, pay a premium for it, but be assured that there aren't going to be any cost overruns. So we are limiting our risk exposure. And the other thing that we regularly hear at this council is that things don't get fixed on time, don't get done on time, big projects. Well, we can, we'll be able to say that because we're putting all that risk over onto the private sector, that's not going to happen again. And we're going to get something that's done with, that's well thought out and is of good quality because they will have the asset, maintain the asset for 30 years. So if it breaks, they have to fix it. So, look, there's a cost associated with it. That's certainly something we have to pay for. And the other thing that we have to consider is we're going to have to bring money forward early to pay for this project. But for me, when we net it out, in terms of what it's going to mean for the public, it's going to be real time savings, real value. It's one of the most important things that we can do, one of the more noticeable things that we can do to make people's lives better. So I would ask, hopefully the committee will support this and we'll get the support of council.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Pasternak.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion. If the clerk can put it on the screen, it'd be appreciated. The reality is to have these considered municipal expressways, both the Don Valley Parkway and the Gardiner, is absurd. It is absolutely absurd. When you drive from Fort Erie to Toronto, and as I've said many times before, and I've driven that route many times, dozens of municipalities are getting a fully funded, paid for QEW, paid for by the province. As soon as it hits the Toronto municipal border, even though the volume of traffic is greater, all of a sudden it becomes a City of Toronto asset and a multi-billion-dollar liability. The same applies to the Don Valley Parkway. If you're driving east or west on the 401 and you turn north at the 404, you're on a 400 series highway, and you are traveling on municipalities going north, get a fully funded, provincially paid for highway. If you turn south, you're then on the DVP, even though the traffic volume is heavier, and it becomes a multi-billion-dollar liability for the City of Toronto. This is outrageous. And that's why the push for tolls means that non-residents can start paying their fair share. At the same time, I know there's discussions, there's a constant ongoing ideological debate about 3Ps and public-private partnerships. But I bring to your attention the number of projects that we have taken on as a city, whether it's Nathan Phillips Square, Spadina University Subway Line, Scarborough Aquatic Center, the original cost for the St. Lawrence North versus what's now in the Union Station, These are all city-managed projects that could not keep within their original budgets and their original scope, and it's creating hundreds of millions of dollars of liabilities for the City of Toronto. This system is not working. This system is broken. It's time to try something else.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Robinson.
Yeah,
Yes, because he moved a motion. You certainly can. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Still through you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor, you're trying to achieve what exactly? Is it for the province to take over these roadways and operate them?
Yes, when we were debating the various options for the future of the Gardiner in July, a motion passed, carried at council to have city staff report back to us on the methods for uploading these two roadways. It carried, and I think it's important for executive committee to affirm that position.
So is it your view that the province would assume the ownership and maintenance of these in their current conditions, where they're still continuing to download on the city?
I think they would take it on with tolling. They would not take it on as a standalone liability.
Oh, I see. So you're asking them to toll them?
I'm asking them to take the liability.
And toll them.
And how they, well, there's already tolls on the QEW. If you come through the border at Fort Erie, you
Well, no,
you
but
pay
I'm
a
not
third.
speaking about I'm speaking about the motions as specifically as you have it on the screen. You're asking them to toll those. Is that correct?
How they pay for them is their business, but unless they're going to examine tolling, you're right, they won't be able to afford it.
So you're asking them to toll them?
The motion does not ask them to toll it. The motion asks them to assume the liability because it is absolutely outrageous that these two roadways are considered municipal roads and there are liability. The residents of the City of Toronto have paid their fair share. And they have paid their fair share. We cannot hit them up for more costs.
Right. So
it's time for the province to live up to the responsibility.
Okay, so if the province were to toll them, you're asking them then, in addition, to make an exception for Toronto residents?
I don't see anything in here about making an exception for Toronto residents.
Well, you just said in your explanation, Councillor, that the residents of Toronto paid enough for them. So if they've already paid enough, you're asking the province essentially to toll them. Would they be expected to pay?
I mean, Councillor Thompson, you can spread your liability over 2.8 million people, the residents of Toronto, or you can spread it over 8 million people.
So you're asking them to pay?
I believe City of Toronto residents either are exempt from the tolls or would pay a lesser toll, as is done in the greater New York City area.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Shannon, did you have questions of the mover here, or did you want on the speakers list?
Of the mover.
Saw you waving your
Can the
hand.
motion go back up on the screen? So, Councillor Pasternak, do you know the Gardiner Expressway and the Don Valley Parkway were formerly maintained by the province, part of the highways, am I correct?
That is correct.
So how did we get them?
They were part of a downloading initiative where certain 400 series highways or expressways were deemed municipal roadways, and these two were selected for the City of Toronto.
Right, and the City Council objected to that and asked the province to take them back previously?
The most recent motions before council in July, we're asking for cities, it's a fairly detailed legal mechanism to upload them. We have asked the city manager for a report on that process.
So this
that carried.
Yeah, so we've done this already.
No, the motion in July didn't really take a position. It asked for a process, a briefing note or a report back.
I'm trying to understand why you're putting forward a motion that this council has said on numerous occasions that downloading wasn't right, that they shouldn't be municipal roadways, that they serve the entire province, that they serve the GTA, and they should be uploaded. And why we continue saying the same message when it's quite clear we haven't been listened to.
Well,
Like we've done this before and before and before and before and before and before?
I mean, when you look at the numbers before us, this is a ruinous liability that we are facing in the next 20 years to maintain these roadways. It costs nothing to reiterate our position.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Now, I had noted, Councillor Plateau, you were on to speak, not to ask questions of Councillor Basternak, correct? Yeah, okay, so going back to the speakers list then, I had next Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I too would like to thank staff for their hard work and this comprehensive report. I think it's a great report, and I know it's very complex, but the bottom line is that through this innovative P3 model, we're going to save $500 million and reduce construction time down to 6 years. And also, we should qualify for more than $800 million in federal funding. So I think that's phenomenal. And we've all heard over and over and over again about when you close one lane or 2 lanes on the Gardiner, the dramatic impacts and costs associated to congestion. So I'm hoping people will support this today. I can't stress enough that this project needs to get moving. We heard from our Executive Director of Engineering and Construction, and we've heard him say it before, that we're spending $9 million to keep the East Gardiner safe, and we'll be spending $5 million more later in the year. So think about that, those costs as you make this decision, because this is a critical piece of our transportation network, and we need to move toward rehabilitation. So again, what I heard today was we're going to save money, we're going to get it done faster, and there's federal funding to be had. So I think that's music to our ears. I hope you agree.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I'm reading these reports and making these decisions, after I make my decision, I always like to think of a scenario that I can go out and speak to people and they can relate to it. And I thought about when somebody buys a house and they have to decide between a variable rate and a fixed rate. And that's exactly, it's very similar to the decision we're doing here. We know we're going to pay a little bit more, like everybody when they go for a fixed rate, but in certain scenarios it makes sense to have that certainty. And that's exactly what we're doing here. We'll have the certainty that it's going to be done sooner and 6 years. And if we follow the chart that we had on the presentation, page 8, if we had a $7.4 billion of traffic impact for 20 years, 4.5 for 12 years, we'll be reducing that impact to 2.3 billion if we have a 6-year construction. So I think that is something that to note. Also, the $500 million over the lifetime of the 30-year. Another certainty that needs to be had with the $820 million that the federal government will be providing as a P3 project. So I think that yes, there's no question that when you look at both of these scenarios, they both have advantages and disadvantages. But when you start adding up, I think that when you look for the future of the city, I'll go with the fixed price, knowing that yes, I will be paying more for the interest, but at the end of the day, I'll be saving a lot more long-term and getting the shorter term in the construction. So I will be supporting the report and take the opportunity to thank staff for the work that they've done in here and the presentation that they've given us.
Thank you, Councillor Bylaw. I have Councillors Palacio and Shiner on the speakers list. So Councillor Palacio, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, my thanks to city staff as well. And I would like to move the recommendations within the report. Even though that, I think with regards to what we are dealing here is with a hybrid option that was adopted by Council. And one of the good things overall, if we just think about it, is it will link the rest of the city with the downtown core. We will connect the 4 quadrants of the city that are extremely important in terms of getting things done and getting to the right places. It will be a major piece of infrastructure that will be part of the transportation network, and that's something that we really have to think about it, especially if that's going to be done with a 3 Ps, which will bring that sense of relief in terms of financial sustainability in the future. And and the whole thing is part of the local economy. So it's overall, I think that what's before us, it's good news. Even though my preference, Mr. Mayor, I do support these recommendations, and I'm consistent with my voting record, and I will continue to support this. However, my preference would have been, as I spoke at City Council, it was to bury the whole expressway, or at least a part of it, because that would have created endless possibilities with green spaces, boulevards, and reconnect the waterfront with the rest of the city of Toronto, and created an animated waterfront. And I think that's something that probably we'll have that kind of discussion in the next report that deals with the tunneling aspect. But as it comes to this report, I wholeheartedly support the recommendations before us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Councillor Shiner.
Mayor Tory, and I appreciate Councillor Bailow's comments, but if you could predict interest rates, then you could tell me that you're going to pay a little more now, but that's the issue. We can't predict the interest rates if you tie up at a fixed price now. What you can do is predict your price. And the biggest problem we have in dealing with municipal infrastructure projects is there never is a finite price. Tell me one project that actually went through the city that you can say we budgeted a number, put in a contingency, and we delivered at that in a major project. So, you know, in due respect, I don't speak when you're speaking. Would you give me a chance? Thank you. Especially in a major project like this. So this is an opportunity where you can actually define what the cost will be for the city over the long term. I would support a P3 whether it did or didn't include the federal funding, because I would get a fixed price for it, knowing that that's the cost. In this case, there's an added bonus. The bonus is $820 million of federal money that you wouldn't be getting otherwise, which means the cost to the city will definitely be less than if we had taken this on ourselves without doing the project. And that money is not available unless you do it through an infrastructure program. So there is a real savings to the taxpayers in Toronto by working through the program and getting our partners at the federal level to come forward and assist. And I think that's great. It's an opportunity, something we always look for, a way to get federal money into our projects. In regards to the motion by my colleague about taking over the 400 series highways, I sometimes joke. There's more than 1 or 2 terms being on council because you remember a few things. I cannot tell you how many times we have asked the province or gone after the province or said how ridiculous it is and how unfair it is that you can drive on Highway 404 and then it changes to the Don Valley Parkway and the city has to maintain it. We have said it ad nauseum and we have been totally ignored every time. I'm not prepared to support that motion now because we've asked and asked and asked and been told no, no, no. But now we have another ask. Now we're asking for help with public transit. Now you know that the provincial government is not going to do both. And you know that they're even short in what their funding is now for the public transit for us, as are our federal friends. This is not an ask that we should be making anymore. We have to support public transit in the city. We have to make sure that that is what we want to see built. We need to get the public transit network up and going, and we need funding from our provincial partners. And throwing back on the record will help us with the highways. What if they did that? What if they said, fine, they'll step in for this and they'll get the highways going, but they won't do the public transit? Where would we be? We'd be in a disaster. So, in all due respect, the motion has been repeated so many times by this council and ignored so many times at the provincial level that even I'm prepared to give up on asking it again and keep our ask at the federal level for the funding on this one and at the provincial level for public transit. And I'm sorry to my colleague, but I can't keep asking for the same thing that happened back in 1997 when amalgamation and Mike Harris dropped all the costs of the roadways on the City of Toronto for those 2 roadways, and we've suffered ever since. We've been told no, no, no by every progressive government, every government that's come in since then, and there's absolutely no way they're going to say yes to us now. I'm not going to ask for that. I want public transit in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just make a couple of very quick comments. First of all, you know, we have a lot of infrastructure projects to carry on over the next number of years. And if we were to do it all on our own or through our property taxes, our property taxes would escalate quite quickly. So what we're doing here in going to a P3 are two things. First of all, we're basically engaging the expertise of private enterprise that do the design and the build and whatever, and use some of their own capital. And by the way, they don't use their equity. They too have to go out and borrow. People don't carry the big money. So there is that aspect, and that'll generate some savings, and it will allow the project to be delivered a lot sooner. I accept that as facts. The other aspect is that there are federal funds attached to going to the P3. And by the way, Councillor Pasternak, one of the reasons the federal funds are made available is to make sure that all the people across Ontario, for sure, shoulder some of the costs through the income tax. So that becomes, and then the 800 million is actually revolving debt. The federal government doesn't have to pay back their debt. We do. So that alleviates some of the pressure on our property tax by going through those kinds of things. And that's basically it. It's creative financing along with engaging the expertise of private enterprise. And it helps curtail the pressure on our property tax so we can move ahead and accomplish many more projects than we would otherwise. So that's how I see it, rightly or wrongly.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. I haven't got any other speakers. I'd like to say a word, but I'm happy to defer to anyone else. Okay, well, I should resist probably engaging at all with Councillor Perks on these things, but I can't help myself. Well, but it's only because I remember an exchange I had in one of my early council meetings with the councillor. Hang on, I'll start the clock here so I'm limiting myself properly. And I remember he saying to me, did he step out again? He just came back in. Oh, there he is, okay. And he said, you know, foreign investment doesn't really matter. We don't need to worry about that. Don't trouble your pretty little head with foreign investment, Mr. Mayor. It's not a problem. And I said to him after, I went and had a conversation and said, well, he didn't say pretty, you're right, that's true. But I said, surely you don't actually believe that. And he told me he did. And I thought, well, all the jobs that depend on foreign investment, but the same is true here. Yes, Councillor, I mean, the price, you used the expression this morning in talking to our staff, the contract price went up from what it might have been if we'd done it ourselves. But you forget the fact that the contract price has gone up, and then it's gone up again, and then it's gone up again, and it's gone up again with the contracts we did do ourselves by a different model. And as someone said a moment ago, that system is broken. It has cost us hundreds of millions of dollars on all projects too numerous to name. But I mean, we've got Union Station, we've got the York University subway, we've got the Nathan Phillips Square revitalization and so on. And all we do there is we keep taking the price up every time it changes, and there is no guarantee that it ever reaches sort of the maximum, and the projects are finished years late. And so you used the expression insurance. What if we'd had insurance of some kind or other on all those projects where we would have had a project that we knew the price of on behalf of the citizens of Toronto who pay their taxes, and we would have actually got them done on time? But the part that I really wanted to engage on was just on your notion that somehow the savings in the economy aren't real. The savings because they don't come back to us and because we don't get the money back from those savings, that they're not real. Well, let's start with the time. If we could value the time, and all the attempts are made to value the time at, I think the staff said $100 an hour or some such thing, but there have been many different measurements made, and the bottom line is, I don't treat the time and the productivity of the people of Toronto and of their businesses they are involved in, either as employees or business owners, as being worth nothing. And when that time is saved, when that productivity is enhanced, when people are able to go and do more business because they don't waste the 45 minutes a day, that has a real return to our economy. That actually helps to create the wealth that finances the public services that you talk about all the time and that you want us to pay for. And I'm happy to join you in paying for that. But I say that starts and ends with people in the private sector, individual employees, entrepreneurs, and just plain people who also want to go home with their families. And so this, to me, is just a more realistic way to do business where, yes, the price is a real price. because somebody's going to be accountable for it at the end of the day. They won't be able to change it. They will pay a penalty. The timetable is a real timetable because they won't be able to just change it arbitrarily as we can do at City Council, and people forget by the time of the next election we change the price over and over and change the timetable over and over again. And there's a price to be paid for that. Councillor Bylaw's example was good about a mortgage. So too is the example of saying, well, you could have 3 fires in your house and you could pay for it all yourself to keep rebuilding and rebuilding your house, or you could have insurance. And that involves an upfront cost, and it's a cost that is more than if you didn't buy it, but you've got insurance. And so what we're moving to here is a realistic, disciplined, accountable from day one kind of arrangement where, and I think the whole thing has 3 advantages, all of which have been spoken about, and in urging my colleagues to vote for this, to send this on to Council, I'll just name them again. One is risk management, which I have been speaking about largely. That's what we're talking about here, is shifting that risk over to some people who are prepared to take it on. And yes, there's a charge for that, but there's also a huge benefit to the economy and a huge benefit to us in terms of ending this cycle of ever increasing prices and ever extended timetables. The second is, and it's huge, as somebody said, I think it was Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Menon Wong, Deputy Mayor Menon Wong referred to it, to get this thing done 6 years sooner. I think if we had the people down here and they got to put their hands up for this, they'd be putting their hands up right away and saying, if it gets done 6 years sooner and we don't have to sit in those traffic jams and we can be home to our families and we can be doing our work more productively, they would say, go ahead and do this. And then finally, this is a matter of the federal money. I don't sneeze at $823 million of federal money that will be given. And to go back to Councillor Ainsley's question this morning, maybe that he was, sort of just wanting to be assured that it was going to be non-repayable. And he was given that reassurance, and that to me speaks volumes. Councillor Shiner referred to that as well. So this is something to me that we should get ahead with, get Infrastructure Ontario that has a successful, knowledgeable background with staff in place so they can get on with advising us on the procurement for the fees that are mentioned here, and then produce these benefits for the people of Toronto and have this thing done. 6 years, sooner than it was, have it done, well, it could be longer than 6, more than 6 years, 14 from the original plan. And I just think and the benefits to the economy will be absolutely measurable and will come back to us in increased investment, increased wealth, increased jobs, and money that we'll have to pay for public services. So I hope people will support this, and does anybody else wish to speak? Okay, then I think we're ready for the question. Now, there was at least one motion, was just the one from Councillor Pasternak, so we'll deal with that first. We'll put that up on the screen. So there it is, and we've had quite a discussion about that, so I think we're ready for the question. All those in favor of Councillor Pasternak's motion to amend? All right, there's a recorded vote been requested.
On motion 1 by Councillor Pasternak, all those in favor? Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor Bylaw, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, all those opposed? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon. I missed, sorry, my apologies, Deputy Mayor, I missed you from the top again, my apologies. All those in favor, so that we're on the record, all those in favor of the motion by Councillor Pasternak? Councillor Bylaw, Councillor Berardinetti, Deputy Mayor Menon Wong, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson. All those opposed? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Mayor Tory, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. Motion loses 6-7.
Thank you, and then we move to the main motion. All those in favor? Okay, recorded vote. All those in favor, go ahead.
On the recommendations from staff, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bylaw, Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Menon Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. Motion carries unanimously.
And may I just add my thanks to all the members of council for a good discussion, including Councillor Perks, and also to the staff. This is these are very complicated, very large-scale projects, and I think they're going to help to do a lot of good for the city, but this was a good discussion, I think, as well. So that would then bring us, where are we here? There we are. The next item, which is the tunneling options for the Gardner Expressway, 8.13, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 3.5, just because I think there are two people from the same company, but there's at least three deputants, I think, here. And the first is on my list is John Beck from ACON. Welcome, Mr. Beck.
Sorry, don't talk about issues here.
Ready? Pull this together first, right? Pull this together as one deputation. I've got both the HDMI and this small HDMI. Good afternoon, Your Worship, and members of the committee. Thank you very much for listening to us today. Speaking with me on my left are Tom Middlebrook, who's Senior Vice President of Dragados Canada. To my right, Vicente Marana, Senior Vice President, ACS Infrastructure, and I'm John Beck, Executive Chairman of the ACON Group. The three of us will speak to this, so with your indulgence, we might go up to 10 minutes, 5 minutes each, but we'll be as quick as we can. The purpose of this deputation is to present to the Executive Committee what we believe is a city building solution for the Gardner Corridor, and to ask the Executive Committee to refer the report back to staff for further study, and request city staff to meet with the industry and to consider our proposal. This slide here talks to, sorry, the next one, excuse me, talks to the makeup of our consortium. We're a team made up of world-class developers, engineers, and builders of infrastructure. ACON, for more than a century, we and our predecessor companies have helped to build many of Canada's most famous landmarks, from the CN Tower and the St. Lawrence Seaway to the Vancouver SkyTrain and Halifax shipyards. In addition to these great landmarks, we've also helped to build hundreds of factories, roads, sewers, theaters, bookstores, power plants, art centers, mine sites, office hotels, and gas distribution networks. ACS Dragados is an international contractor with Canadian offices, a company established in 1941 and in Canada since 1998. Specializes in major infrastructure projects, including bridges, roads and highways, tunnels and underground projects, buildings, energy and environmental infrastructure, dams and hydraulic works. Worldwide, Dragados is in the construction arm of ACS Group, one of the leading infrastructure developers in the world with presence in more than 40 countries. ACOM is the largest engineering company in the world. Hatch Mott MacDonald is the largest tunnel engineering company in the world. And Lovett Tunneling Solutions provides international tunneling expertise and is a former manufacturer of Canada's tunnel boring machines. Dr. Sauer is a world-renowned tunneling expert. Dragados and ACON, as leaders, have been involved in the construction of well over 1,400 kilometers of tunnels worldwide. We're currently building the Eglinton Crosstown Light Rail Transit Project, and the value of our construction contracts there are in excess of $5.5 billion. This includes the tunnel contract as well as the P3 Metrolinx project. This is a very complex project that has 10 kilometers of tunnels, 15 underground stations, maintenance facilities, and all the complex system work, which is scheduled to open in 2021. The picture to the left of the slide depicts a TBM launch near Laird Boulevard. Similarly, our members of our group are currently building the Ottawa Light Rail Transit Project, called the Confederation Line, with a value of $2.1 billion. It too has a tunnel through the heart of its downtown, just steps away from the apartment buildings. The picture on the bottom right shows a tunnel, and top right picture is a surface shot to highlight that we understand and know the issues working in a congested downtown core. This slide talks to various P3 projects where both AECON and Dragados have collaborated within the Canadian jurisdiction over the last 5 years. The $1.6 billion autoroute in Montreal, called A30, the $1.8 billion Northeast Henday Ring Road in Edmonton, and the $5.5 billion Eglinton Crosstown, which I just talked about. Other major P3 projects currently being built or completed by either AECON or Dragados in Canada today are the Confederation Line in Ottawa, Champlain Bridge in Montreal, Highway 407 ETR, and the South Fraser Perimeter Ring Road. Our proposal is a city building initiative, not simply a transportation solution. It's also an economic development and urban renewal catalyst in that it will free up hundreds of acres of city land for development. It's a tunnel that will remove the current physical barrier to Toronto's waterfront from the downtown core. Our proposal, which consists of two tunnels, not one under the Gardiner and one under Front Street, and Tom will show you the layout in this upcoming slide, will reduce congestion and gridlock, thereby improving the environment and decrease carbon emissions. This solution not only replaces existing infrastructure, it enhances it by opening up traffic directly to Front Street. By easing congestion and reducing commute times into and out of the downtown core, a tunnel will increase workforce productivity and business output. We embarked on this initiative in 2010, and as such have done thorough due diligence on construction methodology, traffic forecasting, construction costs, ensuring compatibility with other initiatives, such as the city hybrid solution, and ensuring there is market capacity to deliver the project on budget and on schedule. While this idea is not new, what has changed in the last 15 years since it was previously proposed is the improvement in technology and expertise used around the world with proven success. We firmly believe that the tunnel solution is doable and will be transformational for the city. Bill?
Good afternoon, Your Worship. Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of committee and council. My name is Tom Middlebrook, I'm Senior Vice President of Dragados Canada. I'm formerly a consultant specializing in urban mobility and previously Chief Engineer of the TTC. So I bring to this initiative the perspective of an owner, of somebody who plans, and a builder. Our solution includes two tunnel projects. The first tunnel is the Gardiner Tunnel that runs between Jameson and the Cherry Street area, connecting the Don Valley Parkway via the Gardiner East Hybrid. The proposed tunnel actually follows under Lakeshore at the west and then swings back underneath the existing Gardiner east of Bathurst. So if you look on the screen, the existing Gardiner between basically Strawn and between Spadina and Bathurst would be, abandoned. By this initiative, the tunnel would be following under Lakeshore. The one really great aspect of this proposal is that the tight curve at Jameson that causes a lot of congestion would be alleviated by a straight run through into a tunnel portal at Jameson. There would be ramps from the west for access to the lower Simcoe York area, and then to onboard to go head west in the same area. There are also the Young York ramps for traffic from the north, from the Don Valley, and from the east in the beach area to exit near Young and York as well. The Gardiner, the beauty of this proposal is that the Gardiner remains operational and that there's little to zero traffic impact and disruption on the existing Gardiner while this tunnel is being built underneath. In addition to the Gardiner Tunnel, we are proposing the Front Street Tunnel, which is an extension of the Front Street from between Bathurst and Spadina. The tunnel would go underneath the railway tracks and straight in to the existing Gardiner Expressway alignment north of the CNE. This eliminates additional needs for north-south connections on Spadina to the Gardiner, and it improves the overall connectivity to the Expressway. Our proposed solution reduces travel time in the overall corridor from the 427 to the Don Valley by 10 to 15 minutes. What is really important for us to convey today is that the Gardner Tunnel proposal does not impact the city's Gardner East hybrid solution. We believe the two projects are fully compatible and that the proposed Gardner Tunnel will easily connect to the Gardner East hybrid solution at an appropriate place and time to be engineered in consultation with the city. From the schedule perspective, from council approval, we believe the tunnel project would take the environmental assessment from a Class EA, and we are advised by our engineering firms AECOM and Hatchmont McDonald that Class EA would be appropriate for this tunnel project, would take 2 years, and that the construction, much like the elevated section, would take 6 years. We have gone through a lot of detailed analysis for construction of the tunnel, and it could be done in 6 years. The design would be concurrent with the EA and construction preparation process, and the project could be prosecuted through any number of procurement means that the city wishes to embark upon. I will now be passing it over to Vicente Marana to talk about costs.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of the committee, councillors. My name is Vicente Marana. Although I've been in Toronto less time than Tom, I share with him passion for infrastructure and passion for this city. I'm Senior Vice President of ACS Infrastructure Canada. The total cost of our initiative, as described by Tom in the previous slides, is $5 billion. This figure has been validated by the team of international experts and engineers that are part of this collective initiative and has been benchmarked against our experience as international tunnel contractors. We believe that our solution provides cost and schedule certainty for the City of Toronto.
There's three of you, a couple more minutes, and then
Yeah,
we'll-
that's
I
just.
I thought we were going to. Thank you.
Very quickly. So, in addition to the new Front Street Tunnel concept, the transportation benefits are those that will increase capacity, time savings for commuters, will reduce gridlock, will increase safety, no winter conditions, no ice, no snow removal, and also, to be clear, this does not disrupt the Gardner East hybrid process. There is no delay. The environmental benefits are significant: a reduction of emissions, fewer cars idling in traffic, less salt usage, noise reduction for adjacent residents, and reduced noise during construction. The economic development catalyst, the obvious, reduces economic loss from gridlock and long-term commute times, unlocks land value, provides for reallocation of existing budget for greater financial benefit to the city, a catalyst for the renewal of the downtown core, stimulus for new investment in the city, increases access to public spaces, enhances public realm and aesthetics, improves connectivity between downtown and the waterfront, and will free up hundreds of acres of city land for development. The tunnel will remove the physical barrier to Toronto's waterfront with downtown core. Minimal traffic disruption during construction. The existing Gardner will remain in place during construction. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. We're not proposing a 5 or a 10 or 20-year fix, but a 100-year solution. Toronto positions itself as a world-class city in livable, tourist-friendly, commerce-friendly. This will be a major step to achieving that goal, as well as attracting major international events and attention in the future. This is a visionary solution for Toronto's traffic problems, and it's a win-win for everyone. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beck and your colleagues. I have from the non-members of the committee, Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Campbell to ask questions, Councillor McConnell, okay, so we have those three from outside of the committee, and so we'll count with we'll start with Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you for appearing before us today. I was wondering, how do we avoid a major cost overruns and this becoming a 20-year project?
So there's been lots of discussion here this afternoon about the P3 solution and the obvious contributions that come from various sources, including the federal government. If this is a P3 solution, then there will be no overruns and there will be no delay, because those are not only guaranteed by the private sector and Project Co, but they're insured by the lenders that are present, and they're insured by the letters of credit and the penalty clauses for delay that are very significant. So the experience that we see with P3s across Canada, no overruns, no delays.
On the other report on tolling in front of the committee later today, staff suggests that there's between $5 to $10 billion over 30 years. Can we some of this money to finance this and other projects?
Without question. I mean,
Just
first
say
of
to
all,
the councillor, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on, we'll have time to deal with that matter when that's in front of us, and so I'll be keeping a close eye on questions that are related to this proposal.
do you want me to answer this?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's no question that the funding from the federal government will be there. The big savings in not having to redeck the Gardner is another significant source of funds. And many of the other costs that you've been talking about would contribute to this.
The red signals, or I guess you can say that the signal from staff is that say that the Gardner has to be done rather quickly versus waiting. Would, if you undertake to tunnel, this will free how many acres of land?
Our best estimate is 700 acres.
If I'm not mistaken, that's about $22 million an acre. This is money that becomes available to the City of Toronto to utilize. Can I ask, did staff approach you, or did you approach staff to come and speak to them on this report?
Would you say that again, please?
Did staff approach you to come and speak to them, or did you approach staff to come and speak to them on their report?
Staff approached us to speak to them, and we came and gave a presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You made reference to increased or decreased travel times. Was that from the 427 to Jarvis or 427 to DVP? And it was 10 to 15 minutes?
The reference was from 427 to DVP, to the entire corridor.
And it was 10 to 15 minutes?
Exactly.
How would that occur?
That would occur mainly because, first of all, three determining factors. First of all, we are resolving the alignment issue in the curve in the Jameson Avenue. We are diverting part of the existing traffic to the Front Avenue tunnel, which actually improves the traffic conditions in the rest of the corridor. By doing that, we're just saving 10 to 15 minutes in the peak hour compared with the congested scenario.
So it doesn't work without the Front Street tunnel?
It doesn't fully work without the Front Street
Because
tunnel.
the curve isn't going to make a big difference?
It will make a big difference, and it will translate to the west beyond the Jameson Avenue. That's why the reference has to be made from the 427.
Okay, and would there be, so the increased capacity is really a question of diverting traffic from away from the Gardner and the Gardner Tunnel, if there were one, onto Front Street, or the Front Street Tunnel?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Beck. That's very interesting. I just had a couple of questions. Specifically, so you've indicated that the redecking would not be necessary, which basically, so what I was trying to figure out is the infrastructure between, or the dovetailing between the work that's going on in the redecking of the old Gardner, if I could put it that way, and the new hybrid. And you said the hybrid would not be affected. So can you just walk me through how much of the Gardner would remain up with your tunneling proposal, and where the connections, well, I'll ask you that first, and then I have a second question.
Through the chair. So the
Sorry.
I'm sorry,
That's okay. I'm over here.
Yes.
I'm just small. I'm here. Thank you. Sorry.
So obviously, there's not a full definitive start point near Cherry Street or near where the works is for the Gardner East hybrid. What we have done through our consultations is understand the importance of that and recognizing that there's still a plan for an elevated section adjacent to the railway right-of-way. We would marry with that at the appropriate place. So that would be done through consultation, the appropriate consultation process.
Okay.
So there's fluidity, but there's fluidity in where the portal can be in the east. It can be west of Cherry, it can be east of Cherry. The idea of the portal is that you would come from the Gardner and go straight down a ramp into the tunnel. And so wherever you decide to end the elevated expressway, it would just transition into a 5% grade into the tunnel.
But you would not do it before Cherry, is that correct? So
There is opportunity.
So you have to understand the lens that I'm looking through, right?
Yeah.
Because I represent
No, I
the
understand.
area that is right south of the Distillery District and the St. Lawrence. And we have pushed and pushed to get the Gardner down for
Yes.
obvious reasons. So I am hearing, I think, but I want it corrected if I'm wrong, that the tunneling would not affect, that we would still have an elevated highway across those two neighborhoods. Is that correct or wrong?
Can I try to answer that, not directly, but indirectly, but hopefully get to the answer?
Sure.
There's an opportunity to place the entrance to the tunnel either east or west of Cherry, whichever is most desirable. What it does allow is for the hybrid to proceed and for all the connectivity in the Dawn and Lakeshore area to still continue as a result of the hybrid initiative, and we can connect wherever. So if once you cross the Dawn River, it can drop down into a tunnel. You can stay elevated for a while and then drop down the tunnel, and that can be determined through a consultation process. So the portal, the opening can be west of Cherry, it can be east of Cherry. Technically, they both work.
Okay, but if the portal is east, or let's say it's east, would you then be taking down the Gardner from that part over? That's the part that I'm not understanding. I'm sorry.
So the hybrid, the Gardner East EA and that contemplates taking down the ramps from Ruth and
Trust me,
everything like that.
I entirely understand
Yeah.
the Gardner.
We're not touching or affecting that. That's proceeding on its own. So what we're saying is if there's a new bridge contemplated over the Dawn River,
Yes.
we can connect to that.
Yes, what I'm not understanding is what part of the highway still stays up between Cherry Street and Yonge, for example.
It would be, we can build the tunnel, and you can choose to keep the highway up or remove the highway once the tunnel's complete. But the tunnel would
So
go.
let's be clear. We envision that once a tunnel is built and operating,
You take down the Gardner.
all of the existing Gardner that is no longer used will be taken down.
That's kind of what I was getting at. Thank you very much. The second question I have, if I got time, Mr. Mayor, sorry, is around the EA and also about the environmental concerns around, because it's fill land, and so the water table is very, very high, right? So when the environmental assessment comes forward, and it will be looking at, how to best do the infrastructure, how is it that you're feeling that you can take those 2 years and marry them with the 6-year construction? How would that work?
So we're not marrying them with 2 years, we're assuming 2 years of EA.
Yes.
During which we would do design and construction preparation. But the actual construction start would only start at the end of the 2 years.
But you would not have the 2-year design time, is that correct?
And we would have no more design needed because it would be done in that parallel period.
So beginning to end,
Final question.
8 years, is that
8
correct?
years, correct.
Okay, thank you. That was it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Other members not on the committee with questions? All right. We'll move to the committee, and I have myself and Councillor Palacio, others who want to ask questions at the moment. Okay. First of all, thank you very much for coming and for making yourselves available to the staff. I came to office, and before I came to office, with a keen interest in this, and I was told, and I'm not trying to make fun of the answer I was given, but I was told that the time for my interest, because I've asked about this in many meetings in the short time that I've been the mayor, that the time for my interest was 10 years ago. I pointed out in response to that I tried to be here 10 years ago, but the voter said I was in need of more seasoning or something.
That was when you had a pretty head.
But, yeah, that's right, exactly. Here's the fundamental, and I'm in favor of reduced travel times, of course. I'm in favor of 22 acres of more land. I'm in favor of less construction mess and all that. Our report says here that the approval process is going to take 10 years. Your report or your presentation says 2, or it suggests 2. So I want you to really help me with the difference between the two. What is it you're going to do that perhaps hasn't been brought to the attention of our staff or us as to how you could get this approved in 2 years and get the EA in particular done in 2 years? And then the second question is with respect to construction time. I look at, for example, what's being proposed with respect to an accelerated process for the rehabilitation of the western deck, which would be, we wouldn't need that anymore if we were going to do your thing. But I want, and then finally, what has been put to me in all these times I've asked, and believe me, I've asked many times in 9 or 10 months, is that there is an urgency to getting on with this that has to do with safety. And I can tell you right now, when I was in that discussion, it almost silenced me from asking over and over and over again, because I couldn't contemplate the notion that as the mayor and one member of this council, I would have to follow some course of action that could possibly put people at risk because you didn't get on with doing something faster. So could you help me with those things?
So first of all, with respect to the EA, we have talked to AECOM and Hatchmont McDonald, who are experts in this field, and both of them have assured us 2 years is a reasonable time for the EA that's required for here. And that's all I can say. I'd be happy to have them meet with staff to discuss where the rights and the wrongs are. I'm not an expert in EA matters, but I believe our consultants. Secondly, with respect to the time of construction of 6 years, we build tunnels all the time. We've studied the schedule. I mean, the whole Eglinton line is going to be built in 5 years. This 6 years is more than enough time for both the main Gardner Tunnel and the Front Street Tunnel. So we're very comfortable with that. We've never done a project that's taken as long as 6 years. It's been 4 years or 5 years. That's plenty of time. The last question with respect to safety, all we're talking about is that 6 to 8 year period. And of course, that's the same period that's going to be taking place in the redecking option. And so in either case, remedial measures will have to take place over that period. We would take responsibility for that as part of our solution.
Thank you. Did I have other questioners from the committee of staff? Councillor Bylaw, Councillor Palacio. Oh, yes, you were next. Sorry, Councillor Palacio, and then Councillor Bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, can you make a copy of your presentation available to the members of the committee? Thank you. Now, just I want to have a fair understanding in terms of the comments that you made throughout your presentation. You mentioned that the cost will be approximately $5 billion, that it will take about 6 years to be built, and for the environmental assessment, it will take approximately 2 years. Now, through the consortium that you were speaking about, that's an Ontario's team, what kind of guarantees could you provide? Could you put forward in terms of the assertions that you could do all this work within that and framework?
So the guarantees are a mix of various financial instruments, letters of credit, delay damage clauses. These are all supported by some fund. There's usually a private sector funding agency, lenders who are there with all of their instruments, equity investments sometimes by us. So whatever financial instruments are required to give comfort to you that the obligations will be honored, bonds, guaranteed bonds from insurance companies, all of those are available and commonly used on projects like this.
The hybrid option that was just approved by Council in the report that was before us. Now, in relation to your proposal, will this proposal affect in any way what we just approved? In other words, the tunneling proposal, will that connect with the hybrid at whatever point?
So we answered that, I think, quite clearly before. The answer is yes. It would connect wherever you guys decide you wanted to finish. We would be fully compatible. We would not cause any delay in the hybrid process, and we would not, it would not interfere in any way. They'd be totally independent projects.
Thank you. In terms of maintenance of the Gardner between Bay East and Jamison, is who will do the maintenance of it while all these environmental assessments and the construction is taking place? Who will undertake that work? Because
So what I suggested would be that during the period of construction, we would be responsible for the maintenance of the existing Gardner.
so you will do the maintenance of it, so there won't be any cost to the city while the tunneling is being done. You will do the repairs and whatever is needed to maintain.
Correct. To maintain its serviceability.
Great. In terms of the Team Ontario that you were talking about, how will you engage all the trades and skills? I'm just thinking aloud at this point. For example, we have, apart from the consortium that you talk about, is how do you engage other trades and skills? For example, the LAUNA that has more than 50,000 and experts working for example, on the LRT, on the Eglinton, and so on, that you're very familiar with. Do you have any plans in terms of having discussions with them if there was some indication from this council that?
So we have had discussions with various labor unions, including LAUNA, and we would have no difficulty in staffing the project and finding the trades to do the work. We're talking about something that would be 2 or 3 years from now. The light rail will have been well underway by then, and many other projects are coming to an end right now in Ontario. So there'll be no difficulty with labor.
My last question. So what you're asking is for a deferral, to have an opportunity to have meaningful discussions with city staff in terms of bringing something new and where you have the expertise under that consortium. That's what you're asking?
That's correct.
Without compromising the integrity of what's been approved, at least at this committee, and most likely city.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. We have Councillor Bylaw to ask questions of our deputies.
So following on the questions from Councillor Palacio, how long do you think you would need to have those meaningful discussions with staff?
We can make them as short or as long as everybody wants. I mean, we are available on a full-time basis for discussions with staff as soon as the staff is ready.
Okay. And so you came up with the figure for $5 billion, and you mentioned that you would take care of the maintenance of the existing Gardner. Is that included in the $5 billion?
Well, I don't think that the costs related to the maintenance of the existing Gardner are significant in the context of $5 billion. The number of $5 billion is an approximate number. I don't know. We're talking about less than $100 million probably of overall maintenance costs over that period. Close enough is the way I would answer that.
Okay. And with regards to the routes, and did you look at how much money we're going to be able to take from the land? Because I understand some of the land we've already sterilized, for example. There's no development even available in some of the, along the route, because we've been able to build buildings so close to the size of the Gardner that we've completely sterilized that land. So it might have been there 10 years ago, but it's definitely not there now. So did you take that in consideration when you're doing
So the analysis of the available land was done recently. How much of that is sterilized or not, I don't know.
Okay. And with regards to the route, did you look at if there's going to be expropriation needs, especially on the front street? I mean, I understand that one of the corridors, it's under the Gardner, but on the front, did you look if we're going to have to do something like that? How much disruption is it going to be needed?
So along Front Street between Spadina and Bathurst, will require more work as far as the impacts on property. We believe that there's a whole redevelopment scheme, I don't know where it is in the process, but that we'd be able to work with it. We'd be looking at a stepped portal system that would still allow for traffic to go through in the area. There would be construction in the area, obviously, as you build a portal, but it should be achievable.
And how many lanes are we envisioning in each tunnel?
So the main Gardner Tunnel will have 3 lanes in each direction. The Front Street Tunnel will have 2 lanes in each direction.
So I will ask staff, but I'm pretty sure what staff is going to confirm that you can't have an EA and do the detailed design at the same time. At least in every project, we've experienced that in the city of Toronto, and they will confirm. So how will you take that in consideration?
Well, as an owner, and having done that in the past, as an owner, we choose not to take that risk because it could be, that effort could be lost. As a consortium, we can take that risk on as far as schedule improvement and achieving schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bylaw. Councillor Shiner.
Thank you very much for coming. It's very interesting what you're proposing. So I got the idea. If you want to go forward, do an EA, a project, do it as a P3. During that period of time, the cost to maintain the Gardner is minor in relationship to the cost of this new project. It'll be a P3. Does it include the cost of removing the Gardner?
No, it does not.
So
Because we didn't want to presume that the decision will be made to take the Gardner down. So I assume it would be, but we haven't included that cost. By the way, that's not a very large cost.
Okay. The capacity on it, you're saying 3 lanes. So I've been around for a while. I remember Highway 401 with 3 lanes in each direction. And they widened it to cover the demand that was proposed to be in the area. And they widened it to cover the demand and widened it to cover the demand. But with the community I represent, which is in Willowdale, so I'm running between the Don Valley Parkway and Highway 400, it's never done. Even a few years ago, there was a map of the province. We're going to have this U around the city. You're going to come down the Don Valley, go across the 401, go up the 400, and go back along 407. The only piece that works is 407 because people have to pay for it, and they don't want to. What capacity was this really built on, and how do I know that it's really going to serve those needs in particular? It's my colleague that represents the King Spadina community has said his area is going from 1,000 residents living into it to 40,000 residents in 10 years.
I mean, we don't have the details of the traffic analysis with us. We've just gone into a very detailed analysis of all those factors. We're not improving mobility in the corridor by increasing capacity. We're just keeping the 3 lanes. I think the determining factors is improvement of the realignment that is causing a lot of delays, especially in the eastbound traffic, and removing the cars from the corridor earlier enough. So those are the determining factors of our solution. I think we can engage with city staff, show them our traffic analysis, and show them how we can substantiate this statement.
Without being flippant, it's not 3.
It's okay, you can be flippant.
It's not 3 lanes in each direction, it's 5 lanes in each direction, because there's 3 and 2. Where it counts, it's 5 lanes.
That's the extra 2 lanes coming from Spadina.
Yeah, the Front Street tunnel. Where it counts.
Right. That's the Front Street extension that never got built?
That's right.
I was there for the groundbreaking with Mayor Lastman.
Well, what happened was that the bridge became the issue, the tunnel is less of an issue.
I know. I mean, when it comes to roadways, I've seen them come for a few years. So, Mr. Beck, you did say you did meet with city staff. You did review it with them. You had some discussions, and then they come out with a report that says, forget about it. What did you find in the
I think
discussions?
in fairness to staff, what we presented was confidential, and they may have decided to keep it confidential. I don't know, but we did have the conversation with them.
So I'm trying to decide, based on what you could tell us here because of the confidentiality of it, what the nature of the discussions were and why you weren't able to convince them that it was a good option to look at? Or
I would have no comment on that. We were not convincing enough.
Oh, so you're trying this route. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shiner. Any more questions of these deputants? Well, in that case, we will thank you very much for coming and sharing this with us, and you will no doubt hear the rest of the discussion as it unfolds, as we have a chance to ask some questions of staff and hear otherwise. But thank you so much for coming to share your thoughts with us. So that does bring us to questions of staff, starting with members who are not members of the Executive Committee. Do I see any hands up for that?
No.
Okay. Then we'll move to questions by members of the committee of staff, and have Councillor Bylaw first. You didn't. Okay.
Thank you. Is this questions of staff?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering if staff can describe to us the back and forth with the deputants. When did it start? How long did it take? And the signals that was given to the deputants.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we met with ACON and the consortium in early August. We had a 1-hour meeting, took the information from them, and then discussed it internally. Then, after we submitted our report, we gave ACON an update call.
Further question through you, Mr. Mayor. I gave the staff, when they came to meet me after the request that I put to Mr. Wallace, I gave them a memo that was circulated that said the staff had no intention of bringing forward the tunnel. I'm just wondering if they had a chance to review that and if they have any comments on it.
That document wasn't generated by staff. It was a record of a stakeholder advisory committee that was held in July. We were the sponsors of the stakeholder advisory committee, but the notes appeared to be written by a coalition of organizations, including the Downtown BIA, who are concerned about the future of the Gardner.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, was your intention when you presented us today to consider this report, to sideline the report, or to silence the report?
I'm asking for that. The report is in front of us for consideration, so I guess we.
No, I'm talking about the report that we heard before.
So, Mr. Mayor, we are simply carrying out the direction of council to report on the feasibility of this tunneling idea. There was a fairly lengthy debate, both at committee and particularly at council, about the big dig, meaning the big dig in Boston and/or the big dig here in Toronto. I expressed my views on the timing and the implications at that time, and there was a request for a further report, so we provided it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Karygiannis. Any other members from outside the committee? Okay, so inside the committee we have Councillor Bylaw, Councillor McMahon to ask questions of staff. So, Councillor Bylaw.
Can you comment on the design and the environmental assessment? I thought that the Ministry of the Environment usually doesn't allow us to start design before the environmental assessment is completed.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bylaw, right now we have, as you know, an EA for the eastern Gardner from Jarvis over to the Don Valley Parkway. That started arguably under Mayor Miller in 2004, led to Waterfront Toronto recommending that portion only be considered for the variety of design options, including tunneling. The terms of reference were adopted by council in 2008, and it took a year for the Ministry of the Environment to approve the terms of reference, which would have been another opportunity to discuss the scope, the extent of that opportunity. It had consultations with the public, the engineering community, and a whole bunch of other people were involved in making comments on that terms of reference. Terms of reference were approved in 2009. It is now 2015, some 6 years later, and we have gone through the series of public consultations and refinements
leading to the recommended preferred concept, which has been adopted by council. And now we're working and we're presenting a report tomorrow on the design options for that preferred concept, the hybrid, tomorrow to Public Works. And we will be on to refining that and coming back to council in the new year, and then off to the Minister of the Environment for another period of their approval. Usually takes 6 months to a year. And if there's any tribunals, obviously it goes longer than that. But we're hoping that it will, in a timely way, be given, and we can now decide on the construction method and all the other things we talked about in the last report. Should we have to consider this proposal now, I would suggest to you we would have to put our shovels down on that EA. We'd have to amend that EA. We would have to go back and get the terms of reference for a new EA west of Jarvis all the way over to west of the exhibition to Jameson. We would then have to get that terms of reference approved by council onto the Minister of Environment for another year or two of consideration, back out to the public. The full suite of options, from all options, would have to be considered. And if there was a preferred concept around a tunnel coming out of 3 or 4 years of work that we typically do in those things, that preferred concept, and not necessarily the one you see before you, would be vetted publicly and tested by our third-party reviewers and staff. And then that would go to council as a preferred concept with refined ideas on design. I can suggest to you that the report that we had last time, this last report on the strategic rehab, would be put in jeopardy, because we would basically be saying, go back and take a look at a new EA that doesn't presume that you would want to throw away $3.8 billion worth of effort on a redecking of the Gardner. And for that reason, I think it's simply the time has passed for us to have that option, unless you want us to revert to a maintain option in a conventional manner, which is the manner that would lead to the 20-year reconstruction project.
Clock is still running, so, but you're, that's, okay. Then that brings us to Councillor McMahon.
So how many times has tunneling been studied over the years?
Mr. Chair, there's been a number. The report illustrates it. Came up when the original Gardner was being built. It came up in the 80s. It came up in the 90s. All in all, there have been 7 City of Toronto and Metro Council decisions on this, and they've always adopted a maintain and ameliorate or a hybrid solution. So it's been 50, 60 years worth of discussions on the options around how to deal with the Gardner.
So 7 times, and 7 times the results were no to tunneling.
7 times, the usual problem was technical issues and cost. The technical issue that probably doesn't get enough attention is the one of how do you get into and how do you come out of the tunnel. And you'll find that you have very few entries back up into the city, and it's really those dimensions, angles, ramp configurations that are often the technical side of it. But the cost, here it's going to be, they're claiming $5 billion. We think it's more like 10 or north of 10. And if you can think of the last project at 2.5, you kind of get some sense of scale here. It's simply a lot of money, and it's often fraught with technical difficulties that are pointed out during the process.
And you're saying there would be a huge risk in waiting to do anything, or slowing down, or even stopping our current process that we're doing with our EA.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's my principal concern, is the destabilizing effect it has on the strategic rehab and the conclusion of the Gardner East EA, and the worry that we have that the structure needs to be rehabilitated in the short and immediate term, not longer.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff from Councillor Blasio? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. A follow-up to Councillor Bailau's question in terms of the environmental assessment. Once the environmental assessment for the hybrid option is completed and concluded, and as we heard, that probably the work will be done in 6 years. Once that's done, would it be worth it perhaps maybe just to look at this kind of proposition that literally will cost $0 to taxpayers and create something new? And then look at outside expertise as well. And
So, Mr. Mayor, the adoption by the Ministry of Environment, the approval of the environmental assessment for the East Gardner, we hope will happen sometime in 16 or early 17. And we also hope that council will by then be presented with a report on the work that we just showed in the last report on the deck rehab with a $3.8 billion over 30 years price tag. Those two things sort of go hand in hand. The proposal that you heard today would maintain the ramp configuration, as I think I heard it, the ramp configuration that we're proposing, the hybrid, so that would be okay. But from Cherry Street to Jarvis, that would be a big question mark. And we would inevitably have to go back to the Minister of Environment and ask for a change to the environmental assessment for that segment, not to mention to start on an EA from Jarvis all the way over to the exhibition, which, as I suggested to you, could be somewhere between 6 and 10 years in duration.
so the question I was referring to is from Jarvis to Jameson down the road. If there was any appetite and from council to look at a different option in terms of the environmental assessment, is, in your estimation, how long it will take once we are done with the eastern part?
So one more time, so west of Jarvis, we could start a new EA to look at tunneling, but in the meantime, we are rehabilitating the deck. So you run the risk of looking at something, you're sending us off to look at tunneling, which would necessarily make that effort redundant and a waste of taxpayers' dollars.
Okay, another question. What would be the cost in terms of keeping the western part of the Gardner in a state of good repair as we move forward? And do we have an estimate of within the next 10 years, 20 years? Because we are dealing just with the eastern part and...
So the deck structure is in need of a complete rebuild. It's not a question of just maintaining it anymore. In places, we've had to actually brace it with wood and beams to keep the deck from crumbling to the bottom of the road on Lakeshore. So it needs a rebuild, and it needs a rebuild within the 5-year period from now until 2020. The rehab project that you approved the last and are recommending to council will accomplish that end. So we can't maintain it much beyond 2020 without inordinate amount of stuff. And in fact, just going back and doing what we would normally do, would take out all the rebar, take out all the concrete, put a new rebar to new concrete. So that's rebuilding again, and that's the conventional method, which involves the 20-year delay.
Thank you. In terms of what we heard today, it would be perhaps worth it for city staff to have some kind of meaningful discussion with the consortium that it was referred to, maybe to create maybe some opportunities in the future.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Yes. No, I don't think it's, I mean, we always like to have discussions with the industry, but on this one, it's not an option that's feasible or practical in our opinion.
Thank you.
All right. Do I have any? Yes, Councilor Shiner.
So a question of the city manager. There's different types of environmental assessments. Some are streamlined, for example, for transit projects. So the length of an environmental assessment project is really at the discretion of the provincial government, is it not? I figured I'll be the first one to ask you questions today anyways, Peter.
Yes, and then we get to cheer when we hear the answer.
I haven't heard the answer yet.
Length of EA is
Doesn't
subject to
matter.
all sorts of pieces. including, as Deputy City Manager Livy noted, the length of time it takes the Ministry of the Environment to review and respond to material. The actual technical qualifications of when an EA is done is in fact subject to the discretion of the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
So if we wish to go down this process and wanted to look for a streamlined process for approval here and ask the province for that, they could tell us whether they would or would not assist us in that?
They have the capacity to tell us. Whether or not they would tell us is another question.
Wonderful bureaucratic answer.
Changed his hat very good.
So yes, Ministry of the Environment, Climate Change. The minister has enormous amounts of discretion with respect to EA and other elements, including the ability to do, for example, declaration orders and effectively dispense of the process. That has not generally been the practice.
Okay, and the staff perspective and from Mr. Livy was, well, we don't want to go down this route because we're already going down the route to retain the gardener and we'd have to stop one for the other. But there's such a lack of capacity in the downtown core and the roadways there. Does it anywhere, if we wish to look at tunneling, preclude us from saying we'd like to have both the tunnel and the gardener?
So there is nothing in either of these reports that makes them incompatible. It is clear from the deputation that the option of retaining the gardener would be possible. That results in a fairly substantial investment in a limited area, and from a value for money perspective and other things, that would need to be considered.
And then when I heard the deputant today, they said this would be a 100-year project. We know that the rehabilitation of the gardener wouldn't be 100, it would be less, substantially less than that. To your knowledge, do tunnels or tunnel systems like this over the long term, are they more affordable to have than an elevated expressway would be?
So that is something of which I would have no direct knowledge and would defer to the Deputy City Manager and technical experts.
Mr. Livy.
Mr. Mayor, no, the tunnel would be more expensive to maintain in the long term.
Because?
Because of the air ventilation circulation systems, the dewatering, and the other things that are involved in maintaining a structure that would be subject to high water table and have to have adequate ventilation for the passengers of the cars.
So you're saying on a cost to operate over 50 years or 100 years, the tunnel would actually be more expensive?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Unless it was included in the P3 for guaranteed cost?
You'd pay for it in any case.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? All right, hearing none, we would then ask for speakers. Are there some well, just let's start with those who are not members of the committee. Councillor Karygiannis, I assume you want to speak, and who else from that's sitting with us today? Okay, well, Councillor Karygiannis, and then just from the committee, I have Councillor Palacio had his hand up. We'll go from there.
Thank you, Mayor. Number one, I want to thank the consortium for coming forward today to talk to us. I approached staff in early April and asked them if I can have a meeting to get an update. I was advised that the meeting would be set up. One person showed up, and then we were supposed to reconvene for the end of August. Then when a little bit of a push came from my office, we reconvened very quickly, and then the meeting happened with a consortium. I want to thank the staff for their insight and their due diligence. But when I hear that the tunnel will cost more to operate over 100 years than an expressway, an overhead, I don't want to say that I differ, but I would refer us to get additional advice. If that was the case, you will have throughout Europe, where you got a lot of mountains, you would not have tunnels being built, and you would have people still continue to go up and down the Alps. When you travel from France, from Italy to France, there's a tunnel which is takes you about 45 to 50 minutes to cross, and that was built after the war, and it's still up and running. I traveled it once or twice, very little maintenance needed. So I would say to my colleagues around the table that we need to seriously ask staff to look at the options with an open mind. I know there could be some decisions that staff might have taken earlier on that might need revisiting, but the option of a tunnel is something that we need to consider, something that we need to move forward to, and it will free the east parts of the Gardner to the grand boulevard that we were talking about. It will free hundreds of acres, at $22, $25, $30 million per acre to the city for us either to use developing or to use for parks. This is an opportunity for the next 100 years. This would define Toronto versus us not looking forward. We will say that we'll look backwards. The Gardner is something that will probably last us another 30 to 50 years, and it will be at this discussion, not all of us. Some of us that are younger might be at this discussion again, but we would have missed a great opportunity to move forward. I know that some of us are very dug in and entrenched on the idea, or it could be, you know, we can have prejudiced views on our decisions, on where we go. But I think it behooves us not to miss this opportunity. It behooves us to make sure that we look seriously at the proposal that we had in front of us. These individuals are probably running businesses to the tune of a few $1 billion. They wouldn't be here if they didn't think that this was going to be a credible solution. When I asked at City Council, when was the last time that we discussed the tunnel, what were the names of the individuals that discussed the tunnels? At that time, the staff didn't seem to remember it, but the Sec found out about Mr. Teron later on, and that was the only person they wanted to talk to. I would say to you that we can't miss this opportunity. We owe it to our future generations. We owe it to our children to make sure that we don't let this one go by, because this is probably the last time that we will say we talked about a tunnel. It's do or die. If we're going to do the tunnel, if we are seriously about making sure that transportation moves downtown as part of the smart track, this could be an additional thing that we do. I think we need to ask staff to talk to the consortium very seriously and to have a fresh look at it and a fresh approach. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Karygiannis. Anybody else from not a member of the committee? All right, then we can move. I have two names on my list, Councillors Palacio and McMahon from the committee. And so, Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move the following, and I'm going to ask the clerk to display them. That the item be referred to the Deputy City Manager, Cluster B, to consult with the industry experts about the tunneling proposal and to report in the spring on further details of their discussions. Mr. Mayor, I'm putting this recommendation forward, and I hear loud and clear. I read the report thoroughly, and how many times we've been told no, and I get it, that for cost reasons and for technical reasons that it was impossible. How many times we were told that the Billy Bishop link to the Island Airport was not feasible for technical reasons and for cost reasons. And we had to wait for 80 years, but eventually it happened, and it created a great connection. And now we are celebrating a beautiful piece of infrastructure that has been built. Just imagine if at least that section of the Gardner Expressway, that's literally part of the downtown core of the city, was to go underground. I think that we don't, every time that, and everybody knows that that section of the Gardner is an ugly thing, it's an eyesore, it's old, it's deteriorating, and that's going to cost a bundle of money as we move forward within the next 20, 30, 50, 100 years. But also, in a more pragmatic and thinking, I can think that here we'll be freeing a major piece of prime real estate land in the heart of the city of Toronto that will be worth billions of dollars. It will allow endless possibilities, my friends, to create what I would call the jewel of the crown of this beautiful city, with green spaces, boulevards, create an excellent opportunity to reconnect, to revitalize, and to create the animated waterfront with the rest of the city. What we have there is a total disconnection between the waterfront and the rest of the city, with an ugly structure in the middle of that. In other words, the city of Toronto, when it comes to the waterfront, it can become the envy of the world. I can envision, if it's properly done with the right, with the right people, with the right attitude, without compromising the process in any way of what's taking place at this point, by engaging the three Ps, I can see that we can create a win-win situation. We have nothing to lose, perhaps, to let our city staff with the right people to have a meaningful discussion. And that's all I'm asking, and that's the purpose of this recommendation. And hopefully you'll support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Councillor McMahon to speak.
So I won't be supporting that motion. This discussion is excruciatingly painful and frustrating. Here's the thing here. We just seem to be like a broken record, always going back to the same issues over and over again. And we don't take the expert opinion of our staff, and we feel that we are transportation engineers. We're better than them. We know more than them, and we ask for their advice, and then we don't take it. This has been a complete waste of time, money, and energy to debate this today. It's been studied 7 times already, 7 times. It's been rejected 7 times already. But we still can't get it through our heads that that's the case. Just to put it away, put the idea away, and move on. We have more pressing things to do in the city. We have to get moving with the gardener. We have a solid staff report that has not been sidelined and has not been silenced. I take umbrage to that, and I feel that that is impugning the character of city staff yet again. To my councillor colleague, I would advise everyone and encourage everyone to take their advice and move along with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Any other councillors to speak? I have Councillor Shiner and Councillor Ainsley.
So I do have a motion, which I just did quickly, but it is to defer consideration of the item and see if the province would consider a streamlined environmental assessment, because, and I say that as not wanting to stop any of the process on the rehabilitation of the Gardiner Expressway. I think it's much needed. I think it'll go forward, and I think a tunnel is going to take a lot longer to get in place than 5 years. And I think an EA is going to take a lot longer than is suggested. But the issue was brought to us that said, oh, you can do it in a short period of time. Well, I'd like to ask the question, would the province support the EA being done in a short period of time? Because that would definitely signal to us their intention of seeing whether you wanted to open up the waterfront and get rid of the expressway once and for all, as Waterfront Toronto has said it would be good to do, and our colleagues that represent there have said it'd be a great thing to do, or not. Because if you don't have a streamlined EA, this will never happen, and it's gone. There is nothing left to talk about because it'll be forever. But if they do signal their willingness to work with us and to help on the waterfront, I don't know anything better than to clean up the waterfront by actually burying the expressway, which was always said it couldn't happen, it'll be too expensive, it'll cost more. And that may be the issue in the end of it. But if you can free up the land that's down there, and as my colleague had said, I think they heard 700 acres at $22 million an acre, that's 3 times the cost of the tunnel that you'd get back from the land down there. So even if you only got back a third of it, you'd, at the end, be breaking even. So I am just concerned that we're getting a flat no, but I do understand staff wanting to know what the city's perspective is, the council's perspective is. How many start-stops can you have? Well, I'm all in for rehabilitating the Gardiner Expressway. I think we keep going forward with it. I think that's the things that we do, and I think we can have an answer back here by December because of the province's reel that tell us we are ready to consider it, and that the deputants that were here have any opportunity to speak to their representatives at the provincial level and say the city wants to look at it, will you help us out? They have the chance to do that, and if not, it's finished. But just if there's this one chance, if there's an opportunity to actually look one more time at the best you could do for the waterfront by burying the roadway, I don't want to give up that one chance of doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Then we had Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I'm going to be brief. I'm going to move the recommendations in the report that we received this item for information. I want to acknowledge Councillor Karagianis and the work that he's done on this, and ACON for coming in and bringing their proposal. But I really think that, we need to move on. We have a number of different priorities in this city, from the Gardner Expressway to improving public transit, our housing portfolio, our general state of good repair that, is huge, and it grows bigger and bigger. And, I want to thank staff for the report. I think the 7th report now. I think after 7 reports, all negative on this item, we have to look at it and say, it's time to move on. And well, I appreciate the concepts behind referring this off to look at a streamlined EA or to ask the province if we would consider this. On the other hand, I also have to look at the City of Toronto Act. The first item that we did today, we looked at the City of Toronto Act and the powers and the inconsistencies or the issues that we saw. And, we're trying to get our own house in order. We asked for the City of Toronto Act. And, for some of the issues that we have in the city, I think we have to stop going to the province and the federal government for things like this. I think we have to move on, and I think, continue to build a world-class city. And I don't think looking at this continually is achieving any of those objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I guess if we lived in the Stone Age, I think I'd agree that after 7 we should stop everything, and or that every time we get an answer that suggests that perhaps technology either isn't available or that we're not able to progress with something like a Gardner, a dig or a tunnel, that we should in essence not proceed. But when we look at the presentation, Mr. Beck indicated his company's track record and experience, and also the associated companies in terms of what they're able to do and are capable of doing. Clearly, I think that we shouldn't kill this. We ought to proceed and take a closer look at it. Councillor Shiner and I were talking about his motion, and I'm going to support that. If there's a possibility of streamlining an EA process to look at this, why not? If we can talk about funding the Olympics, certainly we can talk about better transportation opportunities for residents in Toronto. We have all conceded that irrespective of the rehabilitation that will take place with respect to the Gardner, at some point in the future, it's going to come down, or we're going to continue doing what we're doing. So why wouldn't we want to take a look at a tunneling opportunity to see whether or not it makes sense? I think that we ought to explore it. I don't see any harm in it, quite frankly. You've got the industry coming in saying, we have the technology, we have the capability, we believe that we can do this in a matter of years, whether it be 6 or 8 years as part of the EA process. I don't see why we should say here today that we should simply kill it. And in fact, what the report is saying is that this particular matter be received by council. I have no questions with respect to the fact that, in terms of questioning our staff, but we can agree to differ on this particular matter without being disagreeable, and create an opportunity where this can be examined. This is a great opportunity. I think that if we were to really consider this, that if we could actually free up 700 acres in the downtown core of this city, which is in need of more development. We know that there's a need for more office facilities in downtown Toronto. We know we talk about our Portland and so on, but this would be core real estate at $20 million or $22 million an acre. My gosh, why would we not want to look at it? Nobody's saying that we're going to do it, but at least explore it. I think if we talk about having a vision for the city in terms of this city's future and the decisions that we make today for our kids, for our grandkids, for our great-grandkids, it's such that we've got to be bold. I think this is a bold opportunity, but it's a bold step. And so I think I implore you to at least give it a chance. I understand the staff's concern, but that's fine. It's in balance. So let's at least have another look in terms of more information coming from the private sector. Aren't we always talking about, well, let's look at the private sector. Let's see what innovations that they can actually bring forward? I mean, I got to tell you, I know Mr. Beck. And I can tell you that those who know him as a man having been in business for many years with his company are not going to question him, because I don't think he comes at it with an approach that suggests that he's coming with a wish and a prayer. That would not be Mr. Beck coming forward here today. He's going to come in here with solid understanding and having discussions with his engineers and his experts and the associate members that he's here with, coming saying, look, we believe that this can be done. I think that we need to take a chance on this. I think that we need to take a look at this. What's it going to cost us? A little bit of time and perhaps another report coming forward? How many reports have we generated in this particular place on a yearly basis? I think we need to take a look at this. If we don't take a look at this, I think, quite frankly, we're derelict in our duties as members of council representing 2.8 million people who live in this city. We need to go on and move on with this. We need to support Councillor Shiner's motion. Thank you.
Councillor Min Wong to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we should put a stake into the heart of this report right now. I think we should deny it oxygen and kill it.
Yes.
You know what? I mean, some people believe that it can be done. Of this, I have no doubt. But at what cost? So we have a proposal that's to fix the Gardner, which is going to cost $3 billion, between $3 and $4 billion, and then we have this arrangement that suggests it's going to be in excess of $10 billion. So, massive point number one. So I think that they're probably lowballing that. It's probably going to end up being more. And then the second piece, which was quite convincing, if that's not an obstacle for you, then the other practical arrangement is that, and I heard the deputy say it'll only take them 6 or 7 years to build, I think, something like this. But is that before all the permits and all the approvals are gotten? Is that from shovel in the ground? So what it says in the report is that by the time all the approvals and permits and environmental assessments are reached, we'll have finished the rehabilitation of the Gardner Expressway. Finished it before we've even started. So I believe they have a date of 2035, yes? By the time this is done? 2035, where we've got a proposal that's ready to go, that's going to take 6 or 7 years, and it'll be finished by, what, 2024, 2023, 2024? That's going to be $6 billion, $7 billion cheaper. I mean, it's, you know, I mean, it's okay to dream, but I mean, this is moving from being a dream to being, with all due respect, in my view, somewhat fanciful. And we can't afford fanciful right now. We have a practical way to move forward, staff to work on, to come up with a plan. Let's pick that. We've decided to move forward with that plan, and we've got to focus on that plan and executing that plan well, rather than continuing on with this imaginative idea that may sound nice, but is, to my mind, way beyond our reach, both in terms of practically doing it, and affording it. So I think we've got to say enough's enough. We've got to fix this corridor in terms of having an efficient transportation system, and we have to pick a lane. I've picked my lane, and the lane is to fix the Gardner Expressway. And I say we stick to that lane.
Any other speakers? I was toying in the last 10 minutes with supporting Councillor Shiner's motion because I really, I think there'd be some benefits to be derived from having a tunnel, but I kind of have to come at this the way I came at the Olympics and having consulted with a lot of you, which is there's a lot of things that would be nice to have, but that we deal in the real world here. And so I'll just say, and take no more time saying it than this, that I don't think there's any reason we can ask. I would be very skeptical of an answer that came back saying, yes, we can get an EA done in 2 years, because it'll be the first one in history, I think, of that kind. But, you know, I'm quite prepared, because there's nothing that stops us, even if we receive this for information, which is the recommendation moved by Councillor Ainslie to ask. But I'd be doubtful about the answer coming back positively, and I'd be doubtful even if it did come back positively as to whether they really meant it. So I'll support the recommendation with reluctantly, but I just think we have to get on with doing some things, and the safety thing is very much in my head from all the times I've asked about this since I've been here at City Hall. So I think we're ready then for the question, are we? All right, there's some motions that have been moved here. The first one is from Councillor Palacio. The item be deferred to the Deputy City Manager, Cluster B, to consult with industry experts. All those in favour? Recorded vote.
On the motion to refer by Councillor Palacio, all those in favour? Councillor Palacio, all those opposed? Councillor Ainslie, Councillor Bylaw, Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. The motion loses.
Sorry, the second motion is from Councillor Shiner, deferring this until the December 1st meeting, pending a request from the City Manager to the province to consider a streamlined EA and the results of that request. All right, recorded vote.
On the motion to defer by Councillor Shiner, all those in favour? Councillor Bylaw, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson, all those opposed? Councillor Ainslie, Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Robinson. The motion loses.
Then on the main motion, which is to receive this report, all those in favour?
Sorry, Mayor Tory, it's to send it to council requesting the receipt.
Oh, is that, I'm sorry, is that what it said? Okay, send it to council to be received for information, and all those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Okay, now.
Mayor Tory, I held an item that Councillor Ainslie had held before, and staff have answered my questions. I think they did his, EX 8.16. With your indulgence, could I release that? It is the transfer of ownership, maintenance, and repair of private storm drainage systems and catch basins.
Yes, let me just find that here. And the recommendation was to develop a strategy, et cetera, et cetera. So so
I'm supporting the staff recommendation.
Yes, you're now just moving the staff recommendation.
I'm moving the staff recommendation.
All right, the staff recommendations have been moved. That's 8.16 again. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Mayor Tory. Item EX 8.15, 505 Richmond Street, proposed YMCA Center. I know my colleague has been here for a while, and the depths are here, but they would be very, very short. I think there's one depth from the Y, and Councillor Cressy said they'd be very short. They'd say their bit, and we could hopefully adopt the recommendations.
I think it's another one of those ones where everybody's coming to say positive things, and I guess if we think we could hear them expeditiously...
and they said they'd say positive things very quickly.
Positive things quickly.
So if I
Always
could
like
move
those.
to go to the
Let's,
item
with your indulgence then, I think we might deal with 8.15, because I think 8.14 is going to take longer. I just have that sense. And so let's deal with 8.15 then, and we'll come back to 8.14.
Mr. Mayor, while we're on quick release, can I release an item?
Which one is that? Sure, of course, Councillor.
Yeah, it's EX 8.17. It's consent of assignment of agreement with Maple Leaf Sports and
Oh, yes.
Entertainment. I can release that. Staff have given me my answers.
All right. This was to approve the assignment of agreements. It's going to go up to council from MLC to a partnership. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So we have our deputants here, and I'm proceeding on Councillor Shiner's absolute assurance. It's going to be positive and quick.
Sorry, I have...
Please feel free to say whatever you wish, but you do have, are you here appearing as a sort of a group? Because it's hard for me to know about allocating time. Normally, if you tell me you can say what you have to say in 5 minutes in one deputation, or 5 minutes and thereabouts, because there are 4 of you, 3 of you rather. Okay, please go ahead. And welcome. Thank you for coming and thank you for waiting.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for having the Executive Committee report to me today. And anybody that's seen me speak before knows that I am brief, and the Jays are playing tonight. So I have the pleasure of introducing, my name is Bill Brick, I'm president of Build Toronto. I have the pleasure sitting beside me is Salima Rauji. Salima has been the development manager on 505 Richmond West for the last number of years, and she's put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this project. We're here today to talk about the opportunity to speak about 505 Richmond and bring the Executive Committee up to speed as to where we are and what has brought us here. This project started off as an idea the former councillor had at the time, and we've been working very hard with all the stakeholders to bring that vision of a significant community space within the 505 Richmond redevelopment as a reality. And as the local community knows, we have been in discussions with the YMCA over the past number of years. Just to give you some history of the project, this is an extremely historic building in the City of Toronto's history. It started in 1837 as one of the 3 community markets, St. Lawrence, St. Patrick's, and St. Andrew. It was an active market in the West End until the late 1880s, 89, when the area became industrialized and the market was no longer needed. In 1932, the original market was demolished, and in 1932, today's equivalent of the infrastructure fund, and the building was built for the city out of the Depression, out of federal funding to institute employment. Where we are today, in 2011, the building was declared surplus by the city at council, and our development process at Build Toronto continued. As you can see from the timeline, we have worked diligently from 2011 on to today to go through the development process. We have worked with affordable housing, city planning, forestry, parks and rec, legal services, engineering, construction, Toronto water, transportations, and urban design. In 2012, we started negotiations or engagement with the community, and what came out of those engagements was the need for more public accessible services in an area of the city that had grown, and that idea that came out of that was the YMCA. We started discussions with the YMCA in 2012, and we have had regular meetings with the community along that way. What Build Toronto does, before we sell any property, we try and set out our development objectives, and what we've had as the development objectives for this building was to respect the heritage of the building and honor the strong history, integrate the St. Andrews Playground, which is adjacent to the building, create an active, publicly accessible private space. You're going to see a terrific regeneration of the open space of that building into a great new public market, private restaurants, accessible retail. It's going to be a wonderful development. We were going to animate the Richmond Street frontage, and we're going to incorporate a community facility, which is the YMCA. All this has been done around a fiscally responsible plan to continue to meet Build Toronto's mandate of delivering a dividend to the city. We have a number of goals that we set for city building. This project meets these goals with engagement, livable neighborhood, the environment, and the economics. We have worked with the councillors, we have collaborated with the city divisions, and we've worked with the community. The livable neighborhood, this will deliver a YMCA to the project, desperately needed by this area, an integration of the park to bring a great park together with this newly renovated building. We also are incorporating 25 affordable housing units into this development, been working very closely with the developer and with the Affordable Housing Office. We honor the historical use, and as many of you know, the Eva's Phoenix building is being relocated from another site on Ordnance here to a brand-new building on the west side, on the east side of this development, which will be incorporated, a separate building, but be incorporated into development. We're working to incorporate the heritage, and we've done the environmental, in the process of doing the environmental cleanup. The economic offsets to the city as this building is being built and renovated, 961 person-years of employment. A number of full-time employees will work in this building through the Y and through the retail that's being built. This building will generate in itself $9.75 million of municipal and development fees to be paid back to the City of Toronto out of an unused city building right now, and when completed will generate $1.8 million annual to the city's property tax coffers. This deal was approved by the BT board in August, and since then, the developer, Yep. Okay, I'm saying we've worked with the developer to bring the cost that you see in the report today, and we're very confident that that cost is conservative and the project can be delivered in terms of the Y cost with that. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? I thank you very much, both of you, for your presentation. Do we have any questions of Mr. Brick or Ms. Rauji? All right, well, thank you very much. And do we have a deputant from the YMCA? Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Jane Piper. I am the Chief Operations and Service Officer for the YMCA. Also with me and on my left is Debbie Seven-Piper, who's our CFO and responsible for our capital program, and David Layton, who's our Vice President of Real Estate and Asset Development. I'll speak very briefly to this project. We're very excited about the possibility of locating a Y at 505 Richmond Street. We want to thank the councillor who's been extremely supportive of the project, and also staff at both Build Toronto and Parks, Forestry and Recreation who we've worked on this project with. And let me start just by saying why we very deliberately describe these as centres of community and not simply health and fitness facilities. When we build and design these buildings, we think of them as places certainly for people to pursue healthier lifestyles, but also as places for youth development, as places for family activities, as places for community belonging, and really to promote broader community health. We currently have 4 centres of community in the City of Toronto. Many of you are familiar with them. I won't list them all. But if you visit any of them, you'll see the depth and breadth of programming that happens there. Yes, health and fitness, but also newcomer services, immigration services, childcare, youth development, and so on. In all cases, what we try to do is devise services that are responsive to that local community. We have a very robust community engagement process that works with the local community and the local stakeholders, such as the councillor and others, to identify what services would be best located there. As your report indicates, our model is membership-based, which means people do pay a monthly fee to belong to the Y. But our principle is broad community access, and for those that can't afford that fee, we have a financial assistance program, and that's supported through philanthropic donations. In addition to the financial assistance program, we do offer programs for the broader public every week. For instance, we have a teen night, which is open to all teens, whether they are members or non-members. We believe this is a model that's tested and true, and it's been offered for over 160 years. We think there's great potential for a Y in this location. It's been mentioned that there's a lack of community infrastructure. We also think it represents a fiscally smart investment by the city, with your investment leveraged by our own and minimizing operating expenses for the city. From a sustainability perspective, I'll conclude by saying we really are in it for the long term. Our West End Y has been operating for over 100 years, and we would look forward to making the same commitment at this location. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. You were true to your word about being quick, too. I appreciate that. Was there a question of this deputy by the deputy mayor?
So we're giving you a lot of money, and I'm concerned about community access, because this isn't just It's in the community center that's open to everybody. So can you maybe go into a little bit more detail on you said no one will be denied use of your health club?
Yeah. So our model is, it is membership-based. You do join and you do pay a fee.
Yeah.
That fee ranges for children and young people from about $38 a month for an adult to about $58 a month. And, but in addition to that, we have a financial assistance program, and it's administered very similar to that at the City of Toronto. It looks at low income, and we offer up to 50% in financial assistance.
So let's say on a yearly basis, what would someone who is on a modest income be charged?
Well, it varies, but it could be as low as $240 a year, I'm sorry, and on an annual basis.
Okay, is that for a child or an adult?
Child and a young adult.
And an adult? Let's say it was an adult.
It would be about $360.
$360 a year. And what about other facilities for groups? Is there let's say there was a not-for-profit organization that wanted to use the facilities?
Yeah. When we design our facilities, we look at community use space, and in fact, I think the Central Y is a good example of that. I was there on Sunday. There was the Terry Fox Community Run was being run out of there. So there's all kinds of community use of our community facilities, and we do have nonprofit rates.
And what would that look like for a?
Well, it depends if it's in partnership with us, in which case it can be free, or it's a discounted hourly rate, which varies.
Not everybody, due respect, not everybody's a partner of yours.
No.
There are those that are and those that want to be. But those that aren't, how much would they, for a room rental to use your facilities, how much would they generally pay? Just get some sense of this.
It does vary based on the size of the space. It could be as low as $10 an hour, but it goes up for our auditorium space and so on.
And let's talk auditorium space being how big, charging what to a community group?
Well, I don't know. I think it would be a little preliminary for us to say that, because in this facility, we don't know what community spaces we will have.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Menon Wong. Questions of the Deputy? Any further questions of the Deputy? Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation to us today and for answering those questions. Then I have down Anne-Marie Strapp from the Garment District Neighborhood Association, and we have a resident who's here today who would like to be heard, Emily Daigle. So we'll start with the Garment District Neighborhood Association. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I'd like to speak on behalf of the Garden District Neighborhood Association. We represent one of Toronto's older neighborhoods, as you have heard. Our community is bound by Spadina, Bathurst, King, and Queen Street, and the proposed YMCA building sits approximately in the center of this area. Aside from one school, there presently are no community facilities whatsoever serving the people who live and work here. And I think that if our counterparts, the neighborhoods to the east, west, and south were here, they would be saying the same thing. So this is a desperate need on our parts. You may not be aware that the Waterworks complex, that's 505 Richmond Street West, was replaced a long-standing community center, which the city demolished to make way for the Waterworks. Nothing was ever built to replace those services. Our neighborhood is now in the midst of rapid intensification, and the need for community facilities and programs become more and more pressing with each day. So the GDNA therefore welcomes this proposal as a long overdue recommitment by the city to our neighborhood and the peoples who live and work in it. We see this new facility as a possible catalyst for rejuvenating our community and as a partner in shaping a healthier neighborhood. Our only concern, which I think Councillor Menon Wong alluded to, is that the YMCA's membership criteria not serve as a barrier to access for those of our neighbors who may be physically or financially vulnerable, And I should mention there are 2 significant supportive housing complexes within this neighborhood. GDNE is very grateful to both Councillor Cressy and to city staff who worked tirelessly to bring this initiative to life. And we wish to thank them as well as the YMCA for their efforts. We would strongly support this initiative, and we would recommend that the Executive Committee adopt these recommendations as proposed. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputant? Okay, well, we'll thank you very much for your patience and for making that presentation to us today. Then Ms. Daigle is with us, and welcome and thank you.
Good day, Mayor. Good day, Mayor Tory. Good day, councillors. I have one simple thing I'd like to say. I live in Scarborough. I have a lot of friends that live in the area where this Y is proposed to be who are disabled, as am I. But we would like to go to the YMs, but their lack of accessibility, of not only their exercise equipment, pools, presents a huge challenge. Why should we be kept?
Sorry about that.
I thought all our devices are supposed to be turned off.
Sorry,
I digress.
go ahead.
Why is it that we're limited to being at Variety Village? Why is it that Variety Village is still the only fully accessible place in this city when those of us with disabilities would like the option of going to the YM? I love the YM, I believe in it extensively, but why should we be forced to pay the same amount as everyone else who is able-bodied when we get a quarter of the services? I would like to see this YM built, yes, but I also would like to see one of the stipulations of it being built being a greater focus on accessibility and being not only building accessibility, but accessibility of services and equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daigle. Any questions of this deputant? All right. I thank you very much for being here and for your submissions. We would next move then to questions to staff from members outside of the committee. Councillor Cressy.
I'll be very brief with your indulgence, Mr. Mayor. This is to Janie Roma from Parks, Forestry and Rec. Janie, could you expand on recommendation number 3 as it relates to the community access recommendation as part of this proposal?
Certainly through the chair. As part of the negotiation, the ongoing negotiation with the Y, PFNR would ensure that there's community access to the facility in a way that is acceptable to PFNR in consultation with the Y. And that community access could take on a variety of different forms. It could be access to swimming, at designated times. It could be access to community rooms. Our plan would be to sit down with the Y and review the proposed program through the capital and the architectural design, review the kinds of programs that will be offered and look at where those gaps may be, and then ensure that those items are entered into that community use agreement.
Thank you. So just to be clear, understanding that the Y has a membership-based model, albeit with a third of their members on subsidies, as part of this agreement, we will be entering into a community access arrangement through a memorandum of understanding which will ensure access.
That's correct.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Any other members outside of the committee want to ask questions? Members of the committee wanting to ask questions of staff? Could I just ask one? I'm not sure who should respond to it, which is just a comment on the comments of Ms. Daigle with respect to accessibility to people with differing abilities and to what extent that's been a subject of discussion and to what extent this proposal addresses that?
Through the chair, we, of course, in all the design of city buildings, ensure that all of the AODA, accessibility requirements are incorporated into all of our designs and that we're compliant with the Act as it's moving forward. I think we can certainly, in discussions with the Y around the design of this facility, ensure that those are considerations as well moving forward.
Yes, because I think she was, sorry, I didn't start the clock myself, but I just have one more quick question. I think she was referring not just to the building, but to what went on inside, pools, exercise equipment, and so on. And when we say, and I presume you will undertake then as well to add to the business of the building also what goes on inside and how we can make sure that it is consistent with what we think it should be the case in 2015.
Yep, certainly we
Thank
can incorporate.
Any other questions of staff anybody has? All right, then we could move to, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly. So as I understand this, the condition of sale for 505 Richmond is that there be an allocation of space for the YMCA to run its operations.
Through the chair, I'd ask planning to contribute to this as well around the terms of sale of the building, but that's my understanding of the agreement.
So the space exists. This developer, on closing of the real estate transaction, will be providing X number of square feet. 5,016 square meters, 54,000 square feet.
Correct.
So the 15 to 19 million is for furnishings and upgrades within an existing building to make it comply with YMCA programming and requirements?
So through the chair, the $15 to $19 million, the space that we receive would be empty space, so to speak, just a shell of space. The $15 to $19 million would be required to quite literally build the Y within that shell of space that we receive,
right,
including a pool, gymnasium, all of the necessary facilities that would be identified in the plan.
But the building exists, the built form, the footprint, it's all there. The 15 to 19 is for inside the building to make it comply with building code and to provide the facilities and resources that the YMCA needs.
That's correct. Keeping in mind that the $15 to $19 million is the city's 2/3 contribution to the project. Right?
So,
or is that the whole?
2/3 of the 50.
You're correct.
You almost
2/3 of the 15 to 19. Yeah.
Another 10 million.
So has this, it's a lot, we own the building, we have the space, that's not the problem. So these are internal renovations. Has this been scoped and sent out to RFP, or is this kind of a rough guesstimate?
Through the chair, my understanding is in the original plans for the building, there was some scoping that was done, but Bill Toronto is here and they're going to speak specifically to that.
Yeah, it's there.
If I may, Mr. Mayor? Thank you, through the mayor. The Build Toronto Board approved the sale of this building in late October. Since then, the representatives of Build Toronto, representatives of the developer, one of Canadians' leading architectural firms has been retained by the developer and has worked with the Y on prior Ys. And professional cost consultants and project managers have been working diligently over the last month and a bit to come up with this cost estimate. The cost estimate is, we believe, very firm and will be refined over the next little while as the building is finally laid out. I would, just to your earlier question, Councillor Pasternak, the building is there, but it is essentially a 1932 building that has sat vacant by the city for the last number of years. If you were in there, you would see the amount of asbestos remediation, the amount of windows that have to be replaced, the shoring up that has to be done to hold the pool, the work that has to be done on the foundation to make clear span space. So although the foundation or the building is there, that is literally all that is there right now.
All right, so basically, we're required under this agreement to take the proceeds, we're basically under this agreement to provide space for the YMCA and to provide a 2/3 share of any kind of renovations required to get it up to code and to get it to comply to YMCA standards.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of staff by members of the committee? Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Brick. Mr. Brick, can you give us just a bit of an overview as to what the community will look like with the building, some of the programming, the animation for the building?
Well, I was just reminded by a member behind me that it is essentially a brand-new building also that is being built above. So the building as it sits today is, as I said, a 1932 building, essentially 2 stories, and Salima knows much more about it if I miss, with an open air in the middle, and as what we would say, Great Hall. The mayor will be quite familiar with the Great Hall because that's where we held the EVA's fundraising kickoff. So when the building is being built, when it's finished, there will be a fully finished operating YMCA on the 2nd and 3rd floor at the west end of the building. The entrance to the Y will be in the bottom. There will be ground floor retail, animating the Richmond Street frontage, a number of new shops. The EVAs will be at the east end, a brand-new building on Brant Street. And in the Great Hall, there will be approximately 15,000 square feet of new food uses, very interesting retail. Part of the Great Hall will be to bring back the historic windows that are on the south facade, and that building will then open up onto the St. Patrick's Park playground. We think it will be a stunning, stunning architectural building when it's finished, and it will also hold a significant number of condominium residences, plus the 25 affordable housings. And Councillor Pasternak he's over there now, but the sale will also generate significant financial return to the city, above and beyond all of the community benefits and stuff that we've just talked about.
As you understand it, the city's exposure is limited.
The city's exposure will be limited to the cost, 2/3 of the final cost. And I believe the report does not, this is not an approval for the money, this is an approval in principle for the Parks and Rec to go forward and negotiate a definitive agreement with the Y, and that's where the final costing will actually be ironed out at that time.
Right. And can you tell me how many hours and how many meetings have you, through your leadership at Build Toronto and the Build Board, have actually had on this particular matter?
Salima, please.
We have been meeting with the YMCA since 2012, so it has been a long meeting. With the board, I would say upwards of 10 meetings. Internally with staff, we probably spend at least 15 to 20 hours a week on this file itself.
And as I recall at our board meeting, at the Bill Board meeting, which Councillor Shiner and I are on, we've talked about the impact and the opportunity for the community, and that's been very evident in terms of your focus. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. The folks that are behind the project, could you speak to the company, the individuals who are the representatives of the company?
I don't think it would be appropriate to speak because we still are in the final due diligence phase, but Build Toronto went to the market, and a big part of our due diligence on our people that we select to build this property were, did they have a history of dealing with this kind of historic heritage property? Do they have a track record? Have they been able to deal with complicated projects? Have they done exceptional, stunning projects in the city? And all those tick marks were produced, were done, and we've actually spoken with people that they've worked with on prior projects, and everything came back very, very, very stunning on this one.
So this is a win-win situation for everybody.
As one developer who was not successful in this process said to me, Bill, could you have incorporated anything else into this RFP?
Okay, thank you.
The answer was no.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong has a question of staff.
So there's a piece here that's being funded by the local Section 37 and Section 45, yes?
That's correct.
So I'm just wondering about when the money flows and when the project begins and how that aligns.
Through the chair, as it indicates in the report, that's part of the process that we would determine going forward around how the money would need to flow and how it would be represented in the budget moving forward. So we would actually be asking for City Council approval of the budget in the years that the money is required.
So if I can translate for a minute, is that money, how do you know that that amount of money is actually there in Section 37 and 45 agreements?
So through the chair, I mean, and I can ask planning to comment as well. There's currently $5 million that's available based on the Section 37 that's already been collected in the ward.
Yep.
And based on the projection that we've done moving forward, based on the amount of development proposals currently being considered, there's some firm belief that the additional money will be available within the timelines that are required.
Someone in the finance?
Through the chair, if I can comment, I'm Linda McDonald, I'm the planning manager for the area.
Yeah.
We have done an analysis of the sort of trends in terms of Section 35, Section 45, and Section 37 funds in the ward, and looked at sort of the patterns over the last 10 and then 10 applications and 20 applications, and we believe that over the next 2 years we will exceed the amount required.
You'll be able to raise that money in 2 years?
Yes, based on the current trends of development in Ward 20.
And so is there an arrangement through, if we approve this project, that within any funds raised in this area through those tools, that the first taker, the first project that gets that money, until this project is paid off, all of it goes into this project, all Section 37 and 45, every single penny goes into the YMCA project until such time as that money is put aside in a bank account?
So City Planning's been working very closely with Councillor Cressy's office on this. We agree with the councillor that community services in this part of his ward are the #1 priority. So certainly planning agrees that we should be directing funds to fund this facility, and ultimately it will be council's decision to agree with where the funds are directed, but we've certainly been working and agree with the councillor on that.
Is that a yes? I'm just wondering, because if you're saying that money from here, all this money from Section 37 and 45 is going into this, is going to be funded for the YMCA projects, all the first money that goes up until we reach that amount, every single penny from those agreements should go to fund this YMCA project until it's paid off. Will that happen?
If I can clarify through the chair, in future budget years, we would identify this as a project within Parks, Forestry, and Recreation in our capital budget, and all of the designated sources of funding would be allocated to that as well, which would include confirmation of all the Section 37 and Section 45 funds to reach that $10 million. So once the budget was allocated towards that Section 37 contribution, it couldn't be used towards any other project.
So the staff would essentially put a lien on the Section 37 and 45 projects until such time as that debt is covered. Yes?
We would ensure that the Section 37 and the Section 45, above 5% funds are allocated to this project. That's
Okay, so the second thing is does this count as, so this area is deficient in Parks and Rec space, yes? Community space, yeah?
Sorry, it's...
Community space, yes?
It's deficient in community spaces, as the report indicates, expecting up to 40,000 people in this area until 2025. As the deputants have noted, it's an area of the city that's seriously deficient of community and recreation space.
Yeah.
And the types of facilities that would be in the Y facility that's being proposed, we also believe would really go a long way in meeting the needs of the community from a community and leisure programming perspective.
So in terms of your planning, the next time you look at it, if this community center is approved, that means that this area will now be satisfied for that particular, for those particular uses, yes?
That's correct.
And so the other thing that's very interesting here is the councillor is now embracing, I think at a certain level, user fees for recreations. You're okay with that? You're adopting these user fees?
Well, through the chair, and this with the Y model, as the Y representatives have shared, they do have an accessible model where there is a subsidy program that's built into the fee structure, which is very similar to the kind of fee structures that we have in our programs and facilities as well.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there other questions of staff? Okay. That would bring us to speakers. Speakers from outside. And I must say, Councillor Shiner, this was supposed to be, I guess, a relatively quick item. It doesn't seem.
Well, Mayor Tory, I guess in comparison to some items.
I suppose that's
My apologies.
All right, speakers from outside, Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think this should have been a quick item. First of all, I know there's a technical amendment which you're moving, and I should begin by thanking the community who have spoken for years about the need for community services in an area of deficiency, to Build Toronto staff who have worked diligently on this file, and members of the Build board, and I should say in particular Councillor Shiner and Thompson, who have helped to shepherd this along over many years, and city staff. This is a staff report that's been authored by 2 general managers, both our chief planner and Parks, Forestry and Rec, with the involvement of DCM, and of course the YMCA. The context here briefly is that in 1996 this area had 1,000 residents. Today there are 30,000 residents. Less than 20 years, an increase from 1 to 30,000 people, and it is estimated that this will have 40,000 residents once everything that's already approved is built, and we have, on average, I'd say 3 applications for new developments coming in a week. We've identified it as the city as an area of deficiency for community services. We also have identified it as an area of deficiency for parks. It's not livable right now. We've heard that from our residents. If you're going to live in a glass tower, the park becomes the backyard and the community center becomes your playroom. And so we've worked exceptionally hard to address that, and I'll say address it in a way that doesn't result in increased costs to the city's capital or operating budget. We've worked hard. If we could have built a city-run community center, we would have. But we don't have the funds to do it. So in conjunction with Build and the Y, we went out there and got creative and found a way to do it. And a way to do it, and I would add, that ensures not only that we're supporting those in need through the subsidy program, but ensuring a community access agreement, which is what this talks about, to ensure public access. And so I think it's an inclusive model, and it's a solution that builds on the best of what this city does, which is to ensure that as we grow, we don't just add density, that we build neighborhoods. And so I'm looking forward to a project in the heart of downtown Toronto that will not only include a mixed-use development and bring economic vitality to the area, but also have an affordable housing component built in, that has a shelter, Eva's Phoenix, adjacent to it, that's going to animate the South Hall, a heritage South Hall with food and beverage, and is going to have a YMCA. I think this is the type of neighborhood we want to build and continue to build, and I'm very proud to be here, and I hope you'll support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Speakers from who are not members of the committee? Okay, speakers who are members of the committee. I have just a technical amendment. I'm going to support this project. The technical amendment I'll just put on the table. Recommendations 1, 2, and 3 be adopted. You see the motion here. This is from legal staff. Have asked us to make this small change. Recommendation 4 be deleted. City solicitor be requested to discuss with the appropriate parties and report directly to City Council on the appropriate mechanism to facilitate a transfer a portion of the property at 505 Richmond West to the YMCA. So I've put that on the table if I could. And we have other speakers. Councillor McMahon.
I just want to say that this is city building at its finest, and I'm happy to support this.
So, Mayor Tory, you've moved the recommendations in the report? Okay.
Yes.
Having the opportunity to serve on the Build board has given me and Councillor Thompson the opportunity to work with our colleagues, in this case Councillor Cressy, who is taking a vision for this area of trying to provide a community amenity space, which he wasn't able to achieve as a city-operated facility, and do that with the YMCA by using Section 37 funds and contribution from the Y. I know Build Toronto went out with this property previous to my being on the board. I think it was last year. Unfortunately, the deal was never consummated. They came back out. An important part of it was to be sure, 1, there was the opportunity for a YMCA to be in the property, 2, that there were other creative uses, which Mr. Brick has mentioned briefly to you, and if you actually could see the intention of it, it's phenomenal what they're going to do with that big old space that used to be a waterworks area, and then it was a storage for garbage bins and solid waste use. It should be a phenomenal project when it's completed, but think about it. On one side, you're going to have a YMCA. On the other side, you have a youth shelter. In the middle, you have new development. In the south, you have a park. And all that with the community amenity space inside and the multiple uses. Build Toronto's done a wonderful job bringing this project together. They're still working on the due diligence. I think they've got some great partners proposed, and at the board, we've worked very hard with it. So I think in this mind and with the pressure that's in the area for the community there, and I know it well, having spent many years on the Kingspan area myself, I think it's a great project. I think it's a good accomplishment from Build and from the city, and I'm very eager to support this and move it on to council.
All right, we have Councillor Minnan-Wong and Councillor Thompson to speak as well? Yeah, okay, so we have those two.
This very quick, supposedly very quick item. Happy to support it. I did have some questions about this. Firstly, I'm glad that Build Toronto is making a dollar here. We are actually investing in this YMCA project. I'm actually very happy to learn that there are arrangements where this is open to the community. That's very important to me. And finally, I did want to sort of congratulate Councillor Cressy, because I know that his family has a history. Your father has a history in the YMCA, I believe. When he was younger, he helped out the YMCA in Trinidad, I believe, build a project. So I know that there's a certain level of personal investment here, and he must be very proud of being able to see this project through. So very, very much recognition and congratulations to you, Councillor.
And Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to congratulate Bill Brick and folks at Build Toronto. This has been a long time coming, and of course, the Y. The Y is an extraordinary organization, and in fact, I can tell you that my first real exposure to the Y came from my meeting with Gordon Cressy many, many years ago, and my introduction to the Y, and learned a lot about what they offered. I was so impressed, actually, that about 10 years ago, I actually tried to get a motion where the city would actually fund the Y in order to ensure the Y could actually offer projects and programs in Scarborough for young Scarborough children, particularly in 2005, when we would go through the year of the gun, where we had many challenges and we identify areas where we, the city, were not serving the community well, but we knew that the Y had access to tremendous opportunity and so on, and it didn't work out at the time. But I'm so very pleased that we're able to see this opportunity come to light, and certainly we know that it hasn't fully materialized yet, but it's going to, with your support here today at the Executive Committee and the support at Council. Councillor Shiner and Minnan-Wong and others and so on, we've all worked really hard to ensure that that the city itself, its exposure is limited. And at the same time, the Y has been tremendous. I know I spoke with varying representative from the Y about this and so on. And of course, the local councillor has been steadfast in terms of his desire to actually see this come to light. I am particularly pleased that there are no unique differences with respect to how we handle Section 37 in this particular matter, or Section 35. I mean, it's the same throughout the city. So I'm not quite sure on the line of questioning that was coming forward in terms of how that was coming forward. It is something that we've all identified as being important, and certainly money should be spent as part of any agreement, Section 37 and Section 45, with a specific project, because those are assigned dollars and so on. So I'm very pleased that this is here. I'm very pleased that the Y's, focus in terms of working with the city, and most and foremost, that I'm very pleased that the community, who has not been well served with respect to community recreation needs and so on, will in fact be well served with respect to this agreement with Build Toronto, City of Toronto, and also the developer on the site, and certainly the local councillor. So I think it's a job well done, and it really demonstrates the real purpose of Build Toronto, which is an organization that's just focusing on city building. We know that Bill Toronto has come under a tremendous amount of pressure over the last number of years. But what we're actually seeing in terms of its I guess its rebirth or its reincarnation, in essence, is to do the very things that we want it to do, which was provide affordable housing as part of this particular site, and the key things that have been done by the Bill staff in terms of bringing this particular project forward. So thanks all around, and this is the type of city that, and rationale and reasons why this city is a great city. It isn't about simply those people or those people over there, but it is about everyone in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Are we ready for the question then? All right, we have the one amendment we could put up. That was the one that I moved, that I was asked to put by the legal staff. And so we'll consider that first as an amendment to the, well, actually, we can deal with it all together because it has the rest of them all being approved. So can we deal with this motion that's in front of us now and ask for all those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Yes, go ahead, Councillor McConnell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering if we could deal with item 40. I believe that Councillor Shiner has a slight amendment to the item. It's on the review of the IMEC.
Look, I just was, I just agreed to one of these. Beg your pardon? Which item are you talking about? No, I was advised by the clerk that we did because it had 1, 2, and 3 and a new 4.
Done. So,
So you want to have a recorded vote now?
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought,
I'm sorry too. I didn't realize that people wanted to
We
have.
finished, I thought.
Councillor Thompson? They want a recorded vote. Some of your colleagues want a recorded, our colleagues want a recorded vote, and so just on the item as a whole, so we'll just move to that. All those, you go ahead.
On the motion by Mayor Tory, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bylaw, Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. Motion carries unanimously.
So, Mayor Tory.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Councillor McConnell, rather. This, if this is going to be that short, but there are other people who have been waiting, and last one I was told.
so if I could, Mr. Mayor, I have to be at the poverty reduction strategy at the library board, and I understand that there is only an amendment by Councillor Shiner.
All right.
That's
well,
the only
spending
thing
time
I'm
talking
fine
about it.
with
Councillor
it.
Shiner, do you have an amendment that's going to be very quick on this?
My colleagues are reminding me only members of committee can get your attention on those items. The first thing I'd like to do is a matter of privilege and apologize for that short item being so long. I didn't expect it to be, so thank you for your indulgence on that. It really was meant to be short. On the item in front of us, your staff suggested a couple of changes to the wording, which clerk staff now have on the motion that's here. So with that amendment, if they could put it up, I'm more than happy to move this item for Councillor McConnell.
It's not showing for some reason on my screen. Oh, there it is. Okay. Regarding the merit. So it's really just those words?
Well, I don't have to amend it. I'm putting those words in because it's my motion. So you can just vote on it with those words, and those were the words which your staff had recommended.
All right, this had previously been distributed. Are we able to just call the question and approve the recommendation as amended by Councillor Shiner? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
So hopefully that made up for the longer one.
All right. That now does bring us to tolling, which is number 8.14. And we'll start then with deputations. And we have the first one. I guess we have 2 people from Transit Alliance, so maybe we take that as one person from, that's okay. Yes, Ms. Thompson, welcome. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Your Worship, and the rest of committee. And for the record, I believe that you are a very pretty mayor. Okay, 20 years ago, I was never going to marry or have children. 13 years ago, actually 13 years ago today, I was wearing a wedding dress and walking down the aisle. 11 years ago, I was getting ready to have a baby. A lot can change with time and information, is the point I'm trying to make here. 5 years ago in the 2010 election, I was calling for tolls on the DVP and Gardiner, with most of the media calling me crazy and online polling showing only 40% of residents supported it. Over the weekend, the Transit Alliance commissioned Main Street Technologies to poll Toronto residents, and the results demonstrate that approval for tolls on the DVP and Gardiner has increased considerably over the past 5 years, with strong approval growing to 54%. The poll found that overall, 72.9% of residents downtown support it. 56.1% of residents support it in North York. In Etobicoke, it's 48.6%, and in Scarborough, it's 56.9% support. A lot can change in a few years, and tolling the DVP and Gardiner is the optimal solution to funding the transit expansion that Toronto desperately needs. Most major cities across North America use road pricing or tolling to fund their infrastructure needs. The recent report issued by the city last week shows that the Gardiner and DVP carry approximately 123 million cars on it per year. So let's think about this. This would, at $2, it would raise $264 million per year. At $3, it would raise $369 million per year. And at $5, it would raise $650 million a year. The Transit Alliance encourages the Executive Committee to support a comprehensive study of tolling and road pricing, and to support the staff recommendation of putting any additional funds raised that's over and above maintenance and operational costs into a transit expansion fund. Across North America, all major cities have some form of road pricing or tolling. While some use the toll to simply pay for a road or bridge, others use road pricing to raise funds necessary to build out their infrastructure. Cities like Chicago has a flat toll of $4.50 per car on their Skyway Bridge. Bridges and toll roads in Seattle have a toll of approximately $5. On tunnels and bridges in New York, the toll is approximately $9.75 off-peak, $11.75 during peak hours. The Transit Alliance encourages the Executive Committee to consider the possibility of putting a sunset clause in place that require tolls be lowered to cover only the operational costs and maintenance of both highways once the transit infrastructure Toronto needs is built and paid for. We recommend taking a smart approach and creating an open or flat road pricing system, as the cost of a closed or distance-based system are much higher to operate over the long term, and supporting the staff recommendation all-electronic tolling system that captures license plates and does not require cars to stop. Toronto must look at planning our city for the long term. For 50 to 60 years, we've lacked the vision we've needed. Tunneling the Gardiner, implementing tolls on our highways, and creating the subway and transit system that Toronto needs may seem expensive today, but over the long term, they will prove to be vital assets to a successful city. It is time we build the city for our children and grandchildren. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions of the deputant from Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. Can you tell me what's the membership of the Transit Alliance?
We're now at approximately 100 members, and they are in the transit and infrastructure industry.
And then you do outreach with the community?
Yeah, we do
events and
canvassing and that sort of thing, yeah.
Okay. And by and large, your community in your engagement, they're supportive of tolls, or?
Yes, we did a poll that was online of our community, and 75% are in support of tolling the DVP and Gardiner. We did this other poll of residents all across the city, and we did that yesterday, and it came back with 54% overall in support.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pasternak and then Councillor Thompson. Questions of the deputant.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks very much for coming in, Sarah. You sort of answered part of my question in your last sentence. So the poll itself were people who live in Toronto.
That's right.
Okay. They'd probably be the least likely to use the Gardiner, as out-of-towners primarily do. But when it comes to tolling, I've always carried the view that non-residents should be paying, and that we put some kind of a easy pass system or discounted pass system in there. Have you looked at that two-tiered option? I go into New York City, and clearly as a very occasional user of their bridges, I pay, I think, $15 to get over the George Washington
Right.
Bridge and $8.50 to get over the Robert Kennedy Bridge. And then I think it was $14. Oh, these are all in US dollars. And $14 to go through the Lincoln Tunnel. And of course, about $6.50 to go across.
And look at their transit system.
I know, yeah, and look at their transit system. So should there be a tiered system where, whether it's on frequent users or residency, what would be your?
I'm here representing the Transit Alliance, and the Transit Alliance is in support of tolls on the DVP. We haven't looked any further to whether it should be tiered or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. Mr. Thompson, I've heard you've just indicated who you're here with and your group and so on. I'm just wondering, and I know your group talks about tolling and so on, and you've been clear on this for quite some time. Are there some other measures that you've looked at as well, in addition to tolling, that actually could generate revenues for, obviously, the city to deal with issues around transportation, funding, transit funding, and also the other piece, which is education? Have you looked at those in terms of your group?
Oh, yes, we've been doing this since 2011. So we looked at the 1% sales tax. We campaigned around that. We did some polling around that. Couldn't get buy-up from the province. But we also looked at a dedicated transit fund, and we were successful with a lot of other groups in getting the province to commit to that.
I guess what I'm getting at is using advanced technology so as to, for example, speeding up traffic, traffic that's going really, really slow, that those types of vehicles could also obviously pay something. I mean, you have monitoring and so on that would actually do that.
No, we haven't looked at that yet.
Are you aware of that technology?
No.
You're not. But if you were made aware of that technology, do you think it's something that we
Speed up slow cars? I'm not sure what technology you're referring to.
So there is technology. In fact, I just saw some a few weeks ago in China. In fact, what they do is that there is a whole bar that goes across the street. It reads your license plate. If you're going too slow, you can actually get a fine for that. If you're going too fast, you get a fine for that as well. Running red light can get a fine for that. And I know that we're not looking at that at the moment in North America, but that's something that, do you think it's something that your group would be interested in?
Well, I think that the important point is to look at what other major cities in North America have done. The simple solution is tolls. That's the first thing they go to. We are so behind other major cities.
So no, I understand that.
Right.
I'm just saying, in addition to tolling, there are other measures and other things that we should be looking at.
To speed up traffic, right.
Well, to
And
move
unlock gridlock.
the flow of traffic is, in some instances, would you not agree that it's simply how drivers drive or drivers' behavior that creates some of the problem? So while we focus our attention on tolling, we're not focusing enough attention on behavior and drivers' behavior, and even just educating people in terms of how to basically navigate a city. Would you agree that that's something that we need to?
I think definitely we need to look at that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. And anybody else have any questions of this deputant? Well, I will thank you. Miss Thompson told me it's her anniversary today, and I said she'd be well out of here in time to go and celebrate that. So congratulations, and off you go to celebrate, unless you want to stay for the rest of this, which of course you're most welcome to do.
Thank you.
We had, I think, one more deputant on this. We did indeed, and that was Michelle Powell. Thank you for coming, Ms. Powell, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Powell. I'm a real estate agent in the city of Toronto. I brought my cards in case anybody's thinking about buying or selling. I actually wanted, I wanted to come here today to talk about road tolling. I do believe that the province of Ontario should undertake the tolling of roads and not the city of Toronto. I kind of spent a lot of time with my coworker, Mr. Google, researching all of this, and I had an idea for doing this, which was that I do believe that we should use open road tolling, not stopping cars, and RFID technology in order to communicate the number of the car that's passing by. The full way that I would do this would be that each year, when you renew your license plate, you would get the sticker that you normally affix to your license plate now from the MTO, right? And embedded in that sticker would be an RFID device. And all that RFID device would do would be to communicate the number that you actually currently have on your sticker that you put on your car right now. So British Columbia did this on the Port Mann Highway, and the cost of those stickers are $1 per sticker. So that's part of the technology. The next part of the technology is actually the receiver, and that I would put on all of the on-ramps of all of the highways in the GTA. And I wouldn't use a gantry system, and I wouldn't use cameras, because gantries are expensive to build, cameras are very expensive. They're primarily used for enforcement anyway. I would affix the transmitter to either an overhead structure that already existed or a light standard, because one of those is at every single on-ramp in the city. I would charge $1 per day, unlimited use. So if I came from Whitby and I got on the on-ramp on the 401, and I went along the 401, then down the Don Valley, then along the Gardiner, and got off at Jarvis to do my job. As I got on the on-ramp in Whitby, I'd be charged, my account would be charged $1. As I got back on the on-ramp on Jarvis to come home at the end of the day, that $1 for the ramp in Whitby would be overwritten by the Jarvis Street ramp. Because I think it was Councillor Pasternak thinks that people who visit the city should pay, as do I. So the last sort of ramp that the payment is being registered against is actually the last on-ramp you get on. So if you're coming from Hamilton or Richmond Hill, et cetera, into the city to work, the last on-ramp would be in the city of Toronto. All of the funds would go to less expenses, would go to the funding of transit in the city. That also includes GO Transit, because I don't think that you can ask people in Oshawa to pay to travel the roads to work into Toronto without offering really a viable choice for them to get here another way. I don't believe the stick works in terms of cutting down traffic. I don't like the 407 because I don't think the rich should get to go faster. And the number of work days in 2015, I looked this up, was $253. That means for most people, the maximum toll amount they're going to spend in a year is $253 less their vacation time if they don't drive, which I think is an affordable thing. The reason I think it should be undertaken by I would not send out any bills. I would do it at the time that licensors are renewed. So there's no extra billing. There's no paper bills. There's no gantry. There's no cameras. There's no costly enforcement because you're only charging $1 a day, and because there's already laws on the books that tell you that it's illegal to tamper with your license plate. So you keep the cost down and you charge $1 a day. I mean, just this morning I looked at the 407. Last year the 407, which I hate, made a gross profit of $864 million, and their net profit was $222 million. And they didn't do a lot of capital improvements in 2014. They're spending that money on enforcement. At some point, it doesn't pay to spend money on enforcement because you're unable to keep the tolls down. In terms of you're talking about the Gardiner, actually, and building a tunnel, I would, in my scenario, you only need the receivers on the on-ramps. But should you wish for a time to pay for capital improvements to the Gardiner, you could add a receiver to the entrance, to the entrances of the Gardiner, where, like from the 427 and the Don Valley, that would actually surcharge for use of just that roadway, in effect, until it was completed.
We have reached the end of our time, Ms. Powell, but there may be questions, but I'll thank you very much for it. It does go fast. I thank you very much for those very interesting comments. Are there any questions of this deputy? Hearing none, I will thank you very much for joining us today.
Okay.
That would bring us then to questions of staff by keeping in mind what the recommendation is here, which is to send this, the recommendation is to send it back for some further consideration. Are there questions of staff from members not on the committee? Are there questions of staff from members on the committee? Councillor Bylaw.
Just a very quick question to the city manager. I can't remember if it was this report or if it was another report, but you're coming with the business plan still this fall, fiscal. Okay, are you taking into consideration some of these revenue tools?
The long-term financial report would certainly be an important piece of information in any future conversation concerning the affordability of Gardner or anything else.
But in order to finance our own business plan, long-term business plan.
So the long-term report will give you a sense of what's the expected path of revenues, what's the expected path of expenditures. I think it's quite likely that those will not match perfectly, and that will certainly lead to a conversation around a variety of things, including tolls or other potential revenue tools. Yes.
Thank you.
Questions of staff. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager. So your expectation with respect to tolling and generating a revenue, is it simply to raise funds to use for transit expansion, maintenance for roadway? How will it affect congestion, which is a major issue that we're facing in the city?
So with respect, I think that is slightly premature. What we have is what I think is a very good staff report that tables a variety of approaches associated with road pricing, road tolling, ask for the opportunity to do more work on this subject. It's frankly quite complex, and I think those are different answers to different questions. And part of it is associated with financing the Gardner. There may be other aspects of road tolling or road pricing that may also be of interest to council. The background work that we're asking to continue will obviously deal with all of those.
So why would we not look in principle at an overall scheme at demand management while you're doing this? I mean, it seems to me that you're doing a piece at a time, and you'll come back at it to do another piece. Is that what you're saying?
So I think that the important principle here is that we respond to council's direction. Council's direction is to look at this. I think we've done some excellent initial work that shows that there is viability and potential associated with a variety of tolling and pricing models. We're looking for the opportunity to continue that work. Obviously, that work will be informed by exactly the types of things you're talking about.
What areas around the world are you looking at as models that you could emulate that's being done, whether or not it's Japan, Korea, the UK, Hong Kong?
So there are
some of those areas?
Many different models, and they're also changing technologies as well. So I think that's a question that I'd refer over to the General Manager for Roads.
I'm back here, Councillor. So, yes. Through the mayor. Yeah, so we are looking at multiple models. There are a number of cities now taking a look at this. Many of them are looking at sort of a cordon model, which is getting into the downtown core. This was one that we specifically were looking at the Gardner and the DVP out of the gate for tolling and pricing strategies. Now, implicit in your question there about demand management, that's where we'd probably get into pricing, which would be going above and beyond the toll. Tolls typically are set to do cost recovery for the facility. Pricing would imply that we're doing it for some other policy objectives.
Right, but aren't those policy objectives the real core issue that we're actually facing or trying to address in the City of Toronto?
And I think through the process, we'd be looking at, again, the ones that we're being asked are cost recovery, probably congestion management, and then perhaps a tertiary one might be alternative revenues for alternative transportation investments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillors Pasternak and then Palacio.
Yes, thank you for the information. It's quite extensive, and will have a motion to continue on with the work. But I'm wondering whether this is analysis paralysis. I mean, when you come through the customs at Fort Erie on the QEW, you pay a $3 toll there, and that's the end of the conversation. There's no exit tolls, no on tolls. When you're coming the other way from onto the bridge at Fort Erie, you pay $3 there. And then they don't get it, when you're driving the QEW, they're not getting into all this kind of modeling and so forth. Are we in fact making something far more complicated than the province has done on the exact same roadway on the QEW?
Through the mayor, I would say, Councillor, many of the tolls like you see at Fort Erie are typically for infrastructure such as large infrastructure such as bridges. So they do tend to have a cordon point toll. If you're looking at things where people may be traveling over large distances, it's not uncommon for roads such as turnpikes to do things like pay by distance in some proportional way. So again, there's a whole host of fare structures that could be employed here. I think the first conversation is going to be what are the objectives we're trying to achieve? And again, I think we're looking at cost recovery, potential demand management strategies, and potentially additional revenue for alternative investments.
I can understand when you're on the I-90 through New York State, where you're traveling for hours, and I can understand when you're on the New Jersey Turnpike. But you're actually, geographically, you're dealing with a very small amount of territory with very high density traffic. And it would seem to me that we keep it as simple and straightforward and flat as possible, and not try and create an overly technologically oppressive system that people don't understand and are confused by and won't buy into politically.
Through the mayor, again, we believe simplicity will be one key part of this. There are several models here. Distance-based is one that we put forward. Multiple cordons, so you could do things like putting one 50-cent toll at the Humber, 150% toll just west of Spadina, 150-cent toll at the DVP connection, so there's a whole host of permutations here that we can use. Again, all of these will have spillover impacts, though. The various models that we will look at will likely result in some locations with diversion, so we do want to sort of capture some of the impacts of that as well. So that's the intent of taking this to the next step.
I mean, are you considering multiple tolls between let's say the 427 and the DVP?
Through the chair, again, it's one model that's out there. But again, it probably would be seem unfair to some if you charge one $3 toll for someone who's only going 2 kilometers on the DVP.
I mean, you're gonna be creating, traffic chaos. It's just too. It seems to me it's just too short a distance for multiple tolls.
Through the mayor, all of these are based on a model that's known as open road tolling, which would not have any toll booths. So they would basically be based on gantries, detectors, as the previous deputant mentioned, or license plate reading.
But then you're losing in your uptake in your collection model. Okay. All right. Well, look, I have a motion later that refer back to more work. Thank you.
The recommendation is to send it back for further work. So I think your motion just picks up that wording, but we'll get back to that. We have some further questions for staff from Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The tolling options that are before us is for the Gardner as well as for the DVP. And are you thinking about any more in-depth study to be undertaken for other 400 series that would kind of complete the circle that serves the city of Toronto, for example, the 401, the 400, the 404, the 427, the 401. Are we looking at, in any way, to these 400 series as well?
Through the mayor, they are all provincially owned and operated facilities. So obviously, I think what would make sense is a regional strategy around this so that we don't have multiple competing systems. But that would likely be something we'd like to broach as part of this study in terms of how this fits in with other strategies. That said, the only facilities we were asked to look at were the Gardner and DVP, which are the ones that are owned and operated by the city.
So in other words, as we move forward and as we consider revenue tools under the City of Toronto Act, you'll be looking at other options, not only the ones that are before us, but other options as well. That's what you're saying, right?
Through the mayor, I think regarding the other 400 series, we would have to initiate discussions with MTO and the province regarding their interest in tolling those facilities. Obviously, in the media, there's been some discussions about some strategies such as hot lanes, but it hasn't. We have not engaged with the province officially in any way at this point.
Have we had any discussions with the province in terms of the HOVs?
Through the mayor, we're actually waiting for the outcome of this report just to see whether or not there was a direction from council to continue before we entered into that conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Palacio. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Berardinetti.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And Steve, so you've brought forward the flat fee and the open, and also you're going to subsequently be bringing forward hot lanes. Are you going to be looking at possibly one lane?
Through the mayor, the challenge we have with hot lanes, like we witnessed during the Pan Am Games, is that much of the benefit of doing things like hot lanes is often the comparative advantage you'll get from traveling on a hot lane. With the Gardner and the DVP, we have very limited ability to widen to put additional capacity on the facilities. And putting hot lanes, specifically if they're, say, like the HOVs for Pan Am, in the left lane, much of the delay people experience is actually the trying to get to the facility and from the facility. So in those situations, we would likely not see a significant financial incentive for people to participate in the hot lanes. That was not something we were asked to look at this point in time. And again, operationally, it would be challenging unless we started doing things like putting in exclusive entrance and exit points for the hot lanes themselves, which would add additional capital cost.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berardinetti. If we have no other questions of staff, we could move to speakers on the item. Councillor Pasternak, I think you're going to want to speak because you have a motion, correct?
Yes, that is my motion.
Yes. So if you'd like to put it.
Yeah, so obviously staff have asked that more work be done, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Look, I think people, citizens are willing to pay for value, and tolling is not the most comfortable thing. Nobody likes an extra fee. But if you're going to have a safe, modern roadway in which it's in a good state of repair, in which we can continually upgrade it, which any surplus can then go to other transit options, I think people will see the value in it. The statistics speaks for themselves when you look at some of the revenue figures of the ETR 407. People are willing to pay for value. At the same time, I would say, and I've said it many times before, that the residents of Toronto are stretched to the limit. And we are, in fact, subsidizing hundreds of thousands of drivers who do not pay city property taxes. And as we discussed earlier today, there is no doubt that these are 400 series highways that we are unfortunately in charge of. And the only way that they're going to be maintained in a safe and efficient way without putting more pressure on the tax base is through an alternative revenue source. My comments earlier are, I just wanted to, the only reason I mentioned the tolling systems is basically there is a toll on the QEW. It's a simple change toll. You pay once, you're on the highway, and they don't come after you again. And that's a far longer distance than what we're talking about here. I think people will buy into a simple, straightforward revenue tool that goes directly to a benefit of a safer, more efficient roadway, and not bringing in an overly complex or technologically burdensome system where we're eating away at much of our revenue stream and collection. So let's continue on with the work, and we'll bring it back here for further discussion.
Can I just, by way of a question to you as the mover, clarify that your motion is very, very similar, almost identical in wording to the recommendation, except that it sends it straight back to the general manager and doesn't have to go through council, and it asks for that report in the second quarter of 2016, just so that people...
That is correct. It'll go straight to staff. It will not go on the council floor, and we put a timeline on it.
Councillor Thompson to speak?
Yeah, just to add, Mr. Mayor, this is certainly a very complex and interesting issue in the sense that we are hopefully attempting to resolve a problem that exists with respect to congestion, delays, and people, as you often talk about, people getting home and reducing, the amount of time that people are spending in traffic and the delay that's caused. And so I hope that we don't see this as simply an excuse to simply raise money, but that in fact there will be a real benefit associated with it. I don't think tolls in and of themselves are the solution and the full answer. There's a whole series, a range of things that has to be done. And one of the concerns I have, and I hear this, it's a fear, I hear this from staff, and they say, well, we've been asked to do the following, and we're reporting back on that. Well, I'd like to take it one step further, where it's not just simply what they're being asked to do, but what other creative opportunities or incentives or information or technology that they actually see that they can actually bring forward as part of that particular process. We're all very frustrated with respect to the challenges of whether or not it's getting in the subway or a streetcar or a bus, and the problems that we encounter, even driving in the city. But I also think part of it is education as well, in terms of how we educate people in terms of how they drive on our roadway. I was driving on the 401 this morning. There's a fellow in front of me going 60 kilometers an hour. Yet there was a vast real estate of highway in front of him, but he was not moving further. There was other vehicles traveling on the side as they would sort of go the speed. But this fellow, because you couldn't pass him. So behind me, there was a vast array of vehicles that were slowly meandering along on the 401, where the minimum speed is, as we all know, 100 kilometers. I think that that's something that we're going to have to do more of in terms of education. I also think that there's a whole host of new technology that's coming forward, that's being used elsewhere now, that we in this city have to look at. When you look at places like Paris, I mean, you see the lines in Paris. There are numerous lines, but you also see lots of traffic and traffic jam as well, and congestion. But at the same time now, Parisians are accustomed to getting on a system, getting them to varying places and so on. And my point there is that there is a cohabitation, coordination, if you will, in terms of people who may take transit to a particular point, may get into their car at another point and so on, because it facilitates the ease and speed and so on, and it reduces the amount of traffic and so on. I think that there's a lot of work to be done, and I don't simply want to hear that council is directed to do this, and that's all we're doing. I think that we really need to think in a much more expansive, big picture way about the problem that exists. And the demand management process has been around for such a long time, and we're not talking about that sufficiently in the city. We're not doing enough about that in the city. What we are talking about simply road tolls, tolls on the Gardner, tolls on the Don Valley Parkway. I don't think that's going to solve all the problem. It may give us some revenue. And the other counter aspect of that is, will we lose provincial contribution as it relates to the amount of money that we will generate from the tolls? And I don't know that particular answer to that question. I suspect that it's probably something that the city manager and you, Mr. Mayor, may want to talk with the province to see whether or not that will create a problem for the city of Toronto, because then we're going to have further problems, because the revenues that we thought we'd generate as it relates to from the province and the revenue that we'll generate from tolls, if it negates it, then we are in a further problem. We don't solve the problem at that point, and we are then further into a fine mess. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other speakers? All right, then I think we're ready for the question first on the motion from Councillor Pasternak, which we'll put up in front of you, which would send this matter back from here to the General Manager of Transportation Services. It wouldn't go to Council for now, and there'd be a report back to us in the second quarter of 2016. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Solid Waste Services capital budget, 2016 capital budget adjustments, and we held that for a deputation. And, pardon me, that's Mr. Rod Muir. Mr. Muir here? Okay. Mr. Muir, the clock is going. You have 5 minutes, and thank you for your patience, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of committee. As is my habit, out of both respect and fear, I will stand throughout my presentation. I do want to indulge the members of the committee for just a moment. It's the first time I've had a chance to speak directly to the mayor since your election. Congratulations. In all due respect to Mayor Crombie and those that have come before you, Mayor Tory, I think you've got both the heart and the head to be the greatest mayor of our generation, and I wish you the absolute greatest of success. Many of you I've spoken with before, one way or another. My name is Rod Muir. I'm the Waste Diversion and Sustainability Chair for the Sierra Club of Canada. I research, advocate, and educate on the issue of waste diversion and its effect on sustainability. What I'm trying to talk to you, Mr. Mayor, in your comments about the Olympics, you mentioned what we should be giving people of Toronto is support and opportunity. That's what I'm here for today. I'm much like the tunneling guys who see a staff report that overlooked a valuable option, and I'm hoping to open your eyes to it. Many of you are familiar with, you're about to spend $55 for every Toronto household for a new green bin. And the rationale that staff has used is that the current bin is 10 years old, it never closed properly, and it was never that easy to use. You could say exactly the same thing about the little in-home container. It is 10 years old, it never closes properly, it's prone to popping open when you drop it, and it was never all that easy to use. I use SureClose as a fundraiser for my work, and I'm here today to question the double standard the report that staff put forward regarding this container. Why is it that we're spending $55 on a new green bin that's 10 years old, didn't close properly, and was never that easy to use, and yet the most important piece of all, the in-home container, which everyone uses every day, was totally overlooked in terms of providing people, after 10 years of participation, as a reward perhaps, a new in-home container. One that closes properly, stays closed when you drop it, and has a dozen other features that make it easy to fill, carry, empty, and clean. Again, this is the most important piece of all. People don't care where it's going to, what kind of truck it's on. The big green bin the guy uses once a week, the in-home container everyone uses every day. Why aren't we providing a new one? And I'm asking for carriage of a motion to that effect, that staff reconsider the decision not to provide people a new in-home container. Thank you so very, very much for your time and attention this afternoon.
Thank you, sir. You can go ahead and pick those up if you want. But in the meantime, are there any questions of the deputant? I might have a question arising out of that of staff. Any questions of the deputant? All right. Hearing none. Questions of staff? Can I just ask our staff person whether there has been, I mean, I'm new here, so the whole green bin thing came along since I was here, but has there been consideration given to placing those? I presume they have less wear and tear on them relative to the green bins, but has there been consideration given to replacing these for any number of reasons?
Mr. Mayor, the replacement of the in-home containers is an ongoing item that we do, and we regularly do procurement processes to, so that we have them available, so residents can pick them up at Environment Day. So it's an ongoing maintenance item rather than a full-scale replacement of the bins, and we do that for both multifamily and single-family homes as well.
All right, and in the course of, sorry, I'll just make sure I'm running the clock here. In the course of that ongoing replacement and the RFPs you do to get a new inventory, as it were, have you identified the need for any improvements to the bin along the lines of what Mr. Muir talked about, or any other improvements? Have we made improvements?
Mr. Mayor, we typically go with a lowest price option, and residents can certainly purchase their own options for what you use in your home. So sometimes it's a very personal decision. So we do offer a free option based on our procurement process, and you can go to any retailers as well for other alternatives for your home.
Final question, do you get a lot of complaints? Because it certainly was a very dramatic exhibition that we had for Mr. Muir there, and you know, if that happened often with a lot of those charming things in that bin and it was on the kitchen floor, it'd be a mess. Do you get a lot of complaints about that from citizens?
Mr. Mayor, we haven't received specific feedback on the bins, no.
Okay, other questions of staff anybody has? All right. Thank you, Mr. Muir. That's fine. We appreciate your coming here today. Are there any speakers who want to speak to this? All right, hearing none, I would ask then that we put the question and accept the staff report. I'm just looking, it was a variance report, so it didn't per se. Let me see, there we go. So that's authorizing the reallocation of funds and authorizing the reduction of funds as set out in the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, so where's my list? I think we're down to about 4. Is it 4 items to go?
Yes, 4 items to go.
4 items to go.
Starting next place.
And we have next the item 8.35. And Mr. Ashton, out of deference to all the time he gives as head of the CNE Association, he did not have his name on the list of deputants, but I agreed that we could hear him. So, Mr. Ashton, 5 minutes. Well, just because. Because he's... we'll get the clock. The clock's already running, Mr. Ashton.
I know the ridicule you put up with, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, and please go ahead. No, it's not. In this case, it's serious.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the time, Mr. Mayor and council members. What I'm here today is to make a request from the CNEA to defer the item that's before you. The item before you is a recommendation to lift the official plan designation for the open space and parklands at Exhibition Place. Primarily, the impact of doing that will be to lift the designations in the western precinct, if you like, of Exhibition Place. If you're familiar with it, and you were down at the X, which hopefully you were in the last several weeks, that is the area west of the Fountain, which has several heritage buildings, the horticultural building, the band shell, Liberty Grand in medieval times. This recommendation before you to lift it and our request for a deferral will, I think, attract 2 arguments today from the members that are here against the deferral. One will be that why do you want to defer it? If you want public input and stakeholder opportunity to express their interests with respect to this issue, why don't you allow the official plan process to go its normal course? I submit to you that the recommendation before you is kind of an interesting one. It's a city-initiated request to lift an OP. An official plan is a guardian document, as you well know. Official plan designation for open space and park is probably one of the most sacred designations that the City of Toronto has. This particular recommendation is fairly prescriptive because what you're doing is saying to council that we want council to request the planners to lift this designation in order to allow for the ongoing discussions with the current leaseor of music, of the horticultural building. That particular approach is kind of turned upside down the normal official plan process. Would the interested bodies and stakeholders have the same opportunity in that process to weigh the planning merits of this particular request? I would submit not. The second point that will be made with respect to why you should not defer is that the current leasing negotiations have been underway for some period of time, and why would you now delay those particular discussions? Those discussions are taking place within the beginning of the second half of a 20-year term. The current participants, the current private company that operates within the horticultural building got their lease in 2004 and has it to 2024. It was the expectation of the CNEA before this particular recommendation that this particular lease would expire in 2024. Why? Because under the official plan and the policies of the city, you cannot lease a public park space for greater than 21 years. So effectively, it's disposal of that particular property, a very important trigger in that protection. So it was always our assumption that there wouldn't be an extension of the lease. The lease would expire at the normal course of time, and the city would go out and ask interested people 10 years from now whether or not there was another private sector interest that could come into the building, whether there was a public interest that may in fact have emerged over that period of time that would draw it back into the public realm. This particular action will prevent that from happening. With respect to the negotiations, if the current tenant has still 10 years left in his lease, what is the rush? What is the rush to judgment around the city saying we are prepared to extend the lease of a public building and public land in a park-like setting for an additional 10 years? What is the rush to that particular decision? Is that the vision that council has at this point in time with how to protect heritage buildings at Exhibition Place? Is that council's decision today with respect to how you offload budget costs on a property such as Exhibition Place? I would say not. So take some time. It's a critical issue. It's a juncture where you need to really think hard about where you're going, not unlike some of the other decisions, Mr. Mayor, you're making today, because they will have a long-term impact upon the city and upon the interests of the general public.
Thank you, Mr. Ashton. Just one question to start off. Are you taking a consistent position, because you mentioned one particular building, are you taking a consistent position, would you as any association, for any building that would be the subject matter of such discussions that would go beyond 21 years?
Yes, absolutely. There's been a number of changes that have taken place in and around Exhibition Place. One of the major ones is there's an enormous change in the population north of the Exhibition Place. There's an additional 25,000 residents who are now part of that urban fabric. To the south of Exhibition Place, Ontario Place is still moving toward a new vision, and it's a new vision about how one animates and uses a public waterfront and public space. And I would submit to you, even if you go farther west, there's enormously important publicly owned waterfront space that needs to be embraced by a longer-term vision of this council. We know what happened on the eastern part of Yonge Street with the waterfront, and we know how the towers have marched westward on the waterfront. This is a property that any city in the world on a major piece of water would just covet and protect.
All right. Any other questions of this deputant? All right. Mr. Ashton, thanks for your patience and thank you for being here. That would then bring us to questions of staff from members not on the committee. Did you have your pencil up there, Councillor Layton?
Thank you. It's the question to let's start with the planning department around why are we required to have an official plan amendment to extend a lease beyond 20 years?
Because this site is designated parks and open space, there is in fact a requirement as per our real estate policy that an official plan amendment is required for the disposal of any parks and open space land. Over 21 years would in fact qualify as a disposal of parks and open space.
And so the city's policy is not to dispose of parks and open space land?
Through the chair, that's correct.
I guess this would be to the city manager. It's about procurement. And it would be, what would the normal procedure be for putting out to an RFP some kind of, one of these properties? What would be the normal procedure if we weren't going to just open up an existing real estate agreement? If Ms. Young may be able to answer that as well.
For all of these properties, generally, there was an RFP done and proponents came forward, and that's how we got to where we are with the lease. As Mr. Ashton probably indicated, there's more than one building involved here. There's 4 buildings involved, but they're all, well, I wasn't there for one of them, but I think the 3 that I was there for, they were done through our public RFP process.
And how were the different RFP respondents judged? How were they evaluated, and how was a successful bid selected? What was the criteria?
So the board had a certain criteria that was generally in the proposal, and basically it was, there was some limitations, no residential. We wanted entertainment ones. We wanted them to take over all the capital costs of the building. And then, of course, it was all judged on many of those criteria, plus a rent that was proposed by the proponent.
So the proponents proposed the rent, and we selected that, and that was part of the criteria for selection.
It was, yes, typically, but so there wasn't a requirement, a limitation on rent in the sense that you have to have a minimum of X. There was nothing like that in these RFPs.
But the successful proponent was based on.
There was a measurement. Rent was one of the criteria that was measured. Yes.
Is there anyone from legal or our city's procurement office that can answer questions? Wonderful. Just a question as to why we would go through an open RFP process rather than do a closed sole source arrangement for a property like this.
Well, I think, Diane can probably comment in terms of the situation at the time those RFPs were issued, but I assume it's because perhaps there were different types of uses that might be presented. They may perhaps have not had a, strictly speaking, use in mind, and so they wanted to see what kind of proposals were out there. I think I remember it was something along those lines. They were looking to see what ideas people had for the use of the buildings on the site.
And I suspect how much money those ideas could generate.
Well, yeah, I believe that was a factor. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think there were other elements too, but that was a factor.
Perhaps maybe Diane's the best to speak to about this or to ask about this. As to within the letter that Councillor Perks and I have submitted, it lists several liquor license infractions that the tenant at the establishment that's listed in the recommendation. Can you just recap those for us?
Sorry, I really don't have that in front of me.
The Exhibition Place Board is made aware of infractions.
Right, yes.
What were the infractions over the last 2 years, 3 years?
From the liquor license?
Yes. How many and what were they?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I didn't bring that information, and I wouldn't want to take a guess. I think there was 4 or 5, but I can't remember.
We just had a lengthy debate of this at Exhibition Place, and you don't have it in front of you.
No, I didn't bring that.
She said she doesn't have the information here, so move on. Thank you.
There have been several shootings at this particular establishment in the last 3 years. Can you tell us the circumstances of all 3?
I guess we all recall the one that was in August of this year, and then there was one that I recall from the year before, yes.
And the year before that?
That was actually, I'm sorry, it's your last question. That was it. Thank you. Other members, non-members of the committee who, yes, Councillor Fletcher, and I have Councillor Karygiannis as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the public art that's on this site. I've been reading a little bit about that and understand, I think, from Ms. Carboni that art, the gods or the Greek gods art, was moved there at the expense of the city and is considered owned by the City of Toronto. Could you confirm that for me, please?
I'm sorry, I don't have the information on that. I'd have to research that and come back. My apologies.
So that particular, and the public art policy of the City of Toronto, Would it fall under the public art policy? Of course, I think it might. Could you confirm, or you just can't answer anything about public art today?
Sorry. We do have the public art policies, I just don't know all the details off the top of my head.
And the relationship of the art at this particular location to the policy you're on, you can't
I
do
don't
that
have-
today
I'm-
either.
Sorry,
Yes.
I don't have those details, but I can get them and bring them forward to council.
And maybe I could just ask Ms. Young, because you may be familiar, perhaps not with the policy, but those particular pieces, when were they moved to that location?
So the Garden of the Greek Gods have been at the location since the 70s. The art at that point was, it was an agreement between the CNEA, which was managing the site, and the artist. And it's basically in the, just south of the building, of the music building. And that, during the lease negotiations and the RFP that was done with the tenant, that area became part of the leased property. And so right now, that is a patio, and because it's a licensed patio, it has to be fenced in. And so the Greek gods, the 21 Garden of the Greek Gods, which are 21 sculptures, are within that licensed area.
What year was that signed?
Well, I think my recollection is that the Greek gods the Garden of the Greek Gods were installed at Exhibition Place in the 70s, 1972, something like that.
No, I'm asking when that.
Sorry, the
lease was
patio,
executed,
the patio,
yes.
the patio renovations were done in 2013-14.
And so lease was signed that seems to have included public art.
Yes, it was.
And that, was that signed off by city's public art department? or
Because
city
the
council?
art at Exhibition Place is owned and managed, well, it's still owned, obviously, all art, all buildings and structures at Exhibition Place are ultimately owned by the city, but indeed managed by Exhibition Place.
Of course, but it is part of the public art collection, I think.
No, well, we've had discussions with, we've had a group actually working on that whole possible relocation of the Garden of the Greek Gods, and a member of the culture division is part of our group. But they're not really within the context of, generally all of the art and public art at Exhibition Place is managed separately apart from the city's public art policy.
Have you got any other public art at Exhibition Place which is not available for the public to see?
Yes, there's pieces within the Queen Elizabeth Theatre, which is a leased property. There's other pieces within the Liberty Grand leased premises. So yes, there are several pieces of public art that are within the leased premises.
Inside or outside of them?
Inside.
So are these inside the premises or inside the grounds?
Inside the leased premises.
So inside a room somewhere?
Yes, so in the lobby of the Queen Elizabeth
Right.
Building,
Understood.
in the Liberty Grand, there is basically a courtyard, and there's a piece of art in there also. So those are just some examples, but there's a lot of pieces of art within Exhibition Place that are in various buildings.
Thank you.
There's in the Rico Coliseum, there's the butter doors, which are also part of the public art at Exhibition Place.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff. I was wondering if they can give us an update as to what has happened with this particular discussion at the Board of Governors about extension of the lease, the particular situation and conversation over the Greek gods and possibly moving them and possibility for them when we move them to be destroyed.
Okay, so the report that's before the board, before the executive committee, was actually before the board, and there was 2 parts to that recommendation at the board level. One was with respect to the official plan amendment, which doesn't just deal with music as a leased property, it deals with Gossip Restaurant, Liberty Grand, Medieval Times, and music. So it's bigger than simply music. And because it's the official plan issue, and we've already talked to planning in advance of going to the board, that's what's before executive and council in the sense of direction. But there was also a recommendation at the board, which was for staff to go and negotiate, particularly because this was a direction from the board at its May meeting brought back to its September meeting, to deal somehow with the outstanding amendment that was going with respect to the term amendment. But that recommendation that went to staff from the board, Exhibition Place staff from the board, is not before you, because that recommendation was to go back and negotiate with the tenant for a lease amendment and bring all of that back to the board. And there was several items that were to be dealt with in any of those negotiations, one of which was the Garden of the Greek Gods and other issues. So that matter is actually gone from the board to Exhibition Place staff to deal with, and it'll eventually come back to the board. But the issue, the legal issue that's surrounding all this is that there cannot be an amendment to the lease of this tenant or any other tenant on the grounds unless this area of the grounds, unless an official plan amendment is dealt with. And so the other outstanding issue is for this official plan amendment to somehow be dealt with, because there may be conditions on the amendment. There may be a whole pile of things that comes out of the official plan amendment. And so once that's done, then we will know where we stand, and we can go off and talk to the tenants. But there is a process here. First, the official plan amendment has to go forward, because none of this can come to council without that. So there is a long-term process here that's going to, I've been advised by city planner that it'll take, up to a year to deal with the official plan amendment before we even talk about extension of any lease terms.
Can you also please advise, was there any steps taken at the board level regarding the tenant music, I believe it is, and the difficulties that he had? Did the board support, there was something to happen with the liquor licensing board? There were some letters written back and forth. Can you bring that to light, please?
Well, as Councillor Layton indicated, he did inform the board of a motion that he was taking to the Toronto East York Community Council, I think the next week. I can't remember the date exactly. Our meeting was on the 4th, so I think the Toronto Community Council was on the 8th or something. So he actually read off the motion, and at the same meeting of the board on September 4th, there was a motion approved by the board to indicate to Toronto East York Community Council that the board was supportive of this tenant and its lease.
Was there anything written to the liquor?
And the same request made for the board to send a similar letter to the AGCO. So
If I were to put it to you that the board is quite satisfied with this particular tenant, would that be incorrect?
I think that was the direction of the motions, yes.
Did the board hear from the tenant as well as his lawyer at the steps that they were taking in order to...
Councillor Sargent, I'm sorry. I just saw Councillor Shiner step out, but I think when he did, we lost a quorum. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and he would make 7, so I think...
Can we stop the clock then?
The meeting must halt its proceedings for 15 minutes or until quorum is reached, whichever comes earlier.
circling wagons.
Thank you. Ready? All right. I think probably you had about 30 seconds left, and you were in the middle of
I'll
some
take a
answer.
minute if you want to give it to me.
Pardon me?
I'll take a minute if you want to give it to me.
We'll give you a minute, but just yes.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is there, regarding this particular tenant, there was the lawyer there, there was the tenant there. Was the board satisfied that everything that was able to be done in order to provide security was being done?
Well, there wasn't a motion to that effect, but I assume that the letter that was requested to send to East York Community Council, you're a member of our board, so I assume that you think that's yes.
Thank you. Did the particular tenant open up again?
Yes, tenant opened on September the 12th.
And as you as the executive director, have you seen any problems with security?
There has been no issues, no.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Karajanis. 4 seconds to spare. All right. Other questions of staff by just anybody else from not on the committee? All right. We have Councillor Thompson from the committee.
Thank you very much. Ms. Young, I recall the whole issue of moving the artwork or the statues and so on in a different environment, fairly, pardon my expression, but not as, it's a very drab, very different feel to the CNE and or the exhibition place than exists today, where those particular pieces were being moved because they were in places around the exhibition grounds where it wasn't being visible. Is that your sense of understanding?
For the Garden of the Greek Gods?
Yes.
That they were somewhere else? They'd never been in another location.
They have not been in other locations?
No, they were brought originally down for the Royal Agricultural Winter Fair, and they were displayed at the fair, and then they were moved, through a process to this area.
But they have been over years at other locations?
Not as
always
a
been at that
collection, no.
Okay.
They were up in Blue Mountain, that's where they were carved originally, right?
Right. Okay, that's what I wanted to understand. So to help me to understand, the official plan amendment change that's being requested in order to do a long-term lease, if, for example, nothing occurs, the status quo would be maintained with respect to all the leases that are in place right now until such time that they expired on the agreed dates?
Yes.
Right. And so what's the agreed date, for example, for Liberty Entertainment?
Well, most of them, most of our leases are 21 years less a day, because that's how we went to the public with. So their lease, take a stab, they were opened in 2001. So whatever that is.
Fair enough. And so back then in 2001 and prior, those particular facilities, what was the sort of stated conditions that they existed in then?
So one of the main reasons we went out for an RFP was the capital cost of the buildings. Not so much the, rental is great.
Right.
But, and activity on the grounds is great, but the capital costs were unaffordable. They weren't in our capital budget at all and could not, and, roofs were falling down.
Right.
They are not buildings, they were built, because the buildings were built for the actual annual fair, the 18-day actual fair, they weren't heated or air conditioned.
So nonetheless, so these, and you put out an expression of interest, and you got, folks came in and said, we'd like to do the following, is that correct? And we will make the capital improvements to those particular buildings.
Right.
And that has taken place.
That has taken place.
And in order for someone to come and respond to an RFP, RFQ, to do capital improvement, they at the back end would expect to obviously recover their money and then obviously a rate of return on those funds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so if someone wants to invest as part of the current structure of the building to do major improvements and so on, they would look at the time required in order to recover that investment. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that would be what would be the impetus in order to ask for this amendment, if in fact you want to make an investment today, but recognizing you need time in order to generate a return on the monies that you're investing in the facility, capital improvements?
Right.
So that's essentially what is taking place. Is that the reason for that?
That was how this whole process started,
Started.
because that was what that one tenant music wanted to do.
Right. And so I guess with respect to the issue that was asked by Councillor Layton about licensing infractions, could I submit to you that there are other facilities, I don't know, Air Canada Centre, Sky Dome, we've had infraction with respect to liquor licensing. Would you agree?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And so people being killed and murdered, we all are obviously opposed to that. We are very saddened when those occurs for the impact on the family and so on, and that's the kind of things that we don't want to occur in any parts of our city. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there was a murder at Dundas Square in front of police officers a number of years ago. Were you aware of that?
I'm sorry, no, not, I wouldn't.
But if I tell you
Yes,
that
I'm
there
sure
was,
there
and you
was,
may want to
yes.
check the records and so on, but there was in front of police officers. My point to that is that unfortunately these things do occur, not that we want to encourage them, whether or not it's in city facilities or other facilities, but is Dundas Square a city facility?
I think it is, yes.
Right, so, and things can happen. And so I guess my question to you then is, if at the end of the day, where we are right now, if we were to say we are not going to move ahead, what would change with respect to the current agreements that are actually in place now? And if we were to change them, would we have to buy out whatever the investment is, or would you have to do that as part of Exhibition Place?
Nothing would change. I mean, the agreements would go on, and they're, as a 20-year agreements, and they would continue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Questions of staff? If there aren't any others, I have one of Ms. Young, if I could. I just noticed with astonishment, and maybe it's because I'm, again, new and I'm used to different timetables that operate elsewhere, but I just noticed when we go back and read this report that these discussions on this very matter have been going on for 3 years with business people. And I want to just adopt all the comments and questions that Councillor Thompson made with respect to people needing to know if they're going to make investments, what security of tenure they have and so on. But am I right, these discussions have been going on this very matter, not the official plan, but rather the extension of a lease for 3 years?
The extension of the lease first came forward to the board in December 2012.
Okay, so that's almost 3 years. Now, I just want to then refer to a paragraph in the report that says on June 11th, 2015, a meeting was held with Councillor Grimes, Chair of the Board, Councillor Layton, Board Member, and City staff to review the legal and planning issues related to the proposed extension of the lease. The outcome of this meeting was a consensus to recommend to the Board and Council the direction recommended by this report, which is consistent with the statutory requirements of the City and the treatment of other commercial leases within the City-owned parks open space areas noted above. Is that still the state of affairs today? Does that accurately summarize where we are today?
Yes, there was supposed to be a meeting of the board in July that this report was going to, but that was generally what the state of affairs were. We met, the board directed us to do that in May, and we met sometime in June with, Linda McDonald and planning, and wrote this report at that point.
So is the reason why this is here today because of that consensus between arising out of this meeting between Mr. Grimes, Mr. Layton, and city staff?
That's my understanding. That's my interpretation of it, yes.
All right. Those are my questions. Councillor Schreiner?
So just a question, if I could, of our chief planner. Will amending the official plan for this purpose on parkland be setting any type of precedence, or have we done it before?
Through the chair, the recommendation before you is to look at an official plan amendment with the intention of indicating conditions that could be attached to the official plan designation. It's entirely possible that there will be conditions that will be affixed to that official plan amendment that are conditions that have not been utilized in the past. They could be precedent setting. At this point in time, it would be exceptional to redesignate land that is designated as open space to another designation.
Sorry, you gave me a very long answer to a short question. Have we done this before, to your knowledge, redesignate parkland so we could give long-term leases?
Through the chair, we have not, in fact, to my understanding, we have not redesignated open space in the past. However, the intention of this official plan amendment is not to redesignate, it is to add conditions.
So would it be setting in any way a precedent, because on numerous occasions, we have not facilitated long-term leases in excess of 21 years?
Through the chair, it would be precedent-setting to the extent that the conditions recommended might in fact be conditions that we've not used in the past.
And under the current conditions, can Exhibition Place give an option for the tenant to extend their lease?
Through the chair, at this point in time, no.
And then the issue about the extension and the renovations, was it the board that went towards the tenant, or was it the tenant that came to the board and said they'd like to do something? That'll be of the Exhibition Place.
In 2012, the tenant came forward to the board with it was a patio renovation, and request, given the extent of them, requested an amendment to the lease. 2012. Oh, sorry, I meant 2012.
So that was for the patio renovations?
That's right.
And they've done the patio renovations?
They had. I mean, early on, we found out.
No, I
Yeah.
don't mean to cut you off. I'm trying to understand this. If they came forward and said, I want to make an investment, and you approved it, and they did it, then why are they asking for an extension when they were the one that advocated for you, knowing that the lease was ending in the current date? And if they've done the renovations now, why would you give them a longer lease now once they've already done the renovations?
Well, again, they came forward in 2012. We found out when we had to, after the board had approved a lease amendment, which was an extension, we have to go through the surplus process at the city to find out it can't be done. And so in January of 2013, a month later, we indicated to the tenant at that point that we could not give a lease extension unless the tenant, as required under the lease, go and make an official plan amendment, himself, right?
That was for the investment. Have they made that investment?
But then they, after all, we had those discussions with the tenant, but the tenant decided not to proceed to an official plan amendment. The tenant decided to do the actual renovations.
So if the tenant decided to do the renovations, it would be because the business case most likely supported that, they made the renovations. Then why, if they've made the renovations and they're there, would we come after the fact when they determined that it must be reasonable financially to do that? Will we now consider a lease extension?
Well, again, it's the board that wanted, for this particular tenant, the board wanted a lease extension. However, the determination and sort of the discovery of this issue with respect to open parks and open space not only affects this tenant, but all 4 tenants.
Right, and it's there to keep it as public open space, and that's why it would be precedent setting, would it not, to change it on your site and set it for others. And in the particular case of this person, they've already made the business decision to go ahead, they've made their investment, and will there be any additional investment if we make these changes by this tenant? And if so, how much will they be investing?
At this point, I haven't heard of any major investments, but all of these, there's a letter that has been sent to you from Liberty Grand, who has indicated, one of their major investments that they will have to make in the next short while is a new roof for that building. And they too are saying, would they make that investment if they had only 10 years left in their term?
Thank you very much, Councillor Shiner. Are there other members of the committee wishing to question staff? All right. I'm sorry? No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. We are going to move to speakers, and so the speakers from outside the committee first. Speaker, at least Mr. Councillor Perks, and I presume Councillor Karygiannis, you'd like to, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And to begin with, I'd like to thank Councillor Shiner for his questions of staff, because they really do put this in a little bit of context. Some voices in this debate have been making the claim that poor Mr. Starkovsky has been frustrated by process and that this has been going on for years. That's not the case. Years ago, Mr. Starkovsky came to the Board of Governors of Exhibition Place, and I sat on it at that time and said, I would like to make this investment, and in exchange, I would like my lease to be extended. And city staff, not Exhibition Place, city staff, and I remember Joe Penichetti sitting in that seat saying, we don't want to do it that way, because when we start extending leases like this, we set a precedent and it becomes effectively selling the property because it's for such a long term. So we said to Mr. Starkovsky, the city's not going to do that for you, but if you want to pursue an official plan amendment, you can go ahead and do that. Mr. Starkovsky took a look at it and said, you know what, I can make money even without getting the lease extension, so I'm going to go ahead and make my investment. And he did. And I guess he's been doing okay. I've been seeing he's got a very enormous advertising budget. He's got some money flowing somehow. You've all seen ads for music. But he's being the great negotiator that he is, he's come back and said, you know what, I would still like that lease extension. Seriously, I want to hire this guy for when I go to the bank and negotiate my mortgage. I'll get them down the first 3%, and he can just say, you know what, Councillor Perks really needs an additional 2%. Why don't you just do that for him? I mean, this guy's remarkable, and I really do wish he were negotiating on our behalf. But that's not the entire issue here. The real issue here is that the Toronto East York Community Council, as you've seen the letter from Councillor Layton and I, are sending a motion to this month's council meeting asking City Council to request the Alcohol and Gaming Commission to have a hearing into this liquor license. If you look at the letter that is in front of you from Councillor Layton and I, you will see that this particular venue has, in the last 3 years, had 9 assault charges, or 9 assault investigations, 7 for assault causing bodily harm, 2 for assault with a weapon, 2 sexual assaults, 1 charge for discharge of firearm, as well as liquor license violations, including over-serving, including having drugs on the premises, and have had a total of fines levied against them of $6,000. If you look at the Liquor License Act says that the commissioner can remove a license if either the applicant or the licensee is not able to demonstrate to the satisfaction of the registrar that he or she can exercise sufficient control directly over the business, including the premises, accommodation, equipment, facilities in respect of the license, and B, the license is not in the public interest. I receive a lot of complaints, all of you do, about issues in your ward. I don't receive complaints about anything more than I do about this place. And it's not just when there's a shooting. And I remind you, there's been a shooting every summer since this license area was expanded. Every single summer. The vast majority of complaints I get for any single place is about the ongoing operation of this place. It is expanded to enclose a huge area of public land. The noise complaints, the traffic complaints, the 3 o'clock in the morning fights, and yes, the shootings every summer that occur. This is the single biggest problem, and that's why we've received letters from all 6 residents' associations in the West End, and it's why every major event that takes place there, the CNE, the Home Show, and so on, has signed on a letter saying, for goodness sake, don't extend the license here. If you even want to consider it, have a full planning about what you want to do on the lands there, because we are looking at having better public use of that land, not private use inside an exclusive nightclub. So Councillor Layton and I are asking you to do one thing, which is to defer consideration of this item until such time as we have heard back from the Registrar of the Alcohol and Gaming Commission on the request that's coming to this council meeting that they hold a review of this license. So I ask you, on behalf of everyone who lives in the West End, please do not extend this license until we have taken that step.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor, do we have other councillors not members of the committee wishing to speak? Councillor Karagianis and Councillor Layton, are you also wanting to speak? Okay.
Granted, there's been difficulties on the grounds and shootings, but again, there's been shootings. There was a shooting the other night at a fine restaurant downtown. There's been shootings at other restaurants. I put forward a motion that says that we examine with the tenant, the possibility of holding other venues there and banned OVO festivals or such festivals on the grounds. And this is something that the staff is working on. It's supposed to come back to us at our next meeting, if I'm not mistaken. So the tenant was there, and the tenant was very agreeable to that. So I also understand that there's been exclusive rights, if you wanted us to call it, that this is the only thing that they can do. So even if we say, you know, music, you got to get out of here, and somebody else comes in, that's the only thing that they're able to do at those grounds. So the whole spirit of the motion that was put forward, and one of the things that we're waiting for to hear from staff is, can we work with the tenant and as a board to make sure that other venues, other events can happen at the venue. This is events that will be family-friendly and events that will alleviate the difficulties that Councillor Perks talked about, and those events will draw different crowds. So this is what is happening at the board right now, and I think that you got to let this process at the board run in order for us to be able to come back and recommend. As far as the liquor license, the liquor license is concerned, a lot of the members on the board were surprised that we got this like the night before the day before we gathered as a board from Councillor Layton and Councillor Perks. I mean, they should have ample opportunity to be able to write this letter to us before versus getting it at the very last moment. But again, anybody chooses to write letters when they want to write letters. But the fact of the matter is that this is an ongoing problem. The venue wants to change events. We've asked the staff to come back with recommendations. I would say to whatever decision the executive committee makes here today, that we'll let this go forth and for us to hear from staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Think about this for a second. Think about the residents in your ward. Think about a space in your ward that you're having some problems with, a bar or something like that. And you get a call or you see in the news one night that there's been a double homicide at that site. And think about the community around there and how upset they would be that everything wasn't done. And then think about it if that happened the year before where someone was shot. And the year before that happened as well at the same venue. And then think about the last 3 years. If there was a rap sheet for a venue that had 9 severe assaults at them that involved police, 7 assaults causing bodily harm, 2 assaults with a weapon, 2 sexual assaults, and discharging of a firearm just in 3 years of its operation. Think about what your community would be calling for and how much they would at least just want a public review. And then think about answering that call to them by saying, you know what? I don't want a public review. Murders happen everywhere. I don't care that they happened at this establishment. Instead, I'm going to give them exclusive rights for 10 more years without going out to find out who can give me a better deal, for no other against city policy, and for no other reason but the Exhibition Place Board has recommended this.
You're still okay with this?
Then, in that answer, and they say, well, what about their liquor license? Haven't they had infractions of their liquor license? And you've got to say, well, no, we're not going to reward good behavior. What we're going to reward is someone that's had 7 violations, including a narcotics-related violation on their liquor license, who've been fined $6,000. No, what we're going to do? We're going to give them a really good deal on rent for those 10 years. And we're not even going to let it go out publicly. We're going to do it, we're going to go to executive committee and not involve an open bidding process. Well, my friends, I may have been That letter may have came to the Exhibition Place Board the day before. It was actually a letter directed towards the Toronto and East Community Council, who have the purview over these types of matters, asking simply for a review of their liquor license. And as I have a little bit of time, I think my clock was started late, we have a document, and I actually found this through this process. None of this information was ever reported to the Exhibition Place Board when we were undergoing the deliberations about the police investigations or about the liquor license violations. None of it. They had the benefit of none of that information. And we have something at the city called the business licensing threshold that involve what is the threshold where staff initiate a challenge to the businesses. And this is from 2003. I don't know if it's still city policy, but in one of the sections on standing licenses like bars and restaurants, any restriction, any conviction that happens in the last 10 years involving violent or sexual offenses results in a review. Any restrictions in the last 2 years revolving violent property offenses or prostitution triggers this. Number 5 is any conviction within the last year of a narcotics offense. And that would trigger an immediate public review of it. And yet, I was ridiculed by the Exhibition Place Board of Governors, called a whiner by one of my colleagues on council, simply for calling to question the public safety at this venue with a record like this. Any one of you would have done the exact same thing. And before you say, well, someone said I had a vendetta against this particular operator. Yet, I chair the Community Liaison Committee, and for years, as individuals came forward, we have concerns about music. I said, you know what, they're a good operator. They try to work with police. They work with Exhibition Place. But when I saw this list of offenses, after the last tragic incidents of this summer, I realized I was wrong. I was wrong to think that we should just be allowing them to go ahead with these 10 years without questioning whether or not this facility is safe. And I had a question for those of you that think that violence like this happens everywhere. Shouldn't we be doing absolutely everything we can to try to make sure that these places are safe for the public at them? Of course we should. And so I'm just asking for a deferral on this till we can get a reply from the AGCO. And quite frankly, I'm finding it difficult to deal with them. I've had to do a Freedom of Information Act request to find out the details of some of their infractions. I hope I get it by council.
Right.
I probably won't have
now you acknowledge that I did start, thanks to the city manager reminding me 30 seconds late on your clock, so that would give...
Thank you to the city manager for that.
Yeah, all right. We've had speakers from outside the committee. Are there any? Yes, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add my voice to the concerns about this, and I appreciate having that cleared up, that the official plan amendment, that they were advised that that would be a good idea to begin that 2012, 2013, and they did not appear to pursue it. And I also want to just look at this from the overview of the growing importance of Exhibition Place itself in relationship to Ontario Place, and as an area of the city that we're looking at master planning and kind of a regeneration and a redevelopment of that area, and a very important economic development location with the new hotel and the trade shows, and the development of the in that direction has been something that was set, direction that was set, and I think it's important to pursue it. The issue really is of, an entertainment venue, and this is an entertainment venue on the site, and then the operations of that. I am really going to say that if what was introduced here today and the information that we have today, if that was in anybody's ward, if that was happening in any of your wards or my ward, that amount of police intervention, investigation, sexual assault, shootings, liquor infractions at any club, anywhere, in Ward 12, in Ward 32, in Ward 17, anywhere, we would be up calling to have that review and to revoke every possible license that existed. And yet somehow, and I'm not sure how, this just seems to keep floating on. And it is of great concern to me that I know my residents with two murders at one location, they want the business license revoked. We have large meetings. That is not a standard. It's not a standard that's acceptable in any ward. Why is it acceptable at Exhibition Place? I don't know. I think that's a really good question. Why is that an acceptable standard on city property when for any of us it would not be an acceptable standard on anybody else's property? So that is of great concern that somehow it's this far along and that you can do all your renovations and then say, I did my renovations, therefore I need that extension. And Councillor McMahon knows very well the trouble you can get into if you decide that you're getting a sole source and then you're going to do things. This is like Tugs on steroids. At least he waited to do his renovations till he had that sorted out through council. They haven't. So I don't know who knows who is influenced where, but this is just, to me, does not appear to be a good situation that we're in at the moment.
All right, other members, not members of the committee wishing to speak? All right, then we have members of the committee wishing to speak. We have Councillor Schreiner and Councillor McMahon. You did. You know what? Councillor Deputy Mayor Wong asked first before we even got to questions, let alone. So you will speak first. Councillor Schreiner, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a motion, amended motion. I think it was circulated. So the City Council requests the Chief Planner, etc., to report to the appropriate committee on an official plan amendment, including appropriate conditions for leases in excess of 20 years for buildings within that part of the Exhibition Place site designated as parks open space. So let me first say that I think this reflects the interests of the staff at the CNE, or pardon me, Exhibition Place. Secondly, let me also say that this debate is being framed by certain councillors as a debate about the nightclub. And this is not only a debate about the nightclub, there are other properties involved. So I would refer members of the committee to the letter that we received, EX 35.5 from Liberty Grand, who's, I think most people would say has a different offering than music does. And I don't think anyone would really wants to say that they're anything but a great tenant. But they actually raise significant concerns as a long-standing tenant who've been making capital investments over the last 16 years that they need to spread the costs of those if they're going to continue their operations. And they have additional things that they'd like to fix. The second last paragraph says, currently the Liberty Grand requires significant capital investment to replace the majority of its heating and air conditioning units, as well as repairs to an ever-aging roof. These repairs and investments cannot be completed without an extended lease that allows for these significant costs to be amortized over more than 21 years. It's just a simple fact of buildings on the CNE grounds that require a certain level of repairs that are quite significant. That's a fundamental reality. I think some of the other tenants that we have leases will also need to amortize the costs of their investment. That's simply a fact. I would also like, because this wasn't part of the discussion, this official plan amendment affects in no way the lease itself. One way or the other, that lease ends in 2024, and this debate is about, by a number of members of council, is trying to get rid of one particular tenant. And whether that official amendment is granted or not, the city still has the right, one way or the other, at its sole discretion, I'm told from staff, to terminate that lease at the end of 2024. This takes away none of that. Finally, I'll say is that through this official plan process, I think a number of things will be achieved, and I think that my sense of it at North York Community Council is these planning processes take a long time, and within that process, all these people like the AGCO, you'll be allowed to bring all that information, as many people as you'd like, as many community groups through the planning process and consultation process as part of that official plan amendment, and you'll be able to have that discussion at Toronto East York Community Council. So it only makes sense to send this off to Toronto and East York Community Council to consider that. And that's why I'm recommending that it get sent there, so it can go through that planning process, and the local community councillors who have their concerns can have their say at that committee that they're all members of. So that's my motion.
Thank you, Councillor Manawong. You had 19 seconds to spare, notwithstanding what it says up there. Did you have a question of the mover? Yes, Councillor Palacio.
Is that your intention to send it to the local community council?
The appropriate committee, which I'm assuming official plan amendments, you could ask the city manager, deputy, or that it will 99.9% chance that it will go there. That's where official plan amendments are dealt with.
Because my understanding was that if you want that kind of meaningful discussion to take place with the Alcohol and Gaming Commission, with members of council who have concerns with regards to what's happening there, it should go to the local community council as well. So I'm just,
If you
if that's your intention.
I mean, if you'd like to change it to the Toronto and East York Community Council, I'm happy to change it. Can we do that then? Thank you. Is that okay?
Thank you.
You're good for that?
All right. Speakers from the committee. I had next Councillor Shiner.
So, Mayor Tory, it seems that we're having some family problems around here between the exhibition associations, between ourselves, between the local councils. I have a motion. To defer the item to the first meeting in 2016 and ask the chair, which is Councillor Grimes of the Board of Governors, actually in place to be in attendance, because I'm hoping he'd be able to help us with it as well, because it was a decision that his board made. I'm really concerned about Councillor Manawong's motion, because it'll end up with a report going to the Toronto and East York Community Council, who I doubt will approve it. Either defer it or refuse it. So what does that mean? That our own Board of Governors will then appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board, the city, for not taking action in a timely manner on an official plan amendment. How ridiculous, when all we ever do is complain about the Ontario Municipal Board interfering in the city's business, that we'd actually do an appeal there. We don't have this resolved. And we aren't stopping any of the renovations that we're going to go forward going forward, because that investment's been made. We heard the patio's open. There's an issue of the roof. I was a tenant for many years, a commercial building. I didn't get a 20-year lease. I got a 3 or a 5-year lease, or maybe an option on it, and if the furnaces went down, it was something I had to fix. I checked the condition when I was in. I knew I'm going to have that cost. So when you take those leases, you know that over that 20-year term, you're going to have some major capital investments. Now, if it was a roof with a hole in it at the end of an 18-year of 21-year term, and you came to me and said, I don't want to put the money in because it won't be there long, that's one thing. We're not at that point yet. So I think we need more information. I think we need to deal with the issues that may be in place with the AGCO, but I don't want to support the motion that would just say dealing with the AGCO, because that's not the only issue here. I think we need some more guidance. I think we have to understand why. We have to understand if there's a precedent being set. I don't want to do it just because they may be good operators or we like them, and I don't believe just because there's repairs that have to go into the place, some which might be expensive, that we have to give them a lease when it's quite clear that they made the investment for the patio without having a long lease, and now it's the roof that's causing a problem. And roofs don't always have to be fully replaced. They can be repaired too. I just think this came on late. It's right after the summer. There's issues out there, and I'm just looking at thinking, let's set this off until the first meeting of 2016. Maybe there'll be some resolutions to these issues. Maybe we'll understand it better. Maybe we can make a decision without having to have fights amongst ourselves as a family and start appealing ourselves in different places, because there definitely is no clear solution to this particular matter today.
Thanks, Councillor Shiner. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. So now I was moving deferral, but mine will be an amendment to Councillor Shiner's. And so this was a unanimous vote at Toronto East York Community Council, which I proudly supported. And I think it will be prudent to wait until this comes back before we do anything with this location. I'm not a fan of long-term leases. I inherited one in the beach. Everyone's well aware of it. It should never have passed. It did. It's been a colossal amount of work, not good work. It's been a nightmare. Community's not happy. Most members of the city are not happy. It could have been something so much better. We are stuck with that in our most, I would argue, the best prime location for a restaurant in the city of Toronto, and we are stuck with a long-term lease of what's there now, and you know what I'm referring to. So I thought we'd learned our lessons. I thought we'd learned from our mistakes. So I'd really like support of deferral. Thank you.
That was the end of the speakers list that I had. I say a word then, and it's not going to be, I frankly don't know which of these options to support. I'll have to decide that in the next few minutes, but I think we have to find a better way to do business here. And I want to just go back to the comments Councillor Thompson made, because, you know, it's fine to say you don't believe in long-term leases, except then we also should say we don't believe in having anybody come in from the private sector who are in the restaurant business or this business or that business. And I'm not for a second defending what went on with that particular operator, but if we think we're not in the restaurant business, which we're not, and we want somebody to come in who is in the restaurant business and give us the best deal possible, we are going to have to take account of the fact these people are in business. And so if they don't have any security of tenure, if you say, fine, we're going to give you 5 years, they'll just say, fine. They'll do a kind of a half-baked job of running the place. They won't fix it up. Why would you fix up a premise and then you're going to be walking away from it in 5 years? And these people have to take the long view. And I prefer, rather than dealing with what we've discussed, because it's really been all about music, let's talk about Nick DiDonato, because I think even Councillor Shiner was confusing the roof with the other stuff. The roof is on a different building entirely, not the one that's been debated here today. And the roof will wear out, and the air conditioning I heard mentioned as well. That's going to be millions of dollars. And if I was him, I was a business person, so are some of you. I wouldn't think of making that kind of multi-million-dollar investment unless you'd give me some additional security of tenure. And so I just think that we get, what happens though is politics enters into this, to be frank. And, you know, the same is true of all the things that Councillor Karygiannis said. He talked about a whole bunch of things going on at the board, and we should be resolving those however they get resolved. Doesn't matter to me. I could care less about this. I couldn't care less about any of these people in terms of the particular, but the bottom line is we have to conduct our affairs in a business-like way, and quite frankly, having a discussion that goes on 3 years with somebody, no matter who they are, is preposterous. Then having an apparent consensus to move ahead on this, which is here today, and then we get here and it turns into a complete political football with people saying things like that other people don't care about murders. Those words were spoken here a few minutes ago. It's ridiculous. Or even the suggestion that always comes up, there must be some influence at play here. Who's influencing who? Nobody's influenced me. Nobody's even talked to me about this. But what I do recognize is this is not a way to do business. This is not a way to attract people in to run quality enterprises on our public property if that's what we want to do. People are just going to eventually say, I'm surprised they haven't already. I'm sure some of them have, actually. I'm not going near that because that's what people are going to say. That I don't care about this, or I don't care about murders, or I'm running a... It's just what goes on, or I'm influencing people. So it's so frustrating to me because I come from a world where you just don't deal with people this way. And I don't mean any particular person. You don't deal with them on the basis that it goes on and on for years and people are trying to make business decisions and we're wanting to run a quality operation. So we should just decide maybe we're not going to deal with people ever. I know there'd be some who'd be thrilled if we said we're never going to get private people to come in and operate anything. But then we'll be in the restaurant business or whatever, and I don't think we want to be there either. So I just think we have to do better than this. Are we ready to call the question? All right, we have a number of motions in front of us here. The first from Councillor Shiner.
No, Councillor McMahon.
I'm sorry, it's Councillor McMahon. It's amending Councillor Shiner's motion, quite right, that consideration be deferred until such time as the Council's has decided, as Council has decided, and the AGO has considered the recommendation to issue a note of proposal on the liquor license. That's the amendment to, it's the a proposed amendment to your motion. I'm sorry, I didn't hear, I can't hear you. Oh, so we'll go ahead. Okay. All those in favor of Councillor McMahon's amendment? Opposed? So it's lost. Okay. Motion 2 is Councillor Shiner's motion. Consideration of the item be deferred until the first meeting of the Executive Committee in 2016 with a request that the Chair of the Board of Governors of Expedition Place be in attendance. I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? This one. I regret this is ever going to come back here, but ever. Opposed? That's carried. That's the end of that. Okay. We have a deputation on item 8.37. It was held for a deputation. Mr. Glavick is not here? No, but Emily. Okay, but Ms. Daigle is here? Yes.
Well, one last time today. I'm sure you're all tired and you'll want to go home. I just have two things very quickly to say about this. One, I'm a not very frequent user of Wheel-Trans. I try to use conventional as much as possible of TTC. I've had my driver's vans be ticketed a couple of times. I live in... Sorry, I was just waiting for the noise to calm down. I've had a couple of my Wheel-Trans vans ticketed, as well as I have some friends who have a wheelchair van of their own. 3 people, in fact, and all 3 of them have been ticketed on numerous occasions. With blatant, massive wheelchair accessible van logos showing, blue wheelchair stickers on the van, placard in the window. A very good friend of mine who drives me around every so often when she has time has been ticketed. My placard's in the window. You know, I've got a magnet, a big wheelchair sticker, magnet that I put on the side of her car that says wheelchair accessible vehicle. And it's not fair to those people to be ticketed, and I'd just like to have something done about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Daigle. Are there questions of this deputant?
No, because nobody's listening.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your being here today. Are there questions of staff on this report from members outside the committee? Questions of staff from committee members? Anyone wishing to speak? All right, and then I'll call the question, and I think it was, let me just have a look. I was just looking at the report, and that it was the Executive Committee received this report for information. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next is item 8.38. And we have a deputation, was held for a deputation, detailed report being requested for the McNichol Bus Garage. Mr. Wong, thank you for your patience, sir.
Yes, my name is Nelson Wong. I'm an architect planner, Your Worship and councilors. And I have an interest not only in the costing of this project, but also in adjacent Montchamp long-term care facility. I'd like to start by understanding, and it's part of the report, saying that we want a complete financial analysis and cost breakdown of the expenditures of $181 million. Has that in fact been done? My question to this committee.
Yeah, you're here to make a deputation, sir, and so if you want to pose a rhetorical question, we'll see if somebody wants to put it to a staff member. So you go ahead and make your comments, and
all right.
You obviously have an answer to your own question that you think maybe.
Well,
right,
I just don't know.
We'll see if we can help you with that after you finish.
I just want to know the facts before I start.
I understand.
And I don't have that in hand because I don't know if there's a cost breakdown. Okay, it has been done. Okay, so my next question is, of the $181 million that's been approved by council, only $80 million has been allotted towards this project. In other words, there's a shortage of over $101 million. A shortage of $101 million that has not been accounted for in budgeting for this project. Is the 56% budget shortfall. My question to you is, when and how will this additional 100 million plus come from? I'd like to understand that as a concerned taxpayer. And this is presumably for the construction start in 2019 when the completion is supposed to be completed. If in fact this project is delayed, which is likely the case, what is the escalation factor beyond 2019? My question is, when this budget figure was released and approved, my question, and I'd like an answer on this, there was a TDC report completed on May 21st, 2015, which was after the fact that this budget was approved. And in this TDC report, there were additional costs which I'd like to address beyond the $181 million. And this is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, there is no amount set aside for the green roof that was requested by DeBears, the councillor. Additional strengthening of the walls surrounding the fuel storage tanks, noise and air mitigation features for the garage mechanical equipment and structure. That is additional air filters to the TDC garage exhaust system, local sound screens at the rooftop units 3 meters high, parapets along the west face facing the Monchong facility at 5 to 6 meters height above the roof, and a potential 10-meter high sound barrier along the westerly boundary. An additional wall and door sound installation required because of the adjacency to the long-term care facility. These were remedial things, items that were brought forth in order to mediate the excessive sound and noise generated by this facility to the adjacent long-term care facility. Over and above that, there has been no mediation caused by the buses along Red Lea Avenue, only internally within the facility. There's been a constant noise and toxic air from the stopping and acceleration of buses along Red Lea, which is right adjacent to the long-term care facility. In fact, there may be required remedial work done for additional insulation, berming, and wall insulation against noise and toxic air right beside the facility generated by these buses along Red Lea beyond the site of the garage. These have not been costed nor brought forward. Taking this additional cost into account, I'm concerned.
We're just going to have to ask you to wrap up now. That's the 5 minutes is up.
Do you want me to just wrap up then?
I beg your pardon?
You want me to wrap up?
Yes, please.
Yes. Well, there's a litany of TDC projects that have gone beyond schedule and budget, and we don't want this to happen here. And I'd like to understand the actual figure that will happen over and above the 181 million based on these costs, and I'd like to be brought forth to the public and to my attention so that I can then comment on the final revised budget. So I think a motion should be somehow be brought forth. I know it's not done by any councillors that would somehow make these issues brought forward.
So what we have here, sir, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputy?
Yes, just one, Mr. Mayor. Are you concerned? Oh, sorry. Yeah, but he wouldn't mind.
I'm sorry, I didn't see there was a question from a member outside the committee. We'll just start with that if we can. Councillor Karygiannis, and we'll come right back.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, sir. I know that you probably have a lot more to say. And I got a couple of questions for you. Would you be able to tell us the average age of the people that live there, how this will affect them, and the anxiety that they're facing?
Well, there is a report, and I don't want to go into details. They'll send it to the Ministry of the Environment, and it's our submission which details exactly the number of people who are affected from the toxic air and the noise, and the average ages in the 80s who have chronic respiratory problems. So that isn't your average facility that's adjacent to this TDC facility. I know we're talking about costs, but since you brought this up, Jim, these are issues would have to be addressed in order to create a healthy environment for the long-term care residents in the adjacent site.
Further question, sir. We are trying to compare apples and apples and oranges. The TDC bus garage site in Oakville costed $45 million, and that's was supposed to hold 25% less buses than the bus garage beside you. Probably the bus garage beside you would be probably built by the same construction company, and from 45 to 181. That is 400 times the cost for 25%, 1/4 more holding, facilities. I was wondering if you can share with us sentiments of the community. What are they saying regarding the cost of $181 million?
Could you rephrase that? I didn't quite catch
the bus garage in Oakville is $45 million. The bus garage right beside you, which will be built by the same folks, 25% more, 1/4 larger, and it's going to be costing $181. So you got 400% more for 25%, 400% cost more for 25 additional space. Yeah, I was wondering if you would like to share some of the community's concerns.
Well, this is the issue that we're confronted. Mr. Karagianis is suggesting that, in fact, the budget is too rich in comparison to the $45 million other project, and I'm suggesting that it is not enough. In other words, there's a complete discrepancy in cost understanding, and there's no clarity because I don't even see the cost breakdown and the financial analysis in order to verify the actual figures. And this is what I'm asking, that you go forward and study and give us a realistic figure that's credible.
Other questions of the deputy? I think we had Councillor, who was sitting right there, Councillor Pasternak. There he is. And he had a question, and I got out of order a bit with Councillor Karagianis first. I presume that's all from outside? That's all that's left, I guess. So, Councillor Pasternak, you were in the middle of a question when I saw you.
Just very quickly, are you more upset about the financial accountability or the fact that this...
Go ahead.
Again, didn't give the Part B?
I understand your point.
Oh, or the fact that this thing's being built at all?
I'm concerned about the effect of this TDC facility impacting the citizens, the old folks living 24/7 at the Moncton facility. And secondly, as a citizen of Toronto, the cost overrun that has happened historically in the past in a litany of projects by TDC. I live on St. Clair Avenue. I know the streetcar improvements there went way over budget, way over time, and there's many other ones that I could name, but I don't want this to happen to the taxpayers in this situation when you say $181 million is in fact, that's going to be final figure, because we know in the future that this will be in fact more. And I want to be clear on what the actual figure is, because you approved $181 million, and in fact you only have $80 million allotted for it, and $100 million unaccounted for, and when it goes down the route, to 2019 when it's being built, where is the additional amount of money going to come beyond $100 million that is already a shortfall? I'm trying to understand credibility in financial accounting by the city. And I think what Mr. Ford said in the past, it's very important that money is accountable fiscally, and I don't see this happening.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions of the deputy? All right, thank you very much, sir. Questions of staff? Then anybody from outside the committee? Okay, Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff, would they be able to substantiate the 400% increase for the additional 25% space? I know that they are sharing a graph, but when you go from 45 to 181, that's 400 times as much. You're going to get a couple of more bays, a green roof, and another 25% extra space for storing. However, that does not account for 400 times the increase. So I was wondering if the staff can sort of give us a quick scenario as to how they came up with those numbers and how we'll be able to substantiate it.
With the chair, we can certainly, right now with this project, we're going through the procurement process of actually issuing an RFP. It's going to be design build contract, so we really can't get into particulars of the actual costs associated because we want to protect the procurement process and don't undermine that process. With regards to your question about the differences, there's a lot of differences between the new bus garage that we're proposing versus the one at Oakville. Not just the space, but rather than the equipment that's contained within it, as well as the robustness of the facility itself.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am still hard-pressed to understand how we can come up with 400% additional cost for a 25 additional percent space. Okay, I'll give you 40 million extra for the 25 additional, and I'll give you another 50. I mean, I'll give you 50% for everything else you're going to do. I'm still dumbfounded how we go from 45 to 180. I can understand 45 to 90. I cannot understand 45 million to 180 million. Please guide me through this and let me know. Allow me. I think that all of us want to make sense out of this. And when I go back to my community and say, look, here's a bus garage that costs at 45 and TTC is coming at 181. And as the deputy said, that's only the beginning. It's probably going to be more. We've seen overruns on the Vaughan subway. How can I justify it? How can I justify a project in my ward when a similar project cost a quarter of the price?
Sorry, I can't really comment on the why Oakville cost as much as it did, but we can definitely report back at a future date on on your questions. Like I said, we just don't want to get in a situation right now where we compromise the procurement process that we're currently going through.
Is the TTC management willing to put the brakes on until you come back to us and give us a full explanation of what the cost will be before you proceed?
If we delay Mr. Chair, if we delay the procurement at this time, it will delay the facility itself for implementation, and we very much need that storage space for our buses, for our bus fleet to deliver service to the people of Toronto.
I thank you for that. Still, however, you have not satisfied me that represents the area and my constituents that you're going to spend 400% four times as much. I mean, I can talk to you about the sky's falling, apples in the sky, but help me understand, where did we get 4 times as much?
Mr. Chair, we have prepared an independent estimate of the design and construction, the construction drawings and specifications for Oakville. I can tell you that the delta between our estimate and their estimate is approximately $50 million, and we can explain all of the difference between the two, right from the roof all the way down to the foundations and the soil conditions, and we're prepared to put that into a report as requested.
No, well, hold on, I'm the one asking the questions here. Through the mayor, what would it cost you if you were to put the brakes on for 6 months until we get the real answers before you continue?
Mr. Chair, that will affect our ability to roll out increased bus service to the citizens of Toronto because we will be unable to house the buses that we need.
Sorry, my question is, what would it cost you to put the brakes on? Give me a figure, please.
To start with, the inflation costs alone, we estimate at $3 to $5 million.
So $3 to $5 million versus $140 million. Does that math add up? 45 to 180 versus 3. Does the math add up? Please advise me.
That'll be your final question, and do you want to answer that, or did you?
Through you, Mr. Chair, with respect, I think there are two different measures. We're looking at two different amounts of money for two different things. One is an increase in the cost for the delay, and the other is a discrepancy between two facilities that are made of different materials that are of different sizes with different conditions. So I think it's two different questions, so it's not an easy answer to respond to.
All right, thank you. We had questions of staff, then anybody else from outside the committee, then we have members of the committee wishing to question staff. Did I have somebody start? And then, yes, Councillor Thompson, then go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, it appears that obviously there's a conflict here in terms of the garage and the seniors' facilities one. How did the seniors' facility get to be at this location? I presume that the zoning, was this permissible or not? Yes, it was. Jimmy, I'm listening to staff, please.
Mr. Sorry, just.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Pardon me. The property was acquired in 2005. It was purchased for TTC's use by City Real Estate. Under the new zoning bylaw, this transportation uses are permitted. This is an appropriate use in the area.
So it would have been known by whoever acquired the lands for whatever development that there's a potential possibility of some other use which would not necessarily be consistent to their use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So there is nothing out of order in terms of the facility, in terms of the bus garage being located at that location.
That's correct.
And were there any analysis or information done by the medical officer of health that dealt with some of the issues around emission and other health issues that had been raised by the deputant?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
And what was the results? What was the results from the medical officer of health? Was there anything that would suggest that the medical officer of health was concerned about the health implication of the findings?
Through the chair, the results from the study undertaken by Toronto Public Health on behalf of the medical officer of health indicated that there were minimal to negligible impacts on public health resulting from the project.
So you have indicated, or it's been indicated by one of you, that you're able to get some information if requested, and you're prepared to do that in a report. At the same time, you're being asked whether or not what would it take to stop or delay this particular process. You've given an answer to that, and I don't want you to give that answer again. But I'm just wondering whether or not those types of questions were not asked before by others.
Sorry, if you may repeat, what
Sure. So you're being asked a number of questions now about potentially stopping or delaying and so on and so forth until answers are garnered. I'm just wondering whether or not those questions were not asked of you in the past.
And they have been asked of us in the past.
And what were your answers?
Our answers are that we're desperately in need of building this garage in order to be able to meet our storage and maintenance requirements and to provide the service in that area. And by delaying the project would not only cost us the money, but the necessary, like the timely need of building this garage in the time that it needs to be.
Right, and I've been asked to move a motion by Councillor Karygiannis, which I'm going to move, and just read it to you, that the city manager, in consultation with the Toronto Transit Commission, report back to the Executive Committee on the cost of similar garage in other jurisdiction. Are you able to do that?
In camera, yes, because again...
In camera?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Counting heads, like, you know, we're all right. We're just all right. But don't you move. I said, but don't you move. All right. So that was questions of staff from Councillor Thompson. Questions of staff, any? Yes, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. So just through you, Mr. Mayor, to TTC, will this request hold up anything with the McNichol bus garage?
No, it shouldn't. We have, contrary to what was stated before, actually we have full funding for this bus garage, and we're proceeding with the RFP documents for the design build.
So you can do the report for the financial information at the same time you're moving ahead with the bus garage?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Any other questions of staff? That would then bring us to speakers. Speakers from outside the committee? Okay, thank you. Speakers from the membership of the committee. Councillor Menon Wong had put his name down earlier.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've got a motion. Ready? City manager, be requested in consultation with the Chief Executive Officer of the TTC to report to the October 20th Executive Meeting on a complete financial analysis and cost breakdown of the expenditures for the proposed $181 million Toronto Transit Commission McNichol Bus Garage approved by City Council, as well as an examination of project delivery options, including P3, and on the cost of similar garages in other jurisdictions. Councillor Karygiannis has brought a legitimate concern to this commission. It needs to be looked at, especially within the context of other capital projects the TTC has recently been involved with. There is a certain level of skepticism in terms of cost overruns, which I think is just a fact. And so we need to get to the bottom of this. Councillor Karygiannis and the rest of council deserve a full explanation about where this project's at, and we need it as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Menon Wong. Councillor McMahon.
So I will support this, but only because I know it's not going to hold up the bus garage. We all want better transit for our city. We all need to shoulder the load for the maintenance and storage yards and facilities. I have 75% of the streetcar fleet in wonderful Ward 32. This bus garage has been approved, it's going in, and I think we need to be realistic about that, and residents and the local councillor, but I'm happy to get the information that you're asking for.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Other members of the committee wishing to speak? Okay, I too will just speak briefly. I'll support the motion put by the Deputy Mayor, and it incorporates the suggestions of Councillor Thompson, and I think the questions, a number of them raised by Councillor Karygiannis, deserve to be answered, and I'll just endorse the comments made by the Deputy Mayor. Are we ready to call the question then? All right, we have the motion in front of us momentarily. There it is, and I'll ask for all those in favor. Opposed? Carried.
That's the item.
On to the last item, I believe. Is this the last item? Oh, my goodness. And with sincere apologies, just because I guess the last shall be first and the first shall be last. That's what it says in the Bible anyway. But Ms. Ratna Omnibar, if you could come forward and talk to us about refugees. And it's just, I guess, the order in which these things came in. And but here you are, and I thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors. I know you've had a long day, and I don't want to stand between you and home, so I will keep my comments brief. We have a, we like to think of ourselves and talk about ourselves as a city of immigrants, and we often forget that we are in fact also a city of refugees. We have a proud history. It's outlined for you in the briefing note. But one point that I like to stress is that refugees have left a physical imprint in the city, an imprint that we are very proud of. Think of Kensington Market, which was created by Jewish refugees, and today the Aga Khan Museum, which is a legacy to the city by the Ismailis. I'm not going to talk too much about the extent of the crisis in Syria. I think we all know what the extent of the crisis is and how horrible it is. Lifeline Syria, the organization that I lead, has committed itself to bringing 1,000 Syrian refugees as permanent residents to the city of Toronto. And it is with private sponsors at the helm that we will succeed, because private sponsors will receive the families at the airport, will look after them for a year, will ensure that their needs are met. The citizens of Toronto have stepped up with an incredible outpouring of support. We had our first orientation meeting for interested people in council chambers. We had our second or third orientation meeting here. The rooms were booked out. There was standing room only. And I should note that what's interesting about the response of Torontonians is that they're coming out from all sectors of society. They're not just members of faith groups, God bless their soul, the faith groups, but these are unusual places, sort of streets are coming together, school communities, workplaces, etc. The City of Toronto, of course, plays a vital role in their settlement. The minute they arrive in the city, they become residents, just like all of us, and the city provides services to them, but the city also can play a leadership role because it can pull together resources and activate and coordinate. I like to say that people may come to Canada, but they will live in a city and a community, and the welcome that they get in the city is crucial to putting them on their road to success. I want to thank the leadership of the mayor, Councillor Cressy, and city staff who have helped us craft our project as we have proceeded. So, thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputy? Councillor Karygiannis?
Thank you for coming. I was wondering, you're how old? A year, 6 months, a year and a half, 2 years? How old is the organization?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me how old I was.
No, the organization.
I was not going to answer that. We came together in January of this year, and we had our launch in June, and the mayor attended our launch on June.
Do you have the ability to give tax receipts, and people that give money to you are tax receipted?
We are not a charity. We have established a donor-advised fund through the Bank of Nova Scotia. The fund receives charitable donations, is able to receive them, but we have to make sure that these funds are then redistributed to charities.
Do you have a master's builder agreement with CIC in order to bring 1,000 refugees in?
We are not a sponsorship agreement holder. We are a facilitator, a matcher of engaged citizens and refugee cases, and then we shepherd them through the SAWS. As you know, Councillor, you're very well aware of citizenship and immigration regulations because you were in the portfolio for a very long time. The Government of Canada this weekend called new regulations into play that have changed the landscape a bit.
Can you please advise us with what groups that are master builders or master holders you're working with? There's about a number of them in Toronto. Are you working with any one of them?
We're working with all of them.
Can you name some?
Christie Welcome Center, the Afghan Community Organization, the Ethiopian Organization, the United Church of Canada, the Lutheran.
Sorry, hold on. There is specific organizations for the Syrian crisis.
But there is no Syrian sponsorship agreement holder. The Arab Community Center is a sponsorship agreement holder, but we can work with any and every sponsorship agreement holder, regardless of their faith denomination or their ethnic
With all due respect,
affiliation.
wasn't there a meeting in Halifax a couple of weeks ago regarding the Syrian situation?
I was not at the Halifax meeting. I don't know what you're referring to, Councillor.
Well, what I understand, there is a group of that deals with Syrian refugees, and yes, there's the umbrella organizations, but the federal government has allocated builders associations to certain communities, and they gathered a couple of weeks ago in Halifax to discuss Syria specifically. I was wondering if you can...
No, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that. We are a GTA organization. Lifeline Syria is at this point an organization dedicated.
You're saying 1,000 refugees.
1,000 refugees to the GTA, Council.
Right, but I mean, these folks, some of them, like the Armenian community, they have a process of bringing in 2,000, and some of them will be coming. I'm just wondering if you're working with any of those groups, or, I mean, you know, specifically regarding the Syrian crisis.
Every sponsorship agreement holder in the GTA has offered to work with us on Syrian
Thank you very much,
refugees.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Karygiannis. Other questions of the deputant from members of the committee? Well, thank you very much, and I want to say thank you for what Operation Lifeline Syria is doing. It's something we'll have a chance to speak to it in the speeches, but I just want to thank you while you're sitting in front of us for all the leadership that you and your colleagues have shown in doing something that I think is important for Toronto and for Canada and for beyond that. So thank you very much, and thank you for your patience today.
Councillors.
Speaker, questions of staff from members of the committee or other members of the council?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So just because we got this pretty much at the nth hour, so I wasn't able to go through this until now, but I'm just wondering where the 600,000 will come from. That's coming from the tax rate stabilization reserve. I don't know if Rob Rossini's here.
That is the suggestion of the Executive Director of Financial Planning. So working with Josie Levita, we identified this source. And it would be, because we need to access the funding before the 2016 budget is approved, the recommendation that it come from that source and it be refunded with 2015 year-end surplus.
And do we know if we have a surplus?
It is anticipated that there would be funding to replace that to maintain the tax rate stabilization reserve at the 1% target.
Okay. And is this for, and this will go directly to the City of Toronto Syrian Refugee Settlement Program?
The funding would be moved into Social Development Finance and Administration divisional budget, so into my divisional budget, and be administered through my division.
And Chris, do we already get funding from CIC, so how does that work? Are we getting funding from them?
We do have a funding agreement with CIC now for the Toronto Newcomer Office for the work currently being done. The report is identifying the additional potential initiatives and strategies to support this specific effort. This is similar to Council's actions through tsunami relief. At that time, there was a similar kind of settlement support, one-time settlement support initiative funded and delivered at that time.
But we didn't have Japanese coming here during the, are you talking about Japan? Or
No, the Indian Ocean tsunami.
Okay. And so during that time, how much was spent?
I'm sorry, Councillor, that was 10 years ago. I'm remembering in the neighborhood of 400,000, but I would have to check.
Okay. And so the anticipation is 1,000 refugees next year. This is based on that?
minimum through Lifeline Syria. We ultimately don't know. We will have to see the outcome in a month's time and then understand federal government targets and what the actual numbers will be.
So in anticipation of the federal election, we don't actually know, correct?
Based on the current commitments through the election, there is a minimum commitment of the 10,000, and it could be more.
25, right?
Yeah.
So we don't actually know, right?
We know that the minimum would be 10 and maybe significantly more.
But we don't know where they're going to settle.
Correct.
I know. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartonetti. Yes, questions of staff?
I just wanted, on item 5, it says something about program expansion. So what does that reference or refer to?
Councillor, that, through the chair, that refers to implementation of the program. The program expansion is related to the Toronto Newcomer Office. It's not an expansion beyond the 600,000 and the program initiatives outlined in this report. I understand how that may be, that wording may be confusing.
Yeah, that's what it was a little bit confusing. So thank you.
Understood. There is no intention to expand the program beyond what's in front of you.
And my understanding also is that, what I'm hearing certainly in my neighborhoods and from community organizations, that churches are working very hard, a number of churches and organizations throughout the city to sponsor individuals and, you know, basically working to support this initiative. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Questions of staff, Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, just a quick question on recommendation number 3. So, Chris, you're talking about on this $575 million gross and zero net that we're going to be looking at in the 2016 operating budget.
You meant 575,000.
570. Yeah, 575,000. How does it become zero net? Can you just, and how are we going to be dealing with that in the 2016 budget?
Because it's one time and it's funded from the tax rate stabilization reserve. So there will be no property tax pressure as a result of this. There could be, in terms of it, there'll be 600,000 less in the year-end surplus. So in that sense, it's a pressure, but there's no pressure on the 2016 property tax portion of the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to understand what the $600,000 is being used for. It doesn't really say. It says one-time funding of $600,000 for the settlement program will be provided from the tax stabilization reserve, and it'll be replenished. But we have budget line items for settlement. I don't know what you're using this money for.
Actually, Councillor, we don't have a line item for settlement. We do have a project line for the Toronto Newcomer Office, but the Newcomer Office purpose is to work with city divisions and other partners around settlement issues broadly in the City of Toronto. So there is no current city program in place to support the settlement of significant numbers of refugees who will have specific needs as they arrive. The funding is would be allocated to a staff person to coordinate the city's support, so working with all of our operating divisions such as Shelter Support and Housing Administration, Employment and Social Services, Parks, Forestry and Rec, in providing supports. Also working with our settlement partner agencies in the city, ensuring that they have the right programs and services in place. One of the key issues in this kind of scenario is to make sure that all of those wonderful sponsorships from church groups and citizens and faith groups are adequately supported. The challenge in this scenario is that we see those sponsorships break down. So we want to do everything possible to make sure that those sponsorships remain solid. Otherwise, there are significant potential financial implications for the city.
So the 600,000 is backstopping sponsorships.
It will not pick up failed sponsorships. It's nowhere near sufficient. What it will do is work with those communities, those sponsorship groups, to make sure that they have the right information, the right kinds of supports, and that, again, we do everything possible to ensure that all of those sponsorships are strong and maintained.
Now, how can we, and I'm not saying the need isn't real, although in essence we're bailing out our European and NATO allies. I mean, the people we see on our television screens are out of Syria, and we're bailing out countries like Turkey and Greece and Macedonia and so forth, who historically have lectured other countries about how they treat refugees. But where does it end? So we're backstopping to a tune of 600,000. I was just reading up yesterday on the number of different refugees on the move worldwide. And are we in, it's federal jurisdiction, are we in the refugee insurance business?
Immigration and refugee policy is clearly federal jurisdiction, and I can't speak to that. What I can speak to is that once people are here, the city does have a care and concern for what happens to them. So this program is premised on the understanding that thousands of refugees will be arriving in our city in the next 6 to 12 months. And this initiative is about making sure that we are ready and able to support their successful settlement into our communities.
Okay.
Are there any other questions of staff? Well, I'm going to call for speakers, and I'm not sure whether I want to speak first or last, but I'll wait. I know Councillor Brennan, I think you had a motion you were working on.
Quick one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this motion is just that City Council convey to the Government of Canada the need to continue and, if necessary, enlarge the military and non-military support needed to assist in resolving the conflict in the Middle East and the many partner countries currently participating in the coalition. So I went to Turkey earlier this year, and I could see all the Syrian refugees that were pouring in. So there's many countries that are dealing with the millions and millions of refugees that are pouring out of that country, and I think that we need to participate. However, I mean, 600,000 for 1,000 refugees, I think is about 60,000 per. I think it's a lot, but at the same time, I'd like to see some support given. I'd like to have more clarification exactly on where that money is allocated. It's just really tough being on budget committee and looking at the numbers and the daunting task that's ahead of us. Also the number of refugees and the number of people that are already on our waiting list to get into TCHC and a number of our resources that we have with the City of Toronto. So I'm just putting forward this motion. I really think that Canada needs to step up to the plate. This is probably an anti-liberal move. It's more conservative, but I do support that in this case. And seeing what I saw in Turkey, and I think that Canada needs to get on the ground along with the UN and our partner countries and the really our G8, G20, and hopefully we'll be able to do that. I'm not going to go into details of what more I think, but I think that we should be doing more to nip this in the bud at the gates, because we're at the receiving end of this, and I know that many of the refugees that I spoke to in Turkey certainly want to stay in Syria. They're not looking to move abroad, but they're really forced to because of the situation there. So, and I think that happens to many refugees. Canada is a great place, but they also want to live in their home country. So we should be doing everything that we can to make sure that they're able to stay there. And hopefully I'll have your support. Thank you.
I'm just going to speak, if I could, Councillor McMahon, because I said I was going to after Councillor. I have listened to a lot of discussions in this place since I've been here. And this one is very disappointing to me, to be honest with you, because I just ask myself, where is the heart? Where is the heart? Where is the heart? These are people that are suffering unspeakable trauma in their lives. The Government of Canada has taken a decision for which, frankly, in some quarters they've been criticized for not agreeing that Canada would take enough refugees. But let's stay out of that discussion. They've agreed to take 10,000. The purpose of this is to make sure, not just for the 1,000, so you can't do the math on the basis that was suggested a moment ago, that it's suggested, and Mr. Brillinger just talked about this, that this is meant to sort of make sure that we're in a position, no matter how many come here to Toronto, and of course, once people arrive in Canada, we don't place controls on sort of where they come. We do have lots of groups out there, lots of groups. I mean, because I've been out among them to make sure they get settled properly, and so that is a bit of a backstop. It's not, Councillor Pasternak, respectfully putting us into the refugee insurance business. I don't even know what that is, but it is making sure that these people, when they come to Toronto, which precedent tells us many end up doing, because it's the biggest city in the country, because they'll find other people that are like them here and so on, that they're settled properly, which would, I think, be, and by the way, beyond whatever line items there might be in the budget at present, these are refugees that weren't anticipated at the beginning of the year. No one would have anticipated that. And I'm sure you didn't mean to choose the language, maybe you did, the Councillor Pasternak, I say respectfully, about bailing out anybody. We are doing what Canadians and Torontonians would want us to do a small share of this tiny problem, to accept here and make sure they get settled here properly, people who have come to Canada. And if you look at the precedent here, involving people from Uganda who came here, the Ismailis who have settled so successfully here and make such a gigantic contribution to every area of life. Look at the Tamil community who are fleeing persecution. Look at the Vietnamese refugee group that I had quite a bit to do with back in the late 1970s. And look today, some of you will know, I know certainly Councillor Lee does, of the incredible contribution and the incredible success of the Vietnamese refugee families that were admitted here. And I heard a reference a moment ago to tsunamis. And then put it into context for a minute. Put it into context, $600,000 out of our budget of $10 billion. $600,000 versus the federal commitment of $100 million. $600,000 versus the provincial commitment of $10 million. $600,000 out of an anticipated surplus, last time we had it projected to us, of $65 million. This is what we're being asked to do here, to indicate our small financial commitment beyond what I know is a genuine sort of moral commitment we have to address what is undoubtedly one of the great problems, great tragedies of our time taking place in front of our eyes. And so, to me, it is what I would call a no-brainer. If we look at how we spent the rest of this day, and I'm tired, as we all are, it's the end of a long day, but I just had to say something about this discussion that sort of was focusing itself on, yes, being careful with the citizens' money, the taxpayers' money, but at the same time, I mean, this is actually not really asking very much of our, and I think if we were to go out and have a referendum on this and say, would you agree, even compared to things we've allocated and spent today, to allocate this money, people would say overwhelmingly yes, to make sure we just settle these people properly. And most of the initiative is being undertaken by our citizens in their church groups and in their different groups and as individual citizens. So I just hope we'll put all this in perspective when we make the decision. And the discussion was a proper one to have in a certain way, but in another way, I just hope that people can recognize what's going on here and what the obligation we have living in one of the wealthiest cities and one of the wealthiest countries in the world, notwithstanding whatever our budget challenges may be, to try and do something about this. I feel very strongly personally about it. I have from the beginning. You know, it applies to a number of refugees, but this is a particular crisis occurring at this time. So I will certainly be supporting this motion that suggests we allocate this expenditure and where it comes from and all the rest. Thank you. I'm happy to move the staff recommendation, yes. Councillor McMahon?
So I wanted to thank Councillor Cressy, he's not here anymore, but for bringing this forward. I think it's, I wholeheartedly support it. It's the right thing to do. It's the Canadian thing to do. My residents are asking me left, right, and center how they can help. I'm hosting an information night early October. I know that Councillors Cressy and Havoc have a big information session this Sunday at City Hall in the council chambers. When I was in grade 8, we, living in small town Collingwood, we, a Vietnamese refugee family moved to our town. It was very difficult. You can imagine a small town. One of the boys was in my class in grade 8. It was such an eye-opener for us. It was a great educational experience, and it was really good. I am so thankful I had that opportunity, as we all did, to find out what goes on elsewhere in the world other than our little ski town, and how privileged we are to live in Canada and really not have so much to worry about. And so I'm thankful to, as I said, to Councillor Cressy for bringing this forward, and I'm happy to support it.
Other members of council wishing to speak? Okay, it's time for the question then, I guess. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just to put this in context, to say that Torontonians are not compassionate based on this number before us, to say we don't have other supports and programs, to say that we don't have, no, not to say, but we have tens of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, going through our various divisions and programs and community grants that help newcomers. They're through CPIP grants, they're through emergency shelter, they're through English as a second language, which is a partnership, true often with the school board and the federal government. They're through our welcome policy, our Ontario Works, and so forth. And then many of these are done through agencies that receive in part city funding. So Toronto has a stellar reputation for taking in newcomers. We have done an amazing job in settling people who are new to our shores. And as someone who served on the school board recently, they actually do a very good job there of making sure that school-age children are integrated into the classroom as successfully as possible, and given the supports that they need. So Toronto doesn't have anything to prove. Toronto is doing a remarkable job now. Focusing in on one particular group and one particular crisis is a dilemma for us. And backstopping sponsorship programs, which I got to tell you, they come into my office when they don't work. When these so-called sponsorship programs fall through, the parents are coming or the families are coming to my office because they've been cut off. They have no source of revenue. They have no place to live. They're looking for social housing. They're a risk. They're a high risk. But that being said, I wanted to just go on record. I'm concerned about backstopping private sector sponsorship programs, which have a very short sunset on them, and focusing in on one group when worldwide there's so many groups. But the city has committed itself through the budgetary process, through partnerships with the federal government and through the school boards to provide a remarkable support system. So much so that the members of parliament from Sweden came to visit with me last winter to find out how we're so successful and what we do. We spent a couple of hours with them explaining how we succeed and what supports are there.
So I guess I was a former chair of Community Development and Recreation last term for a part of the term, and I have to concur with Councillor Pasternak. There are innumerable programs, grant programs, as well as divisional support for these types of initiatives. Also, I do believe this is a federal government issue, and I think things get very murky when we start muddying those waters. I also know the faith communities across the city have been very active on this front. I don't believe that this can't be handled with the current staff complement. Every division has wiggle room. So I find item 3 particularly difficult to put in place one temporary staff person. I will ask to break this down so I can vote specifically against that, because I don't think that's necessary. Because, like I said, there's always a little room here and there to make things happen if we're committed to it. The ebb and flow of these issues should be able to be accommodated within the current complement.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Are there any other speakers from Council? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support the item in the requests. I think that, as I've seen in terms of tracking and looking at this very tragic situation to the people of that are fleeing Syria and going across the varying countries in Europe, that this is a very difficult situation for everyone. Countries who are feeling the impact in terms of the migrants who are flowing in, and certainly the migrants themselves who are feeling the impact of war and the varying challenges associated with that. I think that as a city, we are, as not only simply a sanctuary city in essence, but a city of immigrants, that we should be able to muster up resources to help. And I know that some of the challenges that we face with these decisions is that the fact that others will say, well, in this city, there are people who are suffering. And I get that, I know that. There are varying programs designed to help people, to reach them, to help them with housing, food, and support, and so on. And I think that as decision makers and as leaders in this city, I think we have an obligation to help. It is not just a situation in terms of only in your backyard. I think we have to traverse this need for humanity and to help. I know the federal government have indicated as to programs or what they're doing, but we don't really have a federal government at the moment. There's an election that's taking place. And I think that's very modest in terms of our approach, in terms of helping this situation. As you pointed out, Mr. Mayor, the budget that we actually have for this city is enormous. And to offer a helping hand to people who are in need, I think it's something that's humane. It's something that we ought to do. And I'm loathing to think of those who are of the view that somehow this is something that's beyond our ability to help. We actually have so much means to actually help. And I think certainly Councillor Cressy, I thank him for bringing this forward, and I think we ought to help. And perhaps it really speaks to the fact that although we think we've arrived in this city, we actually haven't arrived to the degree that we think. There is just so much that needs to be addressed in this city. And I think that we ought to look at ourselves, quite frankly, before we point the finger and say, well, we're doing enough. Obviously, we're not doing enough, and that's why we need to do more. But I think at some point in the future, there might be a situation where somehow some of those who are of the view now that, in fact, we're better not doing anything, or that we can be disrespectful of the process, will themselves learn, quite frankly, that they're not as mature as they should be. And in fact, this is a lesson for all of us. So I think that we ought to help, and I think we should demonstrate our humanity by assisting.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Just a point of order, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if we can vary the procedures just slightly to go back to questions for staff? No. Does that mean no? It's at the discretion of the chair.
No, we're not going to do that. I think we've had a fulsome discussion about this and lots of questions. Now, it was left to me as to whether the motion from Councillor Berardinetti is in order, given that it sort of certainly stretches the bounds of what is in front of the committee. And I'm going to rule it in order, although I'm going to vote against it. But I'm going to rule it in order just so that I think the members should have their own freedom to decide what they want to do with this, rather than me deciding. So that's what we would deal with first, which is the motion from Councillor Bartonetti that's on the screen. So I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's carried. And then we'll do the item as amended, which is...
I have this broken down. It's a bit complicated because 3 actually has the breakdown of the temporary staff and the approved operating budget. So I'm going to vote for 2, but then not vote for, I don't know how to do this. Yeah, my support, my point as I spoke is I don't support the staff, enhancing the staff complement.
All right, then.
It's kind of bundled, that's the it's bundled. So the .2025, the one, that's the beginning of item 3. But then it goes on to talk about the 575, so it's kind of, I don't know if I can break that down. Can I break 2.A and 3.A? If I could ask the clerks, can I break it down 3.A, 3.B? 3A,
I just wonder
3B?
if they think they can do the job without the staff complement. I mean, I realize you need someone to coordinate this, and in which case we could just take it out.
Not within my complement, I don't.
I'll just vote against the item 3 then. I'll vote for 2 and.
All right, so we're breaking it down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 then, or just 1, 2, 4, 5, and 3 separately? All right. So can we call the question then on 1, 2, 4, and 5? And then we'll deal with 3 separately. 1, 2, 4, and 5, all those in favor?
On staff recommendations,
Why?
1, 2, 4, and 5, all those in favor? Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Thompson. Recommendations 1, 2, 4, and 5 carry unanimously.
All right, then we come to number 3, clause 3. All those in favor?
On staff recommendation 3, all those in favor, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Thompson, all those opposed. Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Robinson. Recommendation 3 carries.
We're adjourned with thanks very much for your patience today.
Beginning of a fucking